Hello everybody and welcome back to day 2 of the Verizon Warriors Championship. I hope you enjoyed our broadcast yesterday. And if you're a new viewer, then don't worry, we will talk about all of the important aspects of today so you're back up to speed. This is our very first tournament where we have a proper cash prize pool for the competing players. Up to 30,000 US dollars are being handed out thanks to our partner for this tournament, Verizon, and they make this possible. We have $15,000 for the first place. We have 10,000 US dollars for the second place. And for the third place, it's going to be 5,000 US dollars. And thanks to Verizon, we're not just bringing you this tournament today, they're also offering something special for those of you who play World of Warships. It doesn't matter whether you're a new or existing player. You can claim 2 premium ships and a lot of premium time, in total worth $75. So if you want to learn more about this and Verizon is available in your country, then you can just check out the link that we're going to be dropping in chat for you. So I hope that's something that's interesting to you. And then let's take a look at today's schedule so you know what we're actually about to show you. We will today have the international grand finals of the Verizon Warriors Championship. Yesterday you already saw basically the pre-stage, and the weekend before there was actually an in-game kind of like a baby clan battle season that led as a kind of qualification stage to this stage of the tournament. We had 4 of the best teams qualify from each of the regions. They duked it out yesterday, and now the winning team of each of the regions made it to this stage. We will have the semi-final number 1 that we will be broadcasting here between Asia's winner, Vor, against the CIS winner, the team Smile Gaming. We will be kicking off with this match. After that, we will have the second semi-finals between the European team, the Total Garbage Alliance, aka BanCV, is going to face off with a devastating strike from the North American cluster. And then, I hope you saw this yesterday, we will feature the conclusion of our charity exhibition match, the Verizon Branches Challenge, which we're going to be broadcasting roughly around 16:45 UTC. All of the times that you see here are in UTC. If you don't know what that is, Google will help you to translate that into your local time. If you're wondering, okay, so what is the Verizon Branches Challenge? I didn't tune in yesterday. This is actually a challenge where we have 4 teams of veterans representing 4 branches of the US military. We have the Army, Navy, the Marine Corps, and we also have the Air Force. And yesterday they already played. And we saw the Air Force win against the Navy, and the Marines won against the Army. So they will be fighting it out today and see actually who's going to get to donate for the charities of their choice. In total, it's also 30,000 US dollars these teams will be able to give to the charity of their choice, thanks to Verizon. And if you want to, help the cause as well, you can also donate by following the links. Verizon was also so nice and actually donated $250,000 to this project, which is actually the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great organization which helps veterans in need with a variety of programs. So if this is something you feel passionate about, it's definitely a good cause to contribute. We will be displaying the links throughout the stream and also sometimes a donation ticker right above us throughout the stream. So go and help out if you want to. And then, you might have participated yesterday already in one of our prediction campaigns. You have the chance to actually guess who's going to be the first, second, and third place in today's tournament. How to participate? It's very easy. We will be spamming the links in all of the channels, thanks to Sehales, who's in the background and helping us with chat on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Steam. So just follow the link in there. How does it work? You predict, as you can see here, you just select the team. Let's say, for example, you're Mr. Conway. You would say, hey, I'm from EU. I want Total Garbage Alliance to win. They're going to be the first place. And then you say...
Rain.
Okay, Mr. Conway would still try to pick Rain. But let's say, for example, you say, okay, I want TGA to be in the first place. You click that and you select the second and third place. If you get one guess right, you will get 1 FTW camouflage. If you get 2 right, you will get 2. And if you get all 3 correct, you will actually get 5 camouflages. And the winners will be credited within the next 2 weeks. So go participate. This prediction campaign will close at 14:45 UTC. So that's going to be roughly in 55 minutes. So you have plenty of time to do that. Keep in mind, we are streaming here from the future. We have a 5-minute delay built into the stream. This is just to make sure that everything is running smoothly and there is fair play guaranteed so that nobody would have an unfair advantage by watching the stream. So please keep that in mind. If we, for some reason, hopefully not encounter a technical issue or colors of teams might be displayed in the wrong color, then it might take us 5 minutes to fix it because of that. And then you are able to also earn a Twitch drop. Exclusive to the official channel. That is a 75-minute condition for watching the stream. It doesn't matter whether you watch it in one go or whether there's kind of like a break in between. It's accumulative. So don't worry if you drop out for like a few minutes or an hour. As long as you watch in total 75 minutes of today's broadcast, you will be able to get 1 Santa gift container plus a special Verizon flag in-game. There will be a notification in-game if you receive it. So just check in-game whether this worked for you. If you have any issues, my recommendation is relink your Twitch account. And if it still didn't work, you can contact our customer support and we will try to help you. If you already got your Twitch drop yesterday, you still have a chance to also get this one today. It's 2 separate drops, so you can get 2 up in total. But if you missed out on yesterday's, there's only 1 for you left to get today. Yeah, I think just as a side note, if you're new to Twitch drops, this only works on the platform Twitch. As the name says, just want to highlight it if you're watching on YouTube or on Steam that this won't be there for you. But we also have our regular Twitch drop campaign running that is active on all channels where you can get Twitch containers. You can also get special missions each week. They're starting on Thursday evenings, basically when we go live with the European stream at 1700 UTC. And otherwise, we also have an epic drop where you have a chance to earn a premium ship. This month, we have the Duke of York with the Arctic skin. So that might be something nice for you if you get lucky. I hope you do. We're not alone in today's broadcast. We have 2 amazing game experts bringing you the in-game action closer. We have Flamu and Kirinichiban talking about the in-game action. If you don't know them, I would highly recommend you to check out their channels. And if you watched yesterday and you didn't like the camera work of the first few matches, we switched back to the old style of camera work because I see a few comments about this. So don't worry, we have the classic tournament style camera from Flamu. So I hope you will enjoy this. But these are not our only guests. We also have 3 experts to help us talk about the post-match analysis of what you're about to see. We have Sea Raptor from the North American server, who's going to be very helpful with all of his experience from previous King of the Sea tournaments and other tournaments to give us insights on the NA playstyle. We also have Dobby Mate, who was a first addition to this tournament and did a really great job yesterday, helping with the official broadcast here, and he is from the Asia region, from Australia to be correct. And chat, you can fight it out whether you consider this to be Asia or not. And then we also have our European expert, our community contributor, Statsbloke, who will be now joining us to talk a bit about what is now happening on day 2 in this tournament. Welcome, Statsbloke, and welcome to this broadcast.
Hello, it's great to be back. I'm really excited. Yesterday was amazing, and today is not going to be any different. I'm currently looking at the schedule of matches that's coming up, and oh boy, is there some good matches coming up. So for those of you that weren't able to join us yesterday, first of all, I'm Statsbloke. You can find me at pretty much everywhere.com/Statsbloke, especially Twitch, which is my main platform. So please go and find me over there if you're interested. Back to the tournament. So today, we're going to see the culmination of what has been a very dynamic tournament so far. Yesterday, we saw some fantastic matches, including the exhibition matches, which were really fun as well. We're going to be seeing some more of those. And as Christian has already alluded to, what we did was we started off with 16 teams from the different regions, 4 from each region, and we whittled that down yesterday until we've got 1 team from each region. And we're going to be seeing CIS face off against C. We're going to be seeing the EUNA match versus BANCV in 07, Boar versus Smile for the first match. Then we're going to take a little break for the exhibition matches, the Verizon branches challenge. And then we're going to come back to the regions and we're going to have the grand final best of 5, the first 2 matches being a best of 3. Now, what makes this slightly different to other tournaments that you might have seen is it's tier 8. So normally when we see things like King of the Sea, it's tier 10. And this is tier 8, which has made it very dynamic because there's quite a lot of ships at tier 8. And even though the teams are able to pick and ban the maps and the ships, there's still quite a lot left. So even if you ban, let's say, a radar cruiser, there are still other radar cruisers that you can pick up. So it's been a very dynamic match, a very dynamic tournament, and we've seen quite a wide cross-section of the different ships which are available. That's also partly because there are restrictions on the number of ships from each class that you can bring. So you can bring up to 2 battleships in your team of 9. You can bring between 3 and 5 cruisers, and you can bring between 2 and 4 destroyers. So we've seen a variety of different compositions. Typically, we've seen 2 battleships with maybe 2 or 3 destroyers, sometimes 4, and the rest being cruisers. And indeed, yesterday's matches were extremely action-packed and very quick to get started as well, generally. The map pool's pretty familiar. Maybe we can bring the map pool up on screen. Can we do that? We've got North, Islands of Ice. There we go, amazing. North, Islands of Ice, Mountain Range, Warrior's Path, Sleeping Giant, Greece, and Northern Waters. All very different maps, providing quite different tactical opportunities for these teams. And yesterday, I think we actually managed to watch every single one of those maps at some point, and all of them went quite differently. The teams obviously having to choose a lineup and tactics depending on the map that they've chosen. They're able to ban maps as well. And I think we actually, for the first match, we already have the picks and bans. Christian, have we got the?
Yes, we already have the information from the teams. So the first map is going to be Greece. Then the second match is going to take place on Islands of Ice. And if it goes to the last point, that will be on the map North. Keep in mind that the first 2, the semifinals in general, will be best of 3s, and the grand finals will be a best of 5 today. So we'll be seeing potentially up to 5 maps, depending on how the teams are playing. In the finals, it works as usual. A team has to get in a best of 3 2 points to take it home and advance to the finals for both of these matches. And we also have the ship bans, if Mr. Conway can bring them up. So for this set of matches, Vor and Smile banned the Chapayev and the Akisuki. So Chapayev has been so far one of the most popular bands throughout the entire tournament. And how it works, just if you're wondering in this tournament, what we're doing is that we have a ban for each of the teams. They can basically select one ship for the entire series that they're going to ban. And then, it will be banned throughout all of the maps that we had in there. And let me just quickly fix something here in the background and bring this up again. Yeah, Mr. Conway, I'm working on it. Mr. Conway, if you want to join this quickly, then I can fix this for you in the background.
Sure. Let me also say hello here over from the production desk. We are currently trying to hop between different Discord servers worldwide to improve our guests' video quality. So that's why we had a small delay there, getting things back on track.
There we go. Now we have StatsBlog in better quality until our Discord server decides to switch it back.
Look, I certainly think Rain will take the first game today, even though they're not from that region, not playing, but that's just my opinion. I wish all of you best of luck. Please shout at me loudly in chat if you encounter any issues. But I think today should be smooth sailing, fingers crossed, and good luck. So I'm gonna go away.
That's a way to jinx it, huh?
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna go away, and I'm gonna bring back the much better looking British person from the actual country.
Yeah. Just to round this up in terms of we talked about the ship bans, and for the map bans, so each team can ban one map. And the last map will be a randomly selected map so that no team has an advantage for the last map. So that should be hopefully a little bit helpful. And the teams not ready yet, so we can talk a bit about the actual teams we're going to see playing. Yesterday, we didn't really get to see War play compared to Smile. We actually broadcasted one of the matches from Smile. And War, I really like their motivation. It's one of the nicest things that we get from these teams by now. Is initially when the competitive scene took off, most of the teams didn't really send us any kind of information about who they are and what makes them special and where they're from. And by now we always try to get that information in advance. And now we have it. And they say War was formed in the early 2017. What motivates them to join this tournament is mainly because of their defeat in the last King of the Sea and their passion for the game. So I can see, there's some bad blood and definitely the motivation to this time make it to win a tournament, because in the last King of the Sea, they made the second place globally and the third place in their region. So definitely a very, very decent team, and they're motivated to advance to the finals. And I mean, stats, we really liked what War had shown the last 3 tournaments, right?
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams are King of the Sea veterans and veterans of other tournaments as well. And Vor were second in the Asia region in the qualification stages that we had last weekend. And Smile also were the seconds, because both of the first places, 1S and Lair, are both gone out yesterday. But just because they came second doesn't mean that these are by any means bad teams. Both of these teams are excellent, full of excellent players. And so they are definitely going to want to go through. And whoever goes through from the other side of the bracket, versus EU versus NA, they're going to have a hard time. It doesn't matter which one of these teams goes through. The final is going to be fantastic, because all 4 of these teams that we have still left in are excellent. And so there's not going to be, like in tournaments, sometimes you get these matches like, oh, they're definitely going to win. No, there's none of that today. All 4 of these matches will be amazing. Sure.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Chat by now probably knows that I'm always very happy to see Smile Gaming, because they are kind of like they have the options to either play it very methodically, but also if they push the W button, there's a lot of rushing and action going on. I really love this. They actually won King of the Sea 4 times. Already. They're 9 times clan battle season winner on the CIS cluster, and the Smile gaming community is actually quite big. It's not just the Smile clan itself. There are actually several other clans that belong to this community, and we've already seen Smile clans fight each other even in King of the Sea, which was very, very fun to watch. And we also got some special stats that Mr. Conway was alluding to. And we have an anonymous donation here worth $50 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Thank you very much, guys. If you want to contribute, there's more coming in, and you can see it right here above me. Thank you very much for contributing. It's a very good cause, and we're happy that you're doing this. Thank you very much. So if we take a look at how many games the teams actually spent in the qualification and in training rooms, we see that Smile Gaming had 50 matches and actually 32 training room matches. So they definitely were very, very, very much preparing for this weekend, because the only team that had more battles in training room is actually TGA, aka BanCV, the European team, with 33 training room matches, while War had not a single training room match as preparation, and they actually made it through the qualification only with 33 matches. So they in terms of like time investment, I see a slight advantage for Smile Gaming here, but we'll have to see how that actually works out, because these teams, I mean, they're already very experienced. But it's only new tier.
Maybe Vor are just really confident. It's like, we don't need training. But seriously, we were saying yesterday about how, because this is tier 8, these players might not be as familiar with the ships that they can choose from as tier 10, where they're used to playing these ships over and over and over again. And so it doesn't surprise me, actually, that some of the teams would have spent a long time in training rooms just to simply get used to the ships, and especially some of the new ships. Like we saw a few Belfast 43s yesterday, which is a ship that no one has played very much. So it doesn't surprise me that they've gone and taken some time just to get used to the way the shells fly and the way the ships move around the map, because these aren't Des Moines and Petros and whatever that these players are used to playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the game keeps evolving, right? And new content keeps being added, and to keep up with all of this, especially on a competitive level, is sometimes not very easy. So you sometimes have to just go back because the slightest mistakes mean sometimes defeat, especially in competitive. Like all of these players play on a skill level where if you make a mistake, there's a very, very high chance that the enemy will just punish you for it, and it might cost you the game. So that's definitely true. While the teams are readying up in the background, I just wanted to say again, if Mr. Conway can also bring it up, there is the prediction campaign running. So if you want to let us know who you think is going to be the today's winner, who's going to be the second place, who's going to be the third place, make sure to participate in this. This is going to close in 40 minutes. Well, for you, in 35 minutes once you hear this. So it's going to close at 14:45 UTC. So please make sure to submit your predictions before that, and you can get your hands on some of the very nice FTW camouflages into your port. Just wanted to make sure that there's nobody regretting that he didn't tune in the very first 5 minutes and he missed out on this. So we'll also keep showing you the information for this so that you don't miss out on this part of the tournament. Whew, so stats.
I forgot to do my prediction, so I've literally just done it while you were talking. So,
I see. I haven't done mine, but we will probably be talking so much about who's gonna be where that we'll probably have a lot of that content. But yeah, so what is your expectation for the first map, actually?
So these two, so one of the things that's really interesting when you have these kind of tournaments is the differences in meta between the different servers. It's something that gets talked about quite a lot, almost as a myth, like, oh, the different servers play differently, but they really do. And so the Russian server teams, the CIS teams, they tend to be a little bit more aggressive, perhaps. Asia teams, we're used to playing maybe a little bit more mobile, more on the flanks. So we have to see how do they react to each other. It's going to be interesting, and I think we're very, very shortly about to kick off.
Yeah. So who do you think is going to take the first map?
My money is on Smile. I've seen them play more than Vor, but both these teams are really good. But I think I'm going to put it on Smile just with their pure aggression. I think is going to get this map.
Yeah, and we saw Smile actually play yesterday on this map in a very convincing way. So my money will be on Smile as well. Guys, in chat, if you want to let us know who's going to win it, you can put it into the prediction campaign, but you can also just let us know in chat. We're always very happy to see, what's kind of like the viewers' point of view on who's going to be winning this one. And then we will be handing over to our casters. Today, as usual, it's going to be Flamu, supported by Kirinichiban. I hope you're going to enjoy the first match that we'll see here on the map Greece. Have a lot of fun, and we'll see you on the other side. Enjoy it.
Hello everyone, and we are live with our first international battle of this Verizon tournament. CIS takes on C, the two top teams, and already we're starting to see some heavy DD focus from Vor. Quadruple DDs, double Atagas, Edinburgh, and two Vladivostoks. What do you think of this setup? Only one? Actually two radars with the Orkan.
Yeah, two radars with the Orkan, but I think more than the setup, look at the direction they're all going.
Oh wow, you're right. Is this gonna be some crazy aggression?
It looks like it. I mean, I think what their plan is here, if they're sending all their DDs to one flank, they're probably planning to get the quick kill on the Cossack or whatever DD they run into, and then push through. And looking at Smile's deployment, this might actually be a really strong play. They might get a free cap out of this and maybe some kills.
But it is Medusko, and we saw Medusko play yesterday, and he was extremely good in that Cossack. We saw him outplay, in fact, two DDs on a flank and staying alive. So these are the absolute top players of each region. So this is not going to be an easy fight for either team. Some blind fire in the camp. Meanwhile, Smile are deploying. It looks like pretty even deployment. It's basically 4 and 5. The Lenins are hanging back, fairly far back. They got the Le Terrible in the center, hoping to get potential pot shots, so just making sure no one is doing any crazy charging through the center. And we have an early radar from the Edinburgh. This is actually pretty important, because this radar isn't going to catch anything at all. And this should send some warning signals for Smile. The radar not catching anything near A and no spotting being seen, and they do have vision of the two DDs at B already. this Vor aggression, how badly is this gonna catch them off guard?
I don't think
Meduska actually gets some good hits in on Fantask. I think that was the Atagos. He was just spotting.
That was the Atago. But he is gonna get he's gonna be in radar range of the Cossack soon here. Or not
the
Orkan.
Orkan.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, that's smart. Alright, so he's turned away. So what he's caught by the Edinburgh radar right now, and they're taking the shots. So they know where everyone is because everyone just opened up on Meduska. So now we have to see what Smile.
Oh, they're trying to burst him. They're trying to burst him. They're using the Orkan radar to keep him lit. But I don't think they're gonna get it. The Cossacks sailing away like this, dodging and weaving back and forth, they're gonna struggle to get the damage in. And once this radar runs out, this is Vor's entire hand being played. And while this is going on, Smile, they're safely securing A, they're pushing up the Baltimore, pushing up the Kutuzov. They are basically reaffirming map control while War is going for this kind of crazy aggression play, trying to get this one kill.
Yeah, I think the thing that Vor is going to be able to do, if they can move quick enough, they should be able to get the C cap away from them, right? As long as they don't let their push stall out, there's only one radar present. So one DD can pop the radar, then a second DD, probably the Orkan or the Kid, can just step on the cap and take it from Smile.
And they are still, like, they're pushing on this flank. They've sent the Lenin back to just make sure they're not being pushed too aggressively. But really, with no DDs here, Vor isn't really even attempting to contest A. They're just attempting to contain Smile. Obviously, their plan is pushing through the strong side, and they got all the 4 DDs in this one group. The thing is, Smile is more than prepared for this now.
Yeah. I mean, what they really are waiting on now is just the Baltimore to get back into position. They need a second radar over C to make sure that Vor will never be able to
huge volley! Dark Temple just double citadels the Lenin. The Lenin gives too much broadside, not expecting the Vladivostok. He was hidden behind the smoke, and I don't think they actually had vision of him. So Dexim actually gets blapped to half his HP. He's healing, but because of all that citadel damage, he's actually not going to be healing that much, and he will be forced to basically kite away now. That's a lot of health gone, and a lot of healing potential gone.
Actually, how far is the Edinburgh from the cap right now? He's just barely within radar range. So if they keep forcing these 2 ships back, this is going to be a really, really tough time for Smile, I think, once Vor starts aggressively stepping on the cap.
DNO Gaming realizes this, though, and he's actually stopping in his Edinburgh and starting to reverse to make sure he can keep that radar coverage off this entire sea camp.
I think the issue is that you basically can't have an Edinburgh or a Baltimore really sit within, like...
Edinburgh popped his radar. Does he have Hydroactive? I would assume he does, yeah. He's dodging past the torps. He's actually pushing aggressively with the radar, this Edinburgh, trying to force away any DDs ahead of this Orkan.
This is sketchy. He's getting really, really close to their Lenin. He's within 13 kilometers now, and that's definitely...
Both Lenins. That's the problem.
Oh! DNO Gaming just got chunked for half of his remaining HP. He's on 2k. He can't hold the radar anymore.
What blepped him? Was it the Atagos?
I think it was the Vladdy. The Vladdy did it again.
Wow, that Vladdy is getting some crazy volleys in Dark Temple from back here. Oh, they do have vision. There's the counter radar. They're gonna force Orkan out of the cap. He's trying to juke it, though. Baltimore HE is out. He gets chunked. I don't think he's... Oh, he's still they still have vision. I think he should just cut away. Like, this is not worth juking for. The question is how much health he's gonna lose. He finally goes dark. Oh, he's down to 14k. That's not the end of the world for an Orkan.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, on the other side, we see this giant smoke train with the Atago, the Fantastic, and the Kiev. Like, oh, this Atago... Smiles Atago is going to get on the island. If he can put up his Hydra, all these ships down here are going to be spotted forever.
He's got torps out as well. They don't really have the Atago Hydra. Is it going to be close enough to catch? The Kiev. I think the Hydra is close enough that it'll catch these torps. But I mean, this Atago play, he's getting vision of the Kiev.
Yep, there's a Baltimore radar on the Orkan right now. He's down to 13k now and 7k.
Atago HE is out. That incredible dispersion. Oh, it's really good. He's actually gonna go down. They're gonna lose Yuki. He's down to 1,000 health. Oh, he finally goes dark, but at what cost?
There's gonna be so
700, 400. They do kill him. Wow. Smile. Look at the way Smile is containing this. They have basically their entire team just waiting for this Vor push. Fairy might be a bit overextended here.
Yeah, Fairy might be a bit over... I really want to see... I think Buki has to come out and actually try to kill him. Because they need to somehow break this... They need to get the double radars off. In order to do that, they need a crossfire on the Edinburgh or the Baltimore.
They are actually, he's got 2 fires on him. Does he have the damage con? Does he dare to use it yet? Oh, he's giving broadside, which is also risky. He's just trying to get away. Oh, he's shooting. Has he just accepted he's gonna go down here?
Yeah, I think he probably does. The kid is even chasing him aggressively now.
Yeah, no, 4,000 health. There's no chance. There's no chance he's gonna get away. So they do punch back. They lose an Orkan, but they punch back on Fairy, who was trying to contain this entire wolf pack basically by himself, and that gets punished. Meanwhile, John Sheridan has actually started pushing up into A, and he's potentially threatening a really nasty crossfire on this Vladivostok. So the Vladivostok in return has also pushed up. They're keeping the island between them. So they're kind of basically locking each other in with this flank. Or with this angle.
I kind of want to see the... oh, look at this. The Lenin and the Atago are basically going to make this move. They're going to try to eliminate Smile's A flank just for points. And I think the Atago is going to jump...
Dark Temple, right? Though. Dark Temple is pushing straight into Terrible Torps, and he has absolutely no idea. I don't think he was expecting these, and he's gonna catch 2 of them. So wow, that's the equivalent of the Citadel damage he did to the enemy, just to Dexim just earlier. And he's gonna be a prime target for the entire team now. 26,000 and no damage con. They're smoking up, they're all chiming in. Even the Cossack is smoking up just to farm him. They might actually take him down before he can disengage from this.
Yeah, oh, look at the Baltimore. He's also... all these cruisers are getting so low because of Dark Temple's volleys.
Lenin is actually ramming the Sheridan to get rid of him. It gives them extra a bit of breathing room.
That's really smart. I really like that.
Fantastic kite into these torps. Oh, he slows down in time. He's trying to help the Vladivostok, but they are in huge trouble here. On the other flank, they're trying to catch some sort of crossfire here on this Edinburgh, and they're trying to finish off this Baltimore. But this is hanging on a knife's edge. They're both losing health. It's still a health advantage for Smile, 30,000 health. But where is their opening?
4, I think. Right? 167 green team.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. I said it completely wrong. Meanwhile, the Kutuzov has smoked up, and Atago actually disengaged.
No, he jukes him. He's gonna get into A, and the Kutuzov can't do anything about it.
Oh.
Like, what are they gonna do? Send Medusko in?
2-minute game. Smile.
Once the Atago steps, it'll be fine. And look, the kid is gonna get on, and look where the radars are. They're too far away. Every single radar is too far away from this cap now.
The Vladivostok.
The
the Vladivostok really is showing why people pick this ship for this tournament. That resistant to HE. Basically, anyone else would have died, but the Vladivostok is still alive and actually reversing away from that focus fire. So that's really serving them well. But these torps into the smoke. Is the Atago aware? Does he have Hydro? He is angled. He should be able to dodge them all. It looks like they do have Hydro because they're going to dodge all these torps. Yep. Baltimore pops a radar. They're trying to radar the Kiev so he can't contest this cap. Meanwhile, Fantask and Atago are double capping A for Vor.
Yep. This is going to be so close. When this... okay, so right now, Vor will win in 7 minutes, but C is going to flip and B is going to flip. The Edinburgh radar catches the kid. Let's see if there's a reset.
Oh, it needs to be now. No, they're not going to get it in time. That's actually a huge problem for Smile. Because now Vor, it's their win and they're capping A at the same time. Well, they might reset the Atago. I don't think they're expecting the Fantask to have just sailed across the entire map just to secure this.
Yeah, they need to... now all Vor has to do is hold.
Triple cap! Triple cap! Oh man, triple cap with a health advantage. This is rough for Smile. This is really rough for Smile. Most of the Vor players are actually just reversing, disengaging. They know that all they need to do is not die, and this is basically in the bag.
Yeah, the problem is they can't let Smile retake the caps until they actually pass their score. So they have to hold it for a little bit. Just a tiny bit. I kind of want to see the Atago YOLO the Kutuzov up on A.
Kutuzov AP is out on the Atago. He gets some decent chunk damage in on him. He's forced to smoke though. He doesn't really want to take this fight. And Atago just drops torps, and of course with that heal, he will outlast the Kutuzov.
Man, this is so close. What is Smile's play here? Can they really push C with their ships? The Edinburgh radar, the Vladimir, they're all set up.
They're trying. Cossack tries. He's radared, and the focus fire is out. Oh, they miss most of it. He actually manages to evade most of it, but they are forced out of sea.
Edinburgh? Oh, God. I think they need to get this low Yang HP into action. He's full health, right? He can smoke and Hydro on the cap and contest it.
The Kutuzov is trying to trade with the Atago, but honestly, this is not going well. Because even if he trades unfairly, that Atago heal is going to keep him so topped up. The DD is chiming in, but I don't think they still don't know the Fantask is here. I think that's really the real issue.
The problem is they need to be on the cap. They can't
Oh,
afford
Baltimore
to be trying
AP chimes in. He actually goes for the shot with 6,000 health. That's very risky. I think the Fantastic is going to open up on him now. Yeah, the Fantastic dropped torps, and there's no way he's not going to open up. They all focus him. He goes down. 940 points for Vor now. Smile have it all to do. 23 seconds. They need to step on the caps. They need to step on C and A at the same time to extend the time, but I'm not sure they can.
Well, even then, they still need, like, what are they going to do about B? The points are going to tick.
Well, stepping on the caps gives them time. Then they need to convert a kill. Some really good torps coming in. Cossack and Comic both dodge them. They have bought them a bit of extra time. Isdef will step onto A, which will give them a few extra seconds. But what can they do with 13 seconds remaining?
Yeah.
War is just kiting away. War is turning their ships around. They're all bailing. They know this is in the bag. And Smile, even though they caught onto this War tactic quite early, they simply could not stop it. They had no answer for it. Oh man, that is rough indeed. And that means the first game goes to Vor in honestly convincing fashion. Let's send it off to the studio.
Thank you, Flamu and Kirinichiban, and what a great start off to this tournament. Wow, that was a very interesting match, and I think we have a lot to talk about. So let's bring in our guests for the analysis. So you already know StatsBlock, but we also have C-Raptor and Dobbymate here. Welcome, guys, and let's, just for those who don't know you, let's do a little bit of an introduction round. Let's kick off with Dobby.
Yeah, g'day mate, how you going? Hey, hope everyone's doing well on this fine morning, maybe evening, might be early morning like my time. Yeah, my name's Dobby, mate. Been a World of Warships streamer for almost a year. A CEC for about 7 months. I play predominantly on the Asian server. You can find me on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, you name it. I'm really excited to be here, and what a fantastic start representing the Asian teams by Vor. They look very, not too dissimilar from some of their King of the Seas, I guess, tactics. Over to you, C-Raptor.
Good day, everybody, or good morning, whatever part of the world you're in. I've been doing the CC gig for about 2.5 years now as a community contributor. I got my start on Twitch a little over 3 years ago, doing just this competitive World of Warships casting for the old Warship Supremacy League back here on NA many moons ago. Transitioned over and have been doing a King of the Sea ever since. Started with King of the Sea 5. And have just kept doing that. So yeah, it's been good. You guys have been kind enough to invite me to participate in the cast today and yesterday, and it's been a blast. I've been enjoying it.
Can we talk about the match?
Yes, please.
We like the three of us. Obviously, we can see each other while we're not on camera, and we were looking at each other, going, "Oh my god, that was so close." That game was excellent, absolutely excellent. Yeah. So surprisingly to me, Vor were the more aggressive of the two, pushing down that flank on the two cap side and forcing Smile to spread out to try and stop that flank. But then Smile just say, "Hey, if you want to come into our cap, you go ahead." I forget which destroyer it was that went. That was the Orkan, wasn't it? It pushed
Orkan,
a little bit too,
Orkan.
So it was a little bit too far, and they had a couple of destroyers there. Smile had a couple of destroyers just to do the spotting. As soon as it popped up, bang! You're going to get focused. And most of the match was fought over that the two cap side of the match. Dobby, what did you think?
Yeah, I initially thought maybe the loss of that Orkan or Smile pretty much just farmed it down. I thought there was really good map control in that Charlie cap. I think it was by the Tarabi, and also the Cossack was dropping torps back in to push them out of Charlie. So the Orkan was basically reversing the cap. And I thought he might have it there for a second, and then I think maybe the Eddie might have dropped the radar, and he was spotted, and then it was just focus fired. But I think for me, I originally thought that was the demise of Vor. I thought that might have been GG, and then Smile might have just capped it out and pushed them back to torps once they had lost that visibility in the center. But then something interesting happened over on the A cap where those Lennons run into each other, and it basically left the Otago B on the right-hand flank along that one line and open cap straight into Alpha, which all he needed to do was grab himself one DD, which the Fantastic come across as well, drop some torps at the same time to keep the rest of Smile out of that cap. And from that point, I thought, oh, here we go. The game's on now. The game is on. What about you, C-Raptor?
No, I loved it. I loved Vor's strategy from the very beginning. Right? When you look at their opening deployment, first of all, they came to the match with 4 destroyers versus 3 for Smile. So that gives them a small advantage there. And then they shoved 7 ships on the BC side. It was very obvious that that was going to be their play. The intention, of course, being we're going to grab these 2 caps and then use our destroyers out front to screen and push you back and make sure that you can't get back in here, lock it down once we own it. The Smile ought to go in the corner, had to go, right? Because he was kind of denying that strategy. Once they focused him out, they kind of turned and were able to execute it. It cost them the Orkan, but they got there. But then the other side of the map opened up, just like you're saying. The Lenins basically removed each other from the equation. And by then they were already redeploying the Fantastic. The Yatago came in, and suddenly you turn around and they own the entire board. And Smile, of course, kind of on the back foot for a little bit, trying to react to what they were doing, never really got up off the mat again.
Yeah, I think there was an interesting
play.
Sorry, mate, Stats, go ahead. I was just going to say there was a Baltimore.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say that the Baltimore at the rear from Smile, that's kind of what he was kept out of the game for a fair bit. So he couldn't really drop any radars or anything. I think he was on maybe 3,000 HP for the duration, if not the majority. That was the real thing that kind of changed that side. That alpha cap for me was basically, even just with the Targo's Hydro, enough to be able to see any torpedoes coming in from any enemy DDs. That cap was pretty much locked down.
There was another interesting play, which was Smile was holding the A cap, and then War pushed their Lenin down into the cap to try and flip it behind the island. And Smile just said, "No, you're not going to do that," and they pushed their Lenin through and just rammed and just traded the ships, which makes sense because it's not any advantage to anyone because they were both on even ships. But then that left Smile with the cap, but of course it didn't stop War pushing in there later and taking it.
To me, the hero of that match for Vor is Dark Temple's Vladivostok. Just every time he pulled the trigger, it seemed like he was slapping somebody. Both of the cruisers, both Smile cruisers, the Baltimore and the Edinburgh on that half of the match took big hits. He put a huge salvo into the Lenin at one point. He changed the face of that game just by his positioning and his ability to make big hits and force the other team to turn away and react. And it was just well played.
Should we talk about what's coming up next? Because they're just readying up in the next map, which is going to be Islands of Ice. So this is it's a slightly different map. I think Greece is unique because it has that chain of islands that goes literally all the way across the middle of the map. And really separates the two halves. And it's quite dangerous to push through, especially on the west-hand side of Greece. Whereas Islands of Ice, far more open. There's lots of channels that go north and south. So I don't know, Dobby, do you want to talk about maybe how the teams might play differently on this map?
Yeah, I think we saw it yesterday where the real decisive factors along that 7 line between the Bravo and Charlie cap, or where the Bravo and Charlie cap would normally be in a regular domination game anyways. And it pretty much pushes the Bravo and Charlie, I guess, in the north and the south as the main points. I think we saw yesterday, I think maybe we might have seen this map twice, but we saw the teams basically push straight through that line where one team went heavy on the single cap and then used that flank maneuver to pull themselves around into the Charlie cap, which actually didn't work out to their favour. So it'll be interesting to see what Vor does here. I mean, this is one of those ones where I said yesterday, I both love and I hate this map because it can go either way. Once you come around that corner on that 7 line, and even if you've got a good a radar cruiser there ready to drop that radar, it doesn't matter because something might be behind that you haven't seen, or they might be able to flank around from that Bravo cap. What do you think, C-Raptor?
No, I definitely think the play is going to be along the 7-8 line, the Bravo Charlie cap corridor. What we just saw out of War was essentially a strategic acknowledgement that the two closer caps are easier to support from each other, and that's the way to tackle that particular strategic problem. And I think you're going to see a very similar split. It wouldn't shock me to see them do another 7-2 split, send a couple of ships over to A to delay and harass and maybe get lucky and steal the cap. They managed to do it here on Greece, but I think you're going to see a very similar play. It wouldn't even surprise me to see almost the same lineup go right back into Islands of Ice because, hey, it worked once. Why not roll the dice again and see what you can come up with?
I think one of the things that's interesting on this map is that although the mini-map looks pretty much symmetrical, actually when you're playing in the game itself, those islands aren't all the same, especially the one that's next to the mid-cap on the west side. The north approach is a lot safer than the south approach. And so you'll tend to see the team that spawns on the north side try to back into the cap. And we saw this yesterday, the destroyer tends to back into the cap, or a cruiser will tend to nose into the cap by that island on the north side, whereas the south team, because that approach is a bit more dangerous from the south side, simply because of the shape of the island. They tend to go wide up the 1-2 line instead. And that's certainly what we saw yesterday. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they approach that and whether they are going to try and sneak in from the north there and try and get a reverse cap, which tends to end up being, you reverse in, you get radared, you kite away, you go back, you reverse in, and you keep doing that until your team manages to kill a ship, make an opening, get rid of a radar, something like that, to give you the advantage to actually take the cap. And if you are that player, you need to have nerves of steel to be able to sit there and dodge and take that abuse. So I'm going to be watching the west side of the map.
Smile is the alpha spawn in this game.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, I think last time
Yes.
the team that spawned on Bravo made their way into the cap slightly faster. I mean, obviously, it really depends on what ships and what speeds they have and what they choose of who's going to capture it straight away. But I'll be interested to see if they're going to go for a hard push on that solo cap on the 2 line or if they're going to go push straight through the 7. But I honestly think this game's going to be decided in the 7 line.
We saw yesterday as well. There was, I think it was an Edinburgh. I forget the team. It was an Edinburgh sitting in the middle of the islands, like right in the middle of the map. And as the North team pushed all the way down the 7-8 line, that Edinburgh just got trapped and couldn't escape. Tried to hug in as much as possible and eventually got deleted by being cross-shot.
I think it was
so it'd be interesting to see if any of the teams
Ye-Boys Rick ship.
Yeah, it was correct.
Yes. So it'd be interesting to see if any of the teams tried to put a cruiser there again. I suspect not after yesterday's experience.
I don't think so, because what happened to that your boy Edinburgh in the middle of the map, right? He was kind of bow on with Yoshi's Edinburgh at the island across from him. They were trading shots. He reversed back far enough that the Lenin up on the B cap, way over on like the 8 line, got at least one good salvo into him, right? So that cross shot came in and made a big difference in that engagement. I don't think you'll see them try that.
Yeah, I think you touched on a really good point, is that it's whichever team can get themselves to an area where they can get a little bit of envelope fire onto that alpha cap, that'll decide it. The game will be decided if someone pushes through along that 7 line or whoever has that alpha cap on the left-hand side. But yeah, I think maybe slightly, in my opinion, the Bravo cap might be in a slight, or the Bravo side might be in a slight advantage, purely because the island's slightly larger on the left-hand side of the alpha cap. But we'll have to see how they use that to their advantage.
Okay, so teams are ready. Shall we do some predictions? So given that Smile's on the north side, which, yes, I would agree is slightly more difficult, I'm going to give this one to Vor. Dobby?
Asia through and through, mate, all the way.
I gotta go with Vor on this one. They looked so good last game. I mean, last game was an excellent game, but I loved their strategic approach, the way they came to the game with a really well crafted plan, the way they executed it on the ground. Or on the sea, as it were. I gotta go with Vor again.
So you're leaving me with the final choice here, and I'm gonna say I think there is a team of very angry Russians who want to get back into this match, and this is why I think Smile is going to be able to claw their way back into this match, and hopefully we'll see a third one. Chat, don't forget, you still have a chance to also give us your predictions for who's going to be winning this tournament, second place and third place, and get your hands on some FTW camouflages if you got it right. So we will be spamming this link in chat, and with this, we'll be handing over to Flabo and Kirin Ichiban because the game is ready to go. So enjoy it and have fun.
And we are live with our second game. First game going quite convincingly to Vor, but this one is Smile's map pick. So we'll see what they can pull out on this one. And seeing as they're bringing 3 Kievs and a Kid, they have a lot of firepower going for them. Worth noting though is that they did ban Akizuki. Normally Akizuki isn't really a banned ship, but Smile explicitly banned that ship for this match.
I think they probably know that the Asian teams like to run that kind of high DPM smoke platform. So, yeah, it makes sense to ban it out here. And I think from the ban from Vor, they banned Chapayev. Makes a lot of sense because if you're going to run 4 DDs, a 12-kilometer radar with good ballistics is the worst thing that you can face.
Yeah, a lot of teams have. It's in fact, I looked through it yesterday. The most banned ship was the Chapayev. That 12 km stealth radar, just too oppressive for teams to deal with. So pretty much most of them opting to ban that ship away to not have to deal with that threat.
Yeah, actually, take a look at Smile's deployment. It looks like we might have a reverse kind of the game we watched last time. The 3 Kievs are going to play super aggressive and try to catch out the ships on B. And
It's
take the home
Wolfpack.
cap from take the home cap from Vor.
It's classic
think on-
Wolfpack. Oh.
Yeah. Why would you use Kiev instead of the French one?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. They probably have a reason for it besides just being besides just being a Russian team and running Russian ships. I'm sure they have thought through it a bit more than that. I would expect the speed would help them a fair bit if they're trying to catch someone off guard, but maybe they have something else in mind because they're actually not turning in steeply towards the cap. They're actually going wide here. You see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They have something planned. Maybe the idea is to get behind the island or get the flank and then use the Edinburgh radar later on to catch any ship off guard. Because they do have an Edinburgh pushing in behind them, and in these games, if you see an Edinburgh, it's pretty much going to be radar 9 out of 10 times.
Mm-hmm. I think the problem for Vor, especially on this map. So on the last map, we saw the rotation from Smile was really quick, right? But Islands of Ice is a much larger map than Greece.
Indeed.
So for any ships to come back to help this Kiev and Otago on B, it's going to take basically forever. So if they can actually get the jump on them with these 3 Kievs, it's going to be extremely hard for Vor to recover, especially if they lose ships.
They are sending significantly more. It's oftentimes maps tend to be mirrored, but here it's very clear that this is the strong side for Smile with 6 ships, whereas on the other hand, the other side is the strong side for Vor with 6 ships. So it's a classic strong side facing the weak side, and it's basically who can steamroll, who can win their side faster that's going to decide this one.
Yeah. I think the problem is, like, for Vor, even if you cap A, you don't really want to push through, because unless you're getting kills, there's nothing behind the A cap that you can grab. Meanwhile,
spotted. Kiev gets spotted, chunked hard by the Otago. Oh, that hurt. That was 5k gone in one single volley. That DD dispersion on those HE shells is very scary to deal with. Ferry is laying down the smoke, and this might be the main reason why they chose this over the Terrible speed, and that is just the ability to sit in these smokes and just farm. They're using Ferry as a spotter, while the two DDs behind are just laying down fire, forcing back this Otago.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the problem that I think they're doing damage to the Otago, which is good, but at the same time, it's damage to an Otago, so it doesn't mean as much as if they were hitting Super JF.
It's HE damage on a ship that is known for its healing and its sustain, so...
Oh, look at these torps on Medusko.
Oh, he's gonna eat one. He's gonna catch one on the nose. He sees it too late. Wow, that's half his HP gone. They've already done such a good job of blunting this attack. The early volley on Esdeath and now the torpedo on Medusko. They're forcing out heals and they're already taking them down and just slowing down this push. Meanwhile, they have gotten their own ships into position, and with the Loyang and Orkan pushing into A, I don't really see what Smile can do about it. One Edinburgh radar will delay them, but that's pretty much it.
I think they won't even be able to get the delay here. He's going to be so tucked behind this island that he should be unhittable for these 3 ships. The problem, I think, right now, look at Uruha Rushia's position. If he actually takes that risky angle behind the island, he's going to pop up right in front of the Otago, the Lenin, and the DNO Gaming's Edinburgh. It looks like he's actually going to turn out here, which is very smart.
He was looking for some sort of angle there. The Kievs, look at the Kievs, the angle they're taking. They're really trying to just get around, get a full circle on this entire B cap and leave them basically no escape and force them away from the objective as soon as possible. A does flip, not surprisingly, so Vor takes the cap advantage.
I think they're starting to pick up on what's going on here. We see the Fantastic and the Orkan starting to book it straight back to the cap.
Oh, even the Vladivostok is turning around. They're basically pulling all the resources back. They're trying to defend B. But as you mentioned earlier, this is a very large map.
Look at Rusia versus he just popped up directly in front of John Sheridan's Amagi at 9 kilometers.
Oh god. But he's undetected yet. Oh, but not anymore. He reversed too far. Now he's spotted. Oh, that's gonna be problems. The AP is out. He angles, only pens, no sits. And for Edinburgh, that is not the end of the world. He can recover that health quite easily, and because he does not shoot, he's able to go dark right after that. So, not the end of the world.
So now Vor has full information of what's going on. They see all 3 Kievs, and the Otago is actually getting pushed away quite hard now. He has to get away so he can use some of his heals.
And that means also Uruha used his radar, and they will be aware of this. I'd be surprised if they don't try to park one of the ships on the camp right after this. I think DNO is actually reversing for the camp with that radar at Edinburgh.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a curious choice because the radar Edinburgh getting that close to the Lenin, even if you know the radar is down, it's kind of sketchy.
Indeed. Meduska gets chunked by the Atago, the guy who ate the torpedo earlier. He's having a hard time here, and well, they're just trading openly with these Kievs. And while the Kievs can be hard to hit, when they do eat hits, it does hurt because of that low HP pool. They're trading really good on Super JF because they're all focus firing him though. So he's actually in some serious trouble and forced to disengage. Meanwhile, the Edinburgh is just about to touch the cap. On the other flank, Smile, they haven't actually pulled back any of their ships, and they have managed to maintain a health advantage. They're basically all full HP here, so Smile might be looking to push into A now that basically all the reinforcements have left.
Yeah, I think the thing Smile has to be careful of here is just overextending a little bit. If they push onto A into the Loyang Hydro, it is going to cost them dearly because basically that DD, the kid, would be stuck on the other side of the rock and permanently spotted with an Atago potentially farming him.
Ruha is trying to contest, but they're just shooting him. That's the thing. The Kievs do have a fair bit of sustain with that heal, and with the ability of one of them to smoke them up whenever needed. Very able to smoke up the rest of the team. This Wolfpack can be quite nasty to deal with.
Yeah, I really don't like... I think the Kiev's trading in the open here against the Edinburgh.
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah, that AP hurts. Oh, Lenin AP is out as well. Fairy, of course, running that smoke. He really doesn't want to be eating these shells. And he's down to 14k.
Yeah. I mean, look, the problem too is that they've been ticking on 2 caps for a while now, so it's 660 to 531, and the Kievs are slowly but surely losing health. Uruha is getting really low now, 10k on the Edinburgh from Vor.
Indeed, Atago is chiming in with
John Sheridan AP out from across the map.
Oh, it is. Is it going to catch him off guard? I think it might. He slows down enough to juke it. He's down to 7,000 health with no heal ticking. Can they finish him off? I don't think so. He has managed to disengage far enough.
Yeah, and actually, I like the Yanaya's. I think Vor has actually recognized what's happening here. They see the smoke, they see John Sheridan pulling back, and the Loyang's actually going to pull off the cap. So there's no way that a Smile can pick him up. But they pop the radar, but they catch him for a brief second. It's not going to be enough to get him killed.
They catch him running away. Look at the torpedoes from the Ataga, though. He reads them like a book. He knows the kid wants to go in for the cap, so he actually aims the torps right at the island. So when they come around the island, the kid potentially could have gone right in front of the torps. However, Dead Kamik is just a bit faster and will not be eating any of those.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see, I think a Dark Temple might just push in and ram Dexim here. Actually, no, John Sheridan's covering that, so it would be...
There's a radar. Uruhas came back. He's radared Smile trying to contest this B cap, and they will get reset, I think. If he can reach the range, he is within range. And the Kiev Fairy is trying to juke. He's trying to secure this cap for the team, but I think the resets will come in. Oh, it's so close. They need one hit. They need one reset. They can't get it. He's juking. Oh, that was actually fantastic by Fairy. That was actually fantastic juking by Fairy. Very, very risky, but that means that they do get the cap, and taking it back is going to be far, far more difficult than defending it.
Yeah. They don't have... Orkin doesn't have smoke, right? Should probably know this.
No, it's a radar heal.
Yeah, so how do they take this back, actually? Do they just run at them and try to kill them? That's suicide.
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what their plan is, but it's going to be difficult. I mean, they've done good chip damage on these Kievs, but they are still healthy enough to be openly gunboating all the time, so it's going to be hard. And now Super JF is just losing health. He's trading with so many at the same time. Oh, Edinburgh peeks out. He's full broadside to there, Edinburgh. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That crossfire is gonna kill him. He's gonna go down. He's not aware of the crossfire he's pushing into.
Take a look at Rushia. Rushia is gonna remove John Sheridan from the map right now.
Yeah,
not Rushia.
Rooster. Yeah, he's Yolang. I'm looking at both of them. The Edinburgh is kiting away. He somehow survives with just 1.4k health. And here comes the Rooster YOLO at the same time. Oh, he's got the heal ticking. The Edinburgh will probably live. John Sheridan is caught nose in. The worst situation. That torpedo belt is very, very strong though, so Black Rooster has to land a lot of torpedoes. He does get taken down, but he launches all 10 torpedoes, and that should be enough to take out the Amagi. They trade DD for Battleship. Meanwhile, the Vladivostok is pushing in against Dexim. Oh, Dexim really doesn't want to get rammed here, but I'm not sure how they can really prevent this.
Yeah, oh man.
Maybe he just goes for the ram, honestly, and then the kid can go secure the cap afterwards.
Yeah, he could do that actually.
Yeah, I think he's actually willing to go for it. He's just stopping.
No, he's gonna wait for the kid torpedoes, and then that'll. Oh, he beached.
Dark Temple beached. Oh, that might actually be a really big problem because it slows him down enough to eat all 3 torpedoes. Well, 3 out of the 5. It's not going to be enough to kill him, but now he's forced to go for the ram. And Dexim probably recognizes this. He's in full reverse. Oh, Dark Temple needs to secure this ram, otherwise this will be a big, big misplay. Surely he will go for it.
Yeah. I mean, he has to get the acceleration, but he's actually going to get so much damage on Dead Kamek because he's not dead.
No, but Dead Kamek has the smoke. If he just backs out of smoke range.
Right?
No? What do they have spotting him? The firing penalty is very, very low on the kid. Oh, Dexim decides... Oh, is Dexim gonna go for it? Oh, they're both hesitating with what they really want to be doing here. Meanwhile, the Fantask has actually managed... Huangle has managed to secure B back for Vor. So it's a 766 to 754. He's being chunked for it. Dark Temple is going down. Huangle is under a lot of pressure. I think he's going to get behind the island, and he will be getting away with this. The Edinburgh is going back for the contest. Meanwhile, Dark Temple is still reversing away from these torpedoes. They still haven't secured the kill.
Did he pop his heal already? Oh, is Dead Kamek going to eat these torps?
I think Zidrin will pick him up unless he accelerates and goes for the ram now. There's the AP. The AP is out. Zidrin has the angle. Dark Temple, he really needs to pick up this ram, but Dexim is reversing again. They're playing cat and mouse around this island. And Dark Temple tries to shoot, but he doesn't really get any shots off. And if Dark Temple dies, Smile has a really, really good chance of equalizing this series. Torps are out on Dead Kamek.
Oh, he heals off. He gets his heal off.
But he's not going to get the ram. There's no way. He's behind the island. Dexim is behind the island. So the kid is just going to sit there farming him, but it's going to take so very long to farm down the Vladivostok. Meanwhile, they actually take down the Edinburgh. The Orkan takes him down. Kiev is running. Both of the Kievs are in trouble. They are trying to contest. Meanwhile,
are so low.
Look at Huangle. He's actually going to sneak past them and go cap C behind them. That's War's key.
He's gonna run into SDeath. They see this. The RPF is telling them that he's doing this. And SDeath has got a 5k HP advantage on him in the Kiev.
Oh, if he manages to get this kill, that would be huge. But you gotta remember, 5k health doesn't actually mean that much against the Fantask, because that French damage saturation means that he has a lot more health than it seems.
Shots on Rushi, I think?
Yeah, look at the torpedoes! Look at the torpedoes! The Lenin, he's gonna eat them! Oh, he's angling in to juke it? That means they see him, they get the ambush. Huangle gets the ambush on SDeath. He's popped his reload booster, he's down to 7k, 3k and 5. He's forced to... Oh, he barely lives. He's forced to damage...
They catch Ferry with Russia's radar, and he's down to 1.6k now.
870 to 793. The Vladivostok is still alive. That's a huge problem. Smile really needs to pick up this Vladivostok, but they can't. They're struggling to pick him up. He's just tucked in behind this island. Oh, this is a problem. The Edinburgh is finally getting some shots in. Oh, don't get rammed now, Dexim. That would be the end of the world.
No, he's gonna get the kill here.
Theory goes down. No! I don't believe it! The Lenin weakness of showing too much nose gets him punished. Citadel straight through that angled nose. And that's a huge play by Dark Temple. He manages to get the trade. They kill the Fantask. Isdef is gonna go down. Zidrin does pick up the kill. And the kid picks up the Vladivostok. We're down to 800 to 800. Oh, with that trade though, 740 to 840.
He's under pressure. Meduska's probably going to chase him down here, right? He has to. Otherwise they lose.
They need to pick up that kill. It's 5 minutes 30 remaining. The Kiev is chasing down Super JF, but I think JF is just going to run away. And at this range, the Ataga needs to land some absolutely god tier shots to pick him up. And he's juking. His acceleration juking is turning left, right, and center. And he dodges all the shots. This means Vor has a chance to take this 2-0. Smile's chances of a win are evaporating. They will secure B, or sorry, they will secure A with the kid. But what can the kid do about the Ataga just charging him down? Not a whole lot.
Oh god. Edinburgh is so out of position too. Zidrin is like sailing off into the middle of nowhere, and if the Lenin and the Orkan corner these two ships,
look what the War is doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They're boxing them in the corner. They know that if they pick up these kills, it doesn't matter. They're actually gambling fully on this. They know they're gonna lose in 2 minutes 12, but they're sending their entire team down to pick up these 2 kills because they know that picking up those kills will win them the match. So they're gambling on it.
Dead Kamek gets spotted by the plane. The Atago plane spots him, so he can't ambush the Atago anymore.
Uh-oh. He's only got one set of torpedoes. Is he going for the AP shots?
I'm not sure. He has to outplay this Atago, because if he touches A, they lose. He must get this...
Oh, that's not a good opener. He tries to juke the shot, but he hits a full volley. At this range, Targo Dispersion is so damn filthy. And then Kamek, he does pop the heal, but he's gonna be down to 8k. Meanwhile, Medusko, he was the one with the heal, not the smoke. So VCG Rider, he's literally parked himself in the corner. He just wants to buy as much time as possible, but 1 minute 30 seconds is a very long time when a Lenin is charging you down in a cruiser. Oh, they are in trouble here. They are in huge trouble.
Oh god, and Super JF actually still has heals left, so he's gone from 2k to 6k.
And he's joining them. He's joining them in the hunt. The only one who's not joining them is Uruha, and he realizes the only way they can lose this if he dies. So look where he's parked himself, between two islands, just cutting off this escape and making sure he cannot be ambushed from anywhere. This is such smart play from Vor.
Yeah, and actually Vor's touched A, so that's a win.
That's a win for them already.
Kill.
Smile really needs a kill, and how are they gonna pick up a kill here? VCG Rider has basically gone AFK. This is like waiting for Vermont reload. He's given up on any hopes, and oh, Medusko is spotted, and here comes the focus fire. Vor, they are executing this perfectly. They're squeezing out every point from the map they can. Datago, he is just sitting on the cap. He gets reset, but what does he care? And they turn it into a win. And Vor take down Smile, the CIS winner. 2-0 in two very, very convincing games. Holy crap. Let's send it off to the studio.
What a fantastic match. Wow, War takes it off of Smile and goes to the next stage with a 2-0 win here, because this was a series of best of 3. Congratulations to War. Very well played, and I'm sure that Dobby is going to be very proud of War's performance. So Dobby, you get to open this up.
Yeah, mate. Well, look, that was a fantastic game. I mean, that went out to the wire there. I mean, it could have gone anyone's way. I think probably the last 3 minutes was heavily in favour of Vor, especially with the push of that Kiev and the Otago that were in the back right-hand corner along that 10 line. That kind of sealed them out of the game. There was a couple of really, really decisive points in the game. But again, both teams played their cards quite well, and it just come down to who could accrue the points most and could lock everyone out of the cap. So congrats to the Otago that was in the Alpha cap at the end there. Fantastic play. That really that won out the game. But yeah, a few really, really good points there about that Vlad versus the Lenin in the middle. How awesome was that? Was he going to push? Got stuck against the island. I mean, we would talk to each other because we couldn't hold our breath for too long in the background here. But it was a great game. So fair play to Smile, fair play to Vor. But congrats to Vor. Over to you, Stats. What do you reckon?
I mean, that game was pretty much the last game, but in reverse, right? So Smile doing the push on the double cap side, and then it being Vor that had to react to it. So it's very interesting to see it the other way around. I think, yeah, at the end there, that the poor kid, having to run around the island with the Attigo and try and guess, because the Attigo had the plane up, and the kid's AA was going, so he was definitely spotted. So the kid was having to sit there and wait for this cruiser. Like, is he going to come straight around the corner? Is he going to turn slightly away? But the kid knows the cruiser's got to go for the cap. So I'm just going to sit here and try and wait. HE volley goes in. Did it disable the torp tubes temporarily? Maybe. But he got the torps off. They missed. But the Attico still got into the cap and into the smoke. And kid tried to get off a little volley in there, but ultimately cruises in the cap. Meanwhile, bottom corner, Smile basically trying to run away into the next map because that's where they had to go. And just simply running out of map, and had the map been bigger, maybe they would have won, because all they had to do was run away. Yeah, very, very exciting. We were talking to each other. C-Raptor, what do you think?
Just a ton of fun to watch this game. I see now, having watched the last King of the Sea, now this tournament, I see now why you guys love watching the CIS server clashes, because they love to fight. They know how to fight. Stats, you echo my thoughts when you say this was kind of like the last match in reverse, right? This time, Smile comes out of the gate with a very aggressive split, pushing heavily that Kiev train down the 7-8 line. And I really what I loved about the Kiev was they had mixed it up, right? They had one guy in the van who was a smoke Kiev, which you wouldn't expect. And the two behind him were heal Kiev, so they could try to get those guys in a little closer. What impressed me most, right? If you go back and you watch game one, once Smile was kind of figuring out what Vor was doing with their heavy push on that side of the map, they started to rotate a ship back. But all they pulled back was the Baltimore. The Baltimore had kind of deployed over to A. They pulled their radar cruiser back over towards C on Greece. In this game, Vor realized at almost the exact same point, about 3.5 minutes into the game, they realized what was happening to them, and they redeployed. The Orcon and the Edinburgh were already moving in that direction, and eventually they also brought back the Fantask as well. So eventually what went to a 6-3 split, Vor's split went very heavy A and very light C. They literally adapted within minutes and swapped it back and were able to really make a good fight of it at C. And, the cap flipped a couple of times. They got some key kills. And then the engagement at A just became incredibly entertaining to watch that all play out.
Can we talk about how the Vladdies were nose to nose again? So, because we were expecting, so the Vladdy who was lower on health, so the southern one, got stuck on the island, as we said, and we were like, okay, well, he's just going to get eventually farmed down. He's got to shift backwards and forwards because you've got torps coming from 2 angles. Eventually, one of those torps is going to hit. Eventually, the kid is going to burn him down or something. Superstructure maybe got saturated, as you said, Siraptor, during when we were talking, and but then suddenly, bang, the green Vladdy just disappears. What just happened? Because they were nose to nose. It must have been, unless he maybe gave slightly too much angle, but it didn't look like it. So I reckon there was just some lucky kind of
it was a Lenin
plating Citadel.
It was a Lenin, like the Vladdy played this.
Lenin, yeah, it was a Lenin.
He played it so cleverly because for both of these ships, showing too much broadside is a problem, but especially on the Lenin, if you just slightly show too much, the Lenin is a super tanky ship. You can also see this with the Vladdy, right? But as soon as you make a slight mistake, and this is, I think, where it might come in that it's on tier 8, it's not tier 10. There might be this kind of like slight, not disadvantage, but not being used to playing tier 8 as much as maybe tier 10 and making that small mistake. Because just remember, the Vladdy was on 1k HP. The only reason the Lenin pushed in is because Smile realized that we are running out of time. They saw what's happening on the other side of the map, right, with the sea cap. So they decided, okay, we need to flip this as soon as possible. And it already, up until this point, took them way too much time to get the cap, because what Zeraptor already explained was right that Vor was redeploying so many forces that Smile had this firepower sitting on A, but not really utilizing it, because the Edinburgh was not able to apply any damage. The kid, yeah, okay, he did his job, but the kid alone is not going to be able to take down a Vladivostok in a short amount of time, even though he landed the torpedoes very nicely, right? When I saw that Vladdy beat you, like, oh no, it's like the worst case scenario. He wanted to go for the ram, and suddenly he realizes, oh no, island, gets stuck, eats the torpedoes, and you think, oh, this is going to be an easy grab for Smile, right? They will have this cap. And I think that's what Smile also thought. It's like, hey, we're going to get the A cap, we're going to get the point pressure, and then Vor has to react, and they have to kind of split forces again. But that never happened. So, like, Dark Temple in his Vladivostok, definitely for me at least, the MVP, kind of, because he cost Smile so much time. And in these battles, time is like one of the most important resources, right? So very well played to Vor, and in general, I personally feel like Vor made better trades. They really landed the damage when it was necessary to do so. They got early torpedo hits already on the Kievs. They got even good just focus fire on the first Kiev. Kind of like reducing the amount of ballsiness the Smile Kievs can actually bring up on that flank. I mean, they did a lot of gunboating, but towards the end, that's exactly what happened. The HP ran out. They couldn't take the fights in one-on-one situations as well. And just well played to Vor. I'm very, very, very hyped about this. Both of these matches have been so close, so fun. So I
great games.
I think it was a really good series. Yeah.
And we didn't even talk about the Lo Yang charge on the Amagi in the middle of the map.
Oh, yeah. That was what got us started talking, actually.
Yes.
I was like, I better say something just in case those two haven't noticed what's about to happen. Like, watch the Lo Yang.
I looked at the mini map and I thought, oh, it's coming, here it comes. I have to watch this. And in stats in my ear goes, watch the Lo Yang. I was like, yes.
Those charges so often go wrong, especially when the players are full of adrenaline and they're like, I'm gonna do it, and they get called to go and do it. And so many things can go wrong. Just the RNG on that initial volley, you can knock out torp tubes and kill you straight outright. Especially if you're charging a Russian ship. And it kind of they traded. So it kind of worked out as best as it could, I think.
Yeah, there was also another decisive point there. I think it was the Eddie from Vor pushed out a little bit too far, and those two Kievs opened up, and it made him retreat around that island, around that middle centralized cap. And I think maybe the thing that was the undoing for, I think it might have been the the Amagi from Smile that was kind of hidden behind that island, the one that the Loyang took out. He opened up, ended up killing out the Eddie, but it gave the Loyang that opportunity to move around the corner and drop those torps.
Yes.
Well, what's up next, gentlemen?
So next up, we will have the EU versus NA match of 07, the Devastating Strike Team versus the Total Garbage Alliance, aka Ban CV. The match is going to start in roughly 15 minutes, so the teams still have a little bit of time to prepare. If we take a look at the maps, we have a Warrior's Path, Sleeping Giant, and as the third potential map, North. So I'm happy to see also like different maps compared to what we've seen right now. And these teams, they know each other. They they have met before in King of the Sea. And in terms of ship bans, not a surprise. We see the Chapayev and we see the Loyang being banned. I think this is the first time, at least when we had the broadcast here, that we see the Loyang being the pick as a banned ship. What do you think about this, C-Raptor?
I think it's an acknowledgement of the map pool that you're looking at, right? I mean, look at Warrior's Path and look at Sleeping Giant. You've both on each of those maps, you've got large caps on the left flank, on the west flank, with a big island in the middle. If you want to own that cap, what do? Drop a Loyang in there. And good luck shoving that cap for, how long does that hydro last? 90 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever. So, I mean, to me, I think that's a reaction to the map picks there. On North, potentially less useful there. But for those two maps, I think taking Loyang off the board is absolutely an excellent choice, especially if you want to make a play for either of those cap circles.
To expand on that slightly, so what is important to remember is that when you push into, especially on Sleeping Giant, when you push into that enclosed cap on the west side that's got the islands going all the way around it with the two little entrances, if you are the team that pushes in, you have to move onto the enemy's side of that cap. So if you're coming from the south side, for example, you push in through the gap, you have to go to the north side of the cap because otherwise you're open to shots from across the map. And so you have to duck right up against the other end of the cap. And so what that means is if you've got let's say an Orkan or a Chapayev or something with a radar sitting above the cap, yes, you can radar the cap and you can do it for a few seconds. But you know where the ships are going to be. They're definitely going to be bang up against that rock. And so it's way, way better to take a hydro because you know that it's got the distance, but it has, significantly more time on it. And you can just sit there in your Loyang and you can just keep them spotted. And you've still got the mobility and all the strengths that a Loyang brings to it as well, that a cruiser doesn't have. So, like C-Raptor says, that totally makes sense to me as a pick given the maps that they have picked. Yes, totally agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you see as a replacement to the Loyang probably a bit of Akazuki in the middle here, potentially. But I think especially with Sleeping Giant, we're going to see exactly what we saw yesterday is heavy focus on those French destroyers, the ones that are able to move in and out of the cap. Probably going to see a fair bit from the Chapievs are now being banned, so probably going to see the return of the Bolty or heavy utilization of the Eddies, as we saw yesterday. Hopefully no Belfast 43s pushing into that little A cap in Sleeping Giant and getting popped by Vlad halfway across the map, though.
It actually wouldn't surprise me to see Belfast 43 in this, certainly in the Sleeping Giant match, though, right? We saw how well that ship got used yesterday in the Sleeping Giant match, just lurking around the northern edge of that cap. He's got the hydro, he's got his little cheater getaway smoke, he's got radar. You can get a lot of spotting value on anything in that cap circle out of a single Belfast. So it wouldn't surprise me to see one or even both teams drag one of those along when we get to game 2.
What about Mountain Range? So Mountain Range, the first map is... that's a ban. Sorry, I do apologize. No, I forget what I was going to say.
Warrior's Path.
But Belfast... yes, it does work well around that cap. There was that one unfortunate one we saw yesterday that tried to sneak around on the inside edge. Do you remember? And yes. I think it was a Vladivostok over on the other side.
Yes.
Just went, no.
Yeah,
bang.
popped him like a balloon.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got to remember that yes, it's still, when it's in open water and it's not smoked up, it's still just a cruiser. But I've been enjoying playing that this week in random battles since it's been released. It's been a favorite of mine to play. It's certainly a very versatile cruiser. It brings all of the tools that you need for competitive, so it doesn't surprise me that it's been very popular. It does surprise me it's not been banned actually, because of the tools that it brings. But I guess it's more important for the teams to get rid of threat of the long range radar.
If you look back at the cruisers that have been banned so far in the event, right? You look at the ban list from all the matches that have been played. The only two cruisers that have, well, I lied. There's 3 cruisers that have ever been on that ban list. Chapayev is the most common. Edinburgh is on there a couple of times. And then, of course, we had that Tallinn ban yesterday in the last match, the Moldo 7 match, where they were taking all of the 12-kilometer radar off the board. Chapayev, of course, obvious, the long-range radar, the really good guns, all that, kind of the complete package. It's a very fragile ship, but in the hands of an experienced cruiser captain, and of course we have lots of those in this tournament, don't we? It's a deadly piece of equipment. Edinburgh, I think, of course, we know all about her ship now. You've got that little bit of stealth radar, a very, very narrow window where it can counter radar if it's spotted, and of course the ridiculous heal, the AP against destroyers, right? So I get all of that. I don't think you're going to see too many other cruisers beyond that kind of end up on the ban list, just because these battleship players know how to deal with just about every other cruiser at tier 8 that they're going to run across. They all citadel nicely to 16-inch guns.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty important to remember as well that if you remember looking back at BancV's games yesterday, they actually took in some unconventional ships. Kutuzov's, well, when I say unconventional, I mean not the meta of what we've seen so far. They kind of challenged. So I guess in the mindset of 07 is, well, what do we ban here? What do we vote to ban? What is going to be the best ship to contest the caps, or sorry, to counter the contest of the caps? And like you said, without a doubt, it has to be the Loyang pushback with those torpedoes, the adaptability, and also the Chapayev. It's a fantastic ship. You've got the radar, you've got the kite ability. Like you said, fragile, but yeah, it's a no-brainer to ban that.
Mm-hmm. Changing the topic very slightly. So yesterday, you may remember I was speculating about why it is that the team that's tagged BanCV, which we're calling TGA, the Total Garbage Alliance, because it's an amalgamation of BanCV and Junk. They actually contacted me, sent me a lovely little message saying just a bit more information about what was going on there. And it seems like I guessed pretty much correctly. So they were joining forces just to try and get the best possible chance of getting a combined team into the championships, and then basically field a combined team rather than competing against each other. They all get on really well as players, so they decided, let's join forces. Let's give ourselves the best possible chance of entering, and then we can come up with the best possible team that EU can field, because Junk and BanCV both extremely good clans, and together, obviously, they can pick the cream of the crop. And just looking at some of the players that we've seen from that team, it is the combination of some of the best players on EU. So 07 are going to have their work cut out here, but 07 not exactly bad players either. So yeah, but I just wanted to let you know that they did contact me, and it's like, this is a bit more information about why we did that, which is why you're seeing a mixed team from some of the old Junk players who are currently tagged with BanCV.
Did they allude to the selective nature of who's going to play, and the more important question, if they win, who's going to get the dosh?
So let me just read Point's message. So he says, we did it mainly to guarantee a spot in the tournament for ourselves, because we were certain many clans would bring upwards of 2 teams to grind it out. So what we suspected ended up not being true, and we secured number 1 with our alpha rating and number 2 with our bravo rating, but still better safe than sorry. So we've mixed the team of the best players from both teams. TWA has the majority for obvious reasons, and the players were selected based on our preferred ship lineups. So basically, they're looking at the players they have, like, what are you good in? What are you good in? Let's bring the best that we possibly can, which makes total sense. Why would you not bring the best team you can?
It's a very sensible approach to how the whole thing, isn't it? Though
it must be terrifying.
He doesn't say how they're going to split the prizes, but
but it must be so terrifying if you also know that okay, Junk has been a team that has been part of the last King of the Sea seasons, and they've done a really good job as well. I mean, they've been in the finals as well. And then you have TWA, and they're kind of going like, you know what, we'll take, in those positions where we have somebody maybe not being like the where we have the feeling like he's the top player. He's a top player, but we can do slightly better with this pick, and just building your kind of dream team deck for the Verizon Warrior Championship. That's a bit terrifying to have that as kind of like an option for teams. But it obviously makes sense, right, that the teams definitely want to be in here and they want to bring the best possible setup to have the chance of winning the big prize pool. And Mr. Conway is waving at me. Do you want to jump in, Mr. Conway?
Yes, I feel like it's time for me to rejoin the fold. Hello, everyone. I hope you've been having a good time. I really wanted to remark as well. That's something I think that caused this very, very large amount of training battles that we see.
You mean this sheet?
Yes, because BANCV, of course, they put in the time. I mean, obviously, they played a lot of games during qualification to make double sure they're really at number one. But they also went back and, of course, practiced in the training room to make sure that they can be prepared.
If you want you to bring this up, so BANCV has the most battles in qualification stage and in training rooms. So they racked up 116 battles in the qualification as a clan and 33 training room matches. If you take a look at 07, they also definitely put in their time with 85 in the qualification stage, but we only see 4 training room battles. Now, we had this topic beforehand with Smile, having a similar kind of like very strong training room focus, with War not having any training room battles, but at the end, that didn't really, make that much of a difference, apparently, because War still had a very good plan. They knew exactly what they wanted to execute, and they just did it. So that doesn't necessarily, paint the picture of like, 07 didn't prepare, but they were at least not that active in the training rooms. So this is going to be very interesting to see. And I mean, these teams are very familiar with the maps we have here, right? There's nothing really big surprising in terms of like what kind of map they have to suddenly prepare for that they didn't play on before.
Yeah, I agree. But also, like, because I wasn't here for the post-game discussion, I was organizing things in the background, but that Lenin versus Lenin play, like
Vladi versus Lenin, yes.
Vladi versus Lenin, but everybody here just started screaming. It's like, what the actual hell just happened? It was really, really, really fun game to watch. You okay there?
I think he's still alive.
Just checking, It's 2020. People start coughing. We have to go like, ooh, is the US far enough away? Who knows? Should I move my camera to the other side of the screen?
Yeah, he was looking. He was looking a bit red yesterday as well. Seems to fix that up a bit.
And yet, which of us actually got sick, Mr. Conway?
Yes,
that
is
is true.
Yes.
Mr. Corona way, yeah.
Yes, I guess I've been there, I've done that. I can't recommend it. Stay safe.
I hope none of you is like going for like I want to have this. Yeah.
No.
But before we jump into the next set of matches, I just want to do a few shout outs before we kick off the next series. So first of all, Twitch drops. Just as a reminder, 75 minutes is the amount of time you have to watch if you want to get today's official channel exclusive Twitch drop, which is a Santa gift container and the Verizon flag that will be brought to you in game. If you have your account linked properly, you're watching here on the official channel, and then it's only about the amount of time, then it will get automatically credited to your account. So please make sure that your account is properly linked and you're watching on Twitch, not on YouTube or somewhere else. And then just keep in mind that we are here thanks to Verizon sponsoring this tournament and bringing this experience to you. So big shout out to them for doing this. I think it has been so far a very cool tournament, and I hope you guys like it as well. And before we head into the next series of matches, I also want to remind you that this tournament is also a donation drive for Wounded Warrior Project. So if you think that this organization is something you would like to support, we will drop the link in chat for you to contribute to the already $250,000 Verizon also donated to WWP for veterans. So please go and do so if this is something you would like to support. And if you're living in North America and you want to get your hands on a very nice package that Verizon has prepared for you, you can get your hands on $75 of value of World of Warships items with 2 premium ships and a very big amount of premium account time just for you. Also, just click on the links that we keep spamming throughout the chat and this tournament so you don't miss out on any of these offers. And then I think the teams are not ready yet, but in a few minutes we should be heading into the next battle. So if we bring up
Sorry, but before this, I just quickly wanted to jump back in because we run this prediction campaign, right? And I have the results here. And I thought it might be interesting to have a quick talk about what you think this tournament is going to end up like. So the top pick for first place is, with a little surprise, Ban CV, the Total Garbage Alliance from Europe. Smile was actually second most voted to take first place, but of course they have been relegated to third place at best right now. And the least likely voted by chat to gain first place was actually 4, who are now going to, proceed to our grand final. So it's quite interesting to see. So favorites in order were Bansivi, then Smile, then 07.
I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised about Vor because, usually when I take a look at these predictions and you have kind of like the regional bias, right? We have a lot of European viewers right now in European kind of prime time, right? So they will obviously go for like, hoorah, EU, let's go. BanCV will get this, and I'm sure it's the same for the other regions as well. But Vor has been part of King of the Sea also for the last few iterations, and we've seen how strong they are, even in King of the Sea 11, where they got to the second spot globally, and I think in their regional, they were on the third spot. So I'm a bit surprised to see that they're still kind of the underdog here in public perception. Maybe they get to change this. And if you remember, that was part of the motivation to give their very best in this tournament, because they were really upset about the loss in King of the Sea. So I think so far their plan has worked out very nicely.
Okay. Should we do some predictions? I just want to join in this. I think Rain will take this one, but no. Honestly, 07.
So the question for me is, Mr. Conway, are you such a big Rain fan because their title is so long that it didn't fit into the actual
it annoyed me. I
slot?
had to rearrange the overlay yesterday because their name was too long. No, but I think 07 has a good chance, but I'm going to give Bansi, the Total Garbage Alliance, the edge here.
Who picked this map?
Good question. So first map pick was by Bansi V, actually. Yes.
Oof. So I'll just go next.
Yes, this is their pick. Warriors Path.
So I'll just go like just keeping in mind how it went with King of the Sea. I expect Bansivi to just hand this one to the enemy to reclaim the second one. So I'll just say 07. I think you have a chance to take this one, even though Bansivi is of course like a very, very strong team, but I think 07 might take this one. So I'll say 07. Stats, what do you say?
It is the EU tradition to lose your map pick, but hopefully they'll be able to break that tradition, and BanCV will be victorious.
You know what I'm going to say. Homer pick all the way, baby. Let's go 07.
For me, it's going to be Total Garbage Alliance. I want to see the replay for Vor versus BNCV in the final. So here we go.
Perfect. Okay, guys. So then we will be sending this off to Flammo and Kirinichiban. We hope that you enjoy the match. Have fun, and we will have a great match. I'm sure of that. So enjoy it.
Bye-bye.
And we are live with one of the favorite clashes of really any international tournament, EU versus NA. The top team of EU, BanCV, taking on the top team from NA 07. This is a clash we haven't seen in a while. We used to see EU versus NA quite often, but it's kind of been replaced with EU versus CIS. So actually seeing where these teams stack up is something I'm really looking forward to.
Both teams have had extremely strong performances in the previous games we've seen. 07 taking down Gaishi's team extremely decisively, and then BanCV basically manhandling Rain, but unfortunately not on stream.
Indeed. And Vanguard once again makes a return from Angelstone, and we didn't really figure out the point of it. I'm guessing the better dispersion and the fact that they do like their HE focused ships, but it's still a curious pick because we have seen no other team choose the Vanguard even once, but Angelstone is bringing it out for a second time. On the other hand, we got triple Le Terrible from 07, so the question is of course, where is the Wolfpack heading? And it looks like the entire Wolfpack is congregating on the A cap.
This is going to flip before they even get a chance to spot them, because they're going to have 3 or 4 ships in the cap. If they all go into it,
Indeed.
it's going to be kind of ridiculous.
Worth noting that 07, of course, banned the Lo Yang. So a Lo Yang could cause some trouble for this kind of wolf pack moving around, but that's been removed, so no chance of that. Banned CV, on the other hand, of course, banned the Chapayev, one of the most banned ships of this tournament. And if you're going to run 4 DDs, well, or 3 DDs and a fair bit of smoke ships, you probably don't want a Chapayev around.
Yeah. I think the thing to note here, 07's taking their C cap extremely late, so Ban CV should be able to infer that there are no DDs there.
Indeed.
And as a result, where the Edinburgh is going, he's heading straight into mid with the Cossack leading the way.
Oh yeah, really aggressive push straight down the center. That's actually quite spicy. I like this. Very decisive move. Okay, nothing here. We go. They're not even... RPF is probably telling them that there's no one really going for the flank, so they're just like, you know what, whatever, YOLO. We're going to push straight through the middle and try to box them in.
The thing that I'm worried here is this double wolf pack with the 2 terribles and the Orkan is going to be, or semi wolf pack with the 2 terribles and the Orkan is going to be extremely hard for the kid and the Cossack to actually contest because of the radar. Every time they get radar, the terrible should be able to take a huge amount of HP off whichever DD checks them. Indeed.
I mean, the Cossack has the better concealment, but doesn't matter against the Orkan. The kid at least does have the heal, which will give it some sustain in dealing with this. They have smoked up the Kutuzov and the Baltimore. The Kutuzov parking right in front of these torpedoes and most likely running Hydro, so should have no issues dodging those. And the Baltimore is joining up right behind. They do, as long as they play close to this smoke, they can utilize the Baltimore radar, which is 10 kilometers and quite long duration. But at this moment, they're kind of operating blind. They're operating based on RPF, but I think S-River might actually be... He might be stumbling into his doom here. He's deep in the Orkan radar already. And these Les Terribles are just waiting. Look at them, they're just waiting. This is so dangerous. He gets vision, he gets radared instantly, and here's the incoming fire. The question is, can Rivers survive this? How much damage is coming in? Both of them will pop their reload boosters. You can see when the shells are, the next volley is already in the air as the previous one is traveling. This reload booster being popped. He's juking really well. He's dodging back and forth, evading the vast majority of the damage. He will still get chipped for 7k.
7k counting, he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there.
Now he's not anymore dark.
So that was 8,000 lost. How much did they do in return? Not really too much. The Orkan, he'll be able to heal, so he doesn't really care too much about the damage he took. And they did, meanwhile, though, manage to get Villet into the cap, but there is another way of spotting him, and that is, of course, Polycat with the radar, forcing him out of the cap. So no real advantage found by Ban CV here, but they have managed to push the Cossack and the Edinburgh down the center. Not sure what they can do with it.
Actually, Ban CV did get a lot of information, so they do know exactly where everyone is now. So they know where John the Ruthless is, they know where Polycat is, and they know where all the DDs are. So it's up to Ban CV now to make their move. They traded some HP for information, and we'll have to see what they do with it.
Yeah, and their reaction to seeing all the DDs is sending their Lenin straight down through the islands, and I assume trying to create some sort of crossfire there.
Yeah. Actually, we have a potato quality in the North Carolinas trying to blind fire Blood Legend from entire.
Torp's coming in on the Orkan. Oh, they run out just next to him. That was so fortunate. Waffle House was just about to hit torpedoes, but they ran out right next to them. Oh man.
Yeah, actually, looking at the DD HP, it does look like Ban CV has taken a decent trade here. The Orkan's down to 10k now. And,
I'm not sure what spotted him, but that was not the initial trade. That was a follow-up trade that they managed to catch. Maybe the Baltimore radar or something caught him off guard while we were looking at the Lenin. Cossack dropping preemptive torps. They're still trying to contest this cap. Angelstone is pushing up. Still haven't really seen the reasoning for this Vanguard pick, but he seems to like it. It seems to be something of a comfort pick for their... They don't bring it every map, but they bring it... Well, we've seen it twice now, so... And...
They actually...
Yeah?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, in this kind of tournament, every single pick is well calculated and thought out, so there's got to be a reasoning for it.
Yeah. John the Ruthless actually switched spots with Polycat, so they do have another radar on A. That's not the Orkan. And that's going to force Villet out of the cap, most likely, in a second here.
Yeah, but will they get it in time? Because Edinburgh, with the radar delay, he's not going to be able to shoot. He's behind the island, he can shoot, and with the radar delay, I don't think they're going to be able to reset this in time. The kid will pick up this A cap. They do have vision now, but it's too late. The cap is already theirs.
And actually, both these shooting is going to get them chunked by the Kutuzov pretty hard here.
Yep.
They're kind of close, assuming Blood Legend can land his shots.
Oh, they're targeting the Orkan first. Oh, never mind. They're kind of shooting every which way. Oh, good hits on the Orkan. He's down to 9.4k, and they do actually secure the cap. 70-point lead for 07 still. The Lenin has managed to push through the islands. Ikean Leitung has been going down this flank in this Albemarle. They have an Ataga waiting for him, and the point is just taking pot shots at potato quality, but... Oh, huge! What a crazy hit! That must have been 15k on an angled North Carolina. That superstructure. Oh, and he gets torpedoed as well. So potato quality goes from full HP to half HP because of those Cossack torpedoes and Point getting some huge pens on that superstructure. Yeah, that's a bit more damage than he wanted, so he's starting to kite away and disengage from here.
Yeah, I think the thing that they have to be careful of is they have no vision on Polycat and Reformed Gamer coming up. RNG Sama has to be careful not to get jumped here. I mean,
Baltimore radar on Pieces of Pizza. All those torpedoes. Oh, the torpedoes are not going to catch him. Pieces of Pizza is actually YOLOing in. He's going to go park behind the island to secure this cap. And that might actually work well. Well, I don't know. Striver.
Yeah,
does Striver have a smoke?
He will have one soon. He actually just popped one in that first engagement with the Orkan earlier. He has to be careful of reversing into these torps, but I think the big issue that Pieces of Pizza is going to have is this Edinburgh sitting in mid.
Yeah, he's got the smoke up now. He popped it, and now he's just farming. But the radar runs out right as he pops his smoke, which is quite unfortunate, which means Striver gets away with, or Pieces of Pizza gets kind of away with it. He gets reset briefly. Angel Stone is trying to reverse in to get vision.
Yeah, actually, right now, take a look at RNG Sama. He's in radar of the Edinburgh, and the two Terribles are kind of farming him down. He's lost 7k and counting HP.
Yeah, he's running for his life, though, and they're not going to pick up the kill. They're just trying to maximize the damage on him. I mean, they switch to Yoshi next. Oh, and... Orkan! He pushed in too hard. I guess he wasn't expecting the kid to pop up there, and he gets caught by the kid. Oh, are they actually going to pick up this kill? He's popped his heal. He's got 200 health, 600. Oh, they can't catch any more hits in? They still have vision. They've lost vision now. 640 health. Oh, he ran out of the heal, but it kept him alive. And not even blind fire will be able to pick him up, so the Orkan actually gets away with it. And these are some really nasty torps. Oh no, these are some fantastic dual-purpose torps. It's gonna hit Kinemod. Is he gonna ground? If he grounds, he's gonna eat one, and he's gonna catch Angel Stone as well. Huge torpedoes. 3 out of 4 hits from the on the Vanguard and the Baltimore. So they punch right back.
Yeah, I think the issue that the 07's running into is they're still in the lead, but the Orkan's out of the fight, basically. And the Terrible is in a extremely hard to hold position without the Orkan.
Striver has just smoked up, and they're using, I think, the proxy spotting of the kid. The kid is close enough to just proxy spot the Terrible, and they're using that to just farm him behind the island. If you're within 2 kilometers, you automatically spot the other one, and the Terrible is not having a fun time because of this. Oh, let me turn that on the soundless.
The issue that they're going to run into, and they being, I guess, Span TV, is the Lenin right now is in a really vulnerable spot. Reformed Gamer could just YOLO him whenever he wants. Sure, it'll be a trade, but it's still a battleship for a destroyer. And the Lenin pushing up on Kinemod is a huge issue that they're going to have to contend with.
The thing is, though, if Pieces of Pizza can stay alive, this will potentially be an 07 win. But honestly, I don't see him surviving for 5 minutes. I feel like that's kind of pushing it.
Yeah, that's extremely optimistic, saying that, hey, he's going to live for 5 minutes. Especially when Striver and Blood Legend are doing
even RNG Sama has moved up with his Cossack, and he's going to chime in on this. Oh man, this is... Yeah, they are going to farm him down eventually. It's just a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, this is the problem when you kind of rock dive and your team doesn't exactly have the angles.
Point eats a torpedo. I think could have been Le Terrible, could have been Edinburgh. Regardless, he eats a torpedo and he's reversing down to 40k. Meanwhile, they've gotten potato quality down below 30,000 as well. So...
Yeah, Pieces of Pizza is having a rough time here. I wonder what his priority target's saying. It's like probably like 9 or 8 at this point.
Yeah, everyone is trying to get a piece of that. John the Ruthless tries to chime in, and he actually catches the Cossack off guard. Striver goes down to 600 health. If they can get one more shot in, he's gonna go down. He actually shoots. The little Pieces of Pizza chimes in. There's Lenin shells coming in from everywhere. Striver might have actually overextended. He's down to 300 health. He wasn't expecting John the Ruthless to be on the flank with that radar, and that caught him completely off guard. He's juking like a madman, and he's bouncing that AP because of the angle. How are you still alive, Striver? You should be dead. You should be long dead, but somehow he's hanging on by a thread, and finally he gets taken down. Meanwhile, the kid has pushed up, but that might be a mistake, Because now there's another radar, isn't there? Oh no, they have pulled it back. The Orkan has pulled back so far. He picks it up. Do they have any vision of him? They do not. They pulled back.
They're gonna have vision once he goes forward. He's going forward. It doesn't make me a mistake.
Oh no, he does have smoke. Oh, he's gonna blind fire him. They're blind firing him like crazy.
Right there. The Orkan's almost in radar range.
Yeah, he must be aware of this.
Valet needs to get out of here. He needs to get out of here so bad. The Orkan radar is up.
They do have vision of him. There's a bit of a delay. 430 health.
Maltese should come out and get this kill here, right?
Oh, this is so punishing that they didn't pick up this Orkan kill earlier, because that resulted in that kid kill. That he got away with that 700 health. They do get the cap, but oh man, it is 900 to 800, and actually 07 doesn't even need A anymore. They can win without A at this point.
Yeah, William the Dank just ate 2 torps now, and he's down to 12k, and kind of, I guess, Blood Legend might go take some chunks out of him now. Who's on the flank?
And Angel Stone, he's guaranteed got HE loaded as well. There's no way they're not going to focus down William the Dank. He's got the heal ticking though, and it is a Lenin, so it's going to take them some time, but that improved dispersion on the Vanguard might actually give them the damage they're looking for here. Oh, or not. Oh, the Edinburgh Pulleycat, he's going to eat the torpedo. No, it runs out right next to him again! We've seen that so many times today. The torpedo is running out right next to these ships. 926 to 850. This is still an 07, an American win. Ben CV needs to find something, and I think they're going to push...
Maltese is going to dive onto the cap and the terrible, and then that's game, I think.
Oh, the AP is out on the landing though. Some good chunks from the Edinburgh coming in. He's lobbing shells over the island. Can they kill William the Knight before that? Maltese will park on the... I don't think he's actually going to park on A. The Baltimore should deny that. No, he's going to go for it. He's going to take that previous spot. He can't. Not with the Kutuzov crossfire.
Yeah, the Kutuzov is in such a pushed up position, but I don't know if he'll get the kill in time.
He is...
Right now, the big issue is they're about to step on C with point.
Yeah. William is down to 8.3k. Fire burning. But I assume he does have a damage con. Oh, it should be coming up any second at least, unless he's already damaged con some fire. Oh, the torpedo's meant for the Lenin! Catch Pulleycat! And at the same time, Point blaps him from the angle, and Point will be able to take down William the Dank as well. This push through to C is actually giving Ban CV all the advantages they need. Oh, well, Reformed Gamer does have torps out. Lenin gets a huge volley. Point gives too much broadside. William punches back. The Le Terrible actually went into the cap, got radared and killed.
He went down in time.
He went down in time. It ended up being a Ban CV win then. Oh, my, everything at once. I swear, these teams, they wait until the very last moment. That Lenin was on 1000 health with torpedoes coming at him. Right on fire, and just before it could happen, they won the game. I think if Maltese Knight hadn't stepped onto that cap and died, this could have gone the other way. This was on a knife's edge. Oh,
it's actually it would have flipped the points if they got the let-in kill. It would have immediately ended for 07.
Right, they would have won it, but that Terrible dying has flipped it for Ben CV. What an absolutely absurd ending to this game. Let's send it off to the studio.
Yeah, this is and we have to say that this was a very, very good ending for that first match. Holy moly, that was fantastic. This is like almost like, you know, like a worthy first match of a grand final. But this is the semifinals, and I guess you can see why these teams are so highly rated. And those few last seconds, like we were just seeing, like bam, 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 things are happening left and right. And you should have seen the faces of my guests here, because they were all just glued to the screen, like, oh no, what's happening? So let's bring them into the fold and talk about this amazing first match here. So C Raptor, are you still alive?
Oh man. Yeah, it's like watching a tennis match, right? Oh my god. Like, just, you can't, you know, it's Zath and I talk about this all the time in King of the Sea, right? Every now and then you do a game where, you know, even if you had 5 cameras and 6 people watching the match, you just couldn't keep up with everything going on. There's just too much on a 40-kilometer square map, right? This was such an amazing game to watch. Both teams just jockeying for position, the way the ACAP was traded, and then you know, all in the backfield, in the back of your mind, right? You've got that kind of steady, slow Lenin push down the 6 line, just inexorably a little closer, as all the focus was around the ACAP. I loved the way 07, I loved their initial deployment. I love the way they rotated those Edinburghs around to keep radar on the cap. it allowed them. They very narrowly missed defending the cap when the second time the kid got on it. They brought a radar back, and they had him lit, and they just didn't get shells on him in time. It was a very narrow thing, but man, what the hit! You know, some big hits, some great trades. Where do you even start talking about this match? Stats.
I think that might have been one of, if not the best competitive games I've ever watched. That seriously, the level of play. Maybe it's because there's money involved. Maybe it's not. But that level of play was incredible. And like I was paying attention to the torpedoes actually, and that just shows if you look at where and when the torpedoes are being pushed into smoke screens and across gaps, it gives you an idea of how much prediction is going on. These aren't just random torpedoes like, oh, my torpedoes are reloaded, I'll push it through that gap just in case. No. The callers are saying, right, they are going to be pushing that ship into this position about now, torp. And you see those torps come across and you know, you'll see the destroyer go and just skid past because the timing is so good, because these teams have to be in each other's heads. And that match was a perfect example of it. And I was watching Point coming very quietly down. I was thinking, in a minute, William is going to get a bit of a shock. Bang, he did. But then someone whacked him back. So I didn't see who that was. But
I didn't either.
And then, of course, the Edinburgh just got caught out. I'm not entirely sure why he pushed forward. I think he was preparing to radar. But I think one of the band CV guys actually they were shooting William, and one of their shells went a bit wide and hit the Edinburgh, who wasn't spotted. And so I think they were like, "There's the Edinburgh's right there," and then they pushed forward and spotted him.
I almost thought that the Edinburgh would. Sorry, I'm just jumping here in, very rudely, just quickly. But I thought that the Edinburgh was detonating because I only saw one torpedo hit on the bow until I realized that it was Point not actually shooting William, but shooting the Edinburgh and getting basically the rest of the damage in, because like how is the Edinburgh dead from one torpedo? That he was so healthy up until this point. And I think it was actually also William getting the salvo back onto Point and taking out most of its HP, because with the Lenin you're going to have a turret traverse that is so fast that he could have pulled that off in the time. But what a crazy finale. For me, it was about, you know, watching Point initially, because I was talking with Mr. Conway in the background, and I saw Point making his way down slowly but steadily, you know, pushing towards the cap. And then 07 rotated the Terrible back, and I thought, oh no, like that position, which was a really good one and just waiting to, you know, for things to open up and push into the cap and just put it under pressure, is now a position that he cannot get out of. But 07 was then, you know, because they had to rotate so much back and forth between the caps, they didn't commit the DD to that, and that opened up the space for Point. So, but a very, very risky play anyway. So, wow. Dobby, now to you.
Yes, yeah, no, it was a great game. It was there was two things, or actually three things I want to talk about. First of all is no one gets to see this, but I get to see in the bottom right-hand corner of one of my screens here. I'm going to call it the Sea Raptor fist cam, where he bumps his fist. The first one was probably that Cossack falling to the Orkan, I think, at the 7-minute mark. I don't know what the call was. I was so kind of attached to the game, and also my peripheral was looking to see what was the reaction of whoever fell first. But I don't know if the Cossack was purposely shooting, was detected, and was trying to draw out the Orkan, because fantastic props to the Orkan, because I talk about this quite frequently about ship trading, is if you're a ship that's got barely any health left and you have a radar, sometimes it's best effort to just get out of there. So we saw that Orkan stay alive for, I reckon he was, you know, on maybe 400-500 HP. He dropped the heel, went back up to about 2k, and just pulled out of there, which was fantastic for him. But I wasn't quite sure if that Cossack was detected or not. But yeah, as soon as I saw him fall, and then there was the kid in the smoke as well, and it was the double fist bump in the corner. So yeah, it was a fantastic game. I mean, there was one thing I didn't really get by 07 at the start there, is I felt like BNCV had a fantastic lineup along the middle of the map, whereas I think there was a Otago, North Carolina, and Eddie near the C cap from 07 that might have been slightly out of the game a little bit, which when a push comes to shove in those last few seconds where it could go either way, sometimes those little moves, those hundreds of meters as opposed to kilometers, really add up, especially when you talk about detectability, you know, like line of sight, how far you can shoot. So I think maybe that might have cost them just those few seconds at the end there. But even at the end, I think there was who won that? Who won? Now, so it was a fantastic game.
Yeah, when the game ended, we're all going, wait, who actually won. Like there were so many ships dying in the last 10 seconds. It was almost impossible to know where the score had flipped and who actually won the game until the screen came up. On the Cossack kill, what I watched them do was, they were pieces of pizza spent. Once they hit a little trade on the A cap, and then they drove pieces of pizza's Le Terrible back into the cap, and he just spent so much time kind of back and forth joggling his throttle there on the south side of that little island. And Pieces has been playing competitive destroyer on NA for I played against him and have watched him all the way through more than 3 years ago back in the old Supremacy League. So very, very experienced player. When they started getting good damage on that Cossack and he kept pushing south, Pieces' position caused them to move the Kutuzov down the one line, right? And in order to do that, they pushed the Cossack out in front to screen him a bit. And I think once they realized the Cossack was low enough, they rotated one of the Edinburghs to that flank specifically to pick him off. Because of course, once you get the damage in, he can't heal it back. He doesn't have a way out. So and that got him down to like 200 HP. And I was watching these shells like, come on, one shell, and they finally got it.
Yeah, it was very well played. But guys, we just have the next match already coming up in 1 or 2 minutes. So let's take a look at the map for the next one, which is Sleeping Giant. That is 07's pick. So we'll see that after TGA, the BandCV here, taking their own map, whether 07 can now return the favor and just take their own map with Sleeping Giant. So what do you guys think about this map? We already talked a bit about this in before the first game actually kicked off. What kind of different ship setup would you expect here? We were talking about the Belfast 43. Would you expect 07 or BandCV to go for that one?
Who's on which spawn on this one? Do we know that yet?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so BandCV are on the north. So
that's correct. No,
I would.
BandCV.
Yes.
No, you're right. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. BandCV on north, 07 on the south. So I would expect BandCV to take, yes, either a Belfast 43 or we saw this yesterday in Orkan sitting just above the corner of that cap just to make sure they can keep, or maybe was Loyang banned? Yes, Loyang is banned.
Yes.
So Orkan or Belfast sitting on the top corner of that cap on the inside edge, like we saw yesterday, just to make sure they can detect the cap when they need to get the shots into it or when they're preparing for a push. But we've seen a couple of teams try to push double sets of ships into the cap through that middle entrance, and both times it's gone wrong, with either one or both ships being destroyed. So it's a very risky play, and if you thought the last match was dynamic, this one's going to be even better.
Watched 07 play this map yesterday from the north spawn, right? And they took 2 French destroyers very quickly out wide down about the 2-3 line or so and paired them up, and then one of them split off and went into the cap, just like Stats is saying. You come in from the north, you go to the south edge of the cap. So now they're on the south spawn. Will they attempt the exact same thing? I don't know. I'm sure that they're just as well aware as anybody that their opponents have gone and watched what strategy they executed on this map yesterday, but it wouldn't surprise me, right? Simply because if it works and you're confident in your execution of it, just because the enemy knows what you're doing doesn't necessarily mean that they can stop you or counter you in some fashion.
Exactly, but we see that the match is going to start in 15 seconds. So chat, let us know who's going to take this one. We're going to be handing over to Flammo and Kirin Ichiban and hope that this match is going to be just as exciting as the one that we've seen before. So I hope you're going to enjoy it, and I'll see you on the other side.
And we are live with our second game of this series. BandCV representing EU taking the first map after honestly a nail biter. 07 on the other hand looking to punch back, because wasn't that BandCV's map pick, that previous one?
Yes, it was. And actually we see 07 taking the same deployment that they did yesterday versus Mald, and it looks to be that they're going to do the same thing with it.
Indeed.
Maltese and Reformed Gamer are going to shoot straight into A as fast as they possibly can.
Indeed. And I mean, you would expect BandCV to have watched the games from yesterday and have an idea what they're going to do. So the question is, what is their counter to this? Because pushing in with a Cossack trying to gunfight Terribles is not going to be a fun experience.
Yeah. Looking at BandCV's deployment, it looks like they're going to take a more conservative approach. They're going to let A tick and try to gain ground elsewhere while giving up those points. Or at least slowly but surely wear down these DDs. And I think maybe the upper Male could do it with the spotter plane from far away. He should be able to arc over those islands pretty easily.
Super early smoke. Just want to say, Waffle House Employee dropping a very, very early kid smoke here. I guess to hide anything going down at the C cap. They're actually, I think they're going to sneak up the NC closer than Ben CV might expect. And they are parking the Bayard in the smoke as well. So very, very early smoke, and it's going to cover this entire gap, hiding them from vision. Oh no, there is a gap. There actually is a gap, so if the NC tries to sneak past, they will be potentially able to see that.
Yeah, I think what the smoke is there for is they expect a ship to be going mid, or at least want to account for that possibility, and they put the Bayard there so that if it is a DD, that French light cruiser.
Polycat already radars. They pushed up the Edinburgh into the center to get that early radar in case someone tries to go for it. They can cut it. They deny any chance of that option by putting the battleships in a crossfire position and the Bayard in a smoke. So there's just so much firepower coming in.
Yeah, I like that. So Yoshi popped his radar for information, so they see Maltese going in. And I actually like Reformed Gamer's move here. He's taken a different approach as to the last game, where they both dove into the cap. He's actually going to not go in because, as you can see, they see that Ban CV has no intention of actually pushing it.
This does, however, mean that nice chunk on Polycat there. I think it was from the Lenin across the map. But this does mean, of course, that the cap advantage will go heavily in favor of 07, and the clock is ticking from Ban CV. They need to find a way to get a cap or convert some kills.
I do like the. I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to play for A at all. Here, actually, it looks like they're going to play for B to C with the Kid, Edinburgh, and Aber Marley, and the Lenin pushing up, or Abel Marley. I'm saying that wrong the whole time. Okay. I think that's going to be hard, though, because pushing into a Bayard, especially if he has that island for cover with the Kid spotting, is going to be incredibly difficult and frustrating. Yeah,
Ban CV clearly has a plan here. They want to wrap around and try to get the C camp. Where they're putting pressure on A, but they're still sending 4 ships down this flank, which means they do outnumber 07 on this flank, and they do have that Kid Smoke plus Edinburgh radar combo, which gives them some really good cap pressure. So the goal is obviously here to eventually get the ships and secure the C cap. I don't think they're even going to attempt the whole A. The whole Thunderdome this time.
Yeah, actually, take a look at Reformed Gamer. He's lost half of his HP. He face-checked Kinemon and the Cossack, and then Blood Legend just ripped him a new one.
Kinemon has lost a fair bit of health himself as well. Oh, some really good hits coming in. Reformed Gamer, he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Has he shot? He has not shot, so he's able to go dark, and he's able to disengage from this. Kinemon down to 12k, but Reformed down to 6,000, which makes him easy pickings even for the Cossack.
Yeah. I think what we're going to have to see here is they're going to try to get spotting on William maybe and cut his HP a bit. And then after that, we're going to see Blood Legend slowly but surely work down this Bayard and the Lenin, or the Terrible if he gets spotted again.
Blood Legend being able to smoke himself is such an advantage here, because as long as he's in the smoke, 07 will struggle to trade on this flank. On the other hand, Vladivostok doesn't really care too much about that HE spam.
Yeah, actually, we see the smoke coming up from Valet, and they're doing this really smartly. They're putting the smoke so that it's going to deny the Bayard that opportunity to sit behind the island for free.
Indeed.
And taking the opportunity to blind fire the smoke to try to get some hits on the
Yeah, he's trying his best, just throwing out the blind torps, or blind shots and blind torps, but once the Edinburgh gets into this position, it means they will have to abandon this island, which means Man CV can push up and take that island control, and that means getting C is a lot easier.
Yeah, I think the issue that they might have here is if Yoshi and Ban CV realize that there are basically no forces in mid.
Delay is spotted, and he's shot. The Bayard and potato quality will chunk him out.
He's dead. He's dead. That's it. He should be dead.
No, he stopped shoot. Oh, that was a huge potato quality using that NC dispersion. Gets a fantastic volley in on Delay, and he's down to 8,000. They're getting good damage on Waffle House, but nothing in comparison to what we just saw. He is still spotted. Delay is still spotted. He finally goes dark, but if they get a fire, he's so toast.
I think he's toast no matter what. They're
gonna fire! Oh no! RNG said no. Absolutely no. And Delay is burning, and that burning increases his spotting, and he knows he's dead, so he just opens up, tries to do as much damage as possible before going down, and he's actually getting some decent damage in on Waffle House. They might actually even convert the kill! Some really good hits coming in. Waffle House is burning.
Radar. He's a radar. He's radared for like a second here.
Oh,
They
the
should get one more
Albemarle, the
round of each.
Albemarle. He's the one. Oh, they get some good damage, but it's the Albemarle that needs to convert this. He can't Leighton needs to land a good volley. It's blind fire at this point. He gets one hit. He slows down. A Waffle House slows down, and I think he will live. Is there any more blind fire coming in? There is no more blind fire, and Waffle House gets away with 900 health. Meanwhile, RNG Sam gets caught in the center. Edinburgh and Le Terrible
Radar.
opening up. Oh
He's
no.
dead. I think he's dead.
Oh, and he can't accelerate because the torpedoes! This is the worst situation. He has to stop to juke the torpedo, which means he has to sit in that incoming fire. But will he be able to get out of it? He has gone dark. There's the last volley coming in. 3.5k health. He lives.
This looks like a super rough game for BanCV now. I really have no idea what they can do with the DDs gone. They're going to try to
Reform-
get a kill on Reform Gamer here. The Cossack is pushing him as hard as he can.
Oh, but Cossack, he might be charging straight into Torps. If he turns to shoot... Oh, he's not turning to shoot, luckily. He's just charging him down, trying to keep him spotted. But Reformed is just running for his life. Meanwhile, the laning is going for this cap. But, oh man, pushing into this. Crossfire Vladivostok and having to angle against Le Terrible Torps. And these Torps coming in from Reformed Gamer. This is a nightmare for Angels.
Yeah, I think Angelstone has to stop here and wait. Yoshi eats a Torp. He can't go in anymore. He doesn't have the HP.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, he does. Oh,
And then Polycat's going to keep torping that center so that he cannot make this push whatsoever. And Reformed Gamer gets away.
Oh, wow. This is rough. This is really rough.
I think
Angelstone
their best
is in
hope right
trouble.
now-
Kinemod is in trouble. They do smoke up Blood Legends to try to put pressure on Angelstone or on William the Dank, but Angelstone is getting chunked so hard here. He's trying to angle against both things at once, and the Vladivostok is just abusing that. Oof.
Yoshi's going for it. He's actually pushing into mid. He's got a kind of good broadside on Polycat here.
Oh, huge
Polycat's
shit!
out of 4K.
He gets a really good volley in on Polycat, though. Catches him off guard. He's down to 7,000. He's healing, though. Yoshi does go in. And now the question is, can he win the fight against Maltese Knight? Maltese will be just going nose in, angling against that AP and going for the
He has
torpedoes.
to get the Maltese can if he gets a trade, it
Yeah.
still wins because they were going to be at like 930 points or something.
Yeah, Yoshi has to win this fight. Trading isn't enough. Maltese, on the other hand, he just goes for the trade, but I think he might just straight up win this. Oh, those torpedoes look really good. Yoshi, it is a trade, and I think Maltese will be perfectly happy about this, because how on earth are BanCV gonna get a ship into this cap in a minute? They cannot.
They're going to be on C with RNG Sama, so that's going to buy them a little more time, but that's not enough for them to win. They need kills. They're
Indeed.
They're 400 points down.
Oh, AP out on the Bayard? That might be dangerous. He's accelerating away. He does juke most of the volley. They do
Yeah.
park the Cossack onto the cap, but the Cossack
Oh, I
does
think Angelstone's going to burn down and die.
Oh, the Torps! Oh no! If RNG Summit just reverses, he's fine. Okay, he will be able to dodge the torpedoes. Those came very, very close. If you're wondering how are they torping so closely even without seeing, basically all of them are just RPF torping every cooldown. And every now and then you see a torpedo hit and that just changes the game.
I think this game is... look at Pieces of Pizza. He's going to run into Kinemon in the cap, and Kinemon has 0 support. 6k HP versus 18k HP.
Oh man, he does get into the cap, which contests it and buys them time, but when he dies, is that gonna be enough? I mean, it will free up the
No,
cap at the
they're
same...
gonna be
Oh, he's
short. Oh, he's
radar.
radar. That's it.
Oh,
That's it.
that's
God.
tragic. Kinemod, this is a rough one. That's gonna be reload booster popped by Pieces of Pizza. And that's gonna be all she wrote, I think. Oh, no reload mod? I guess he has it on... He doesn't have it available yet?
Yeah, he probably used it earlier. He smokes in the radar. I mean, it's just desperation. If the radar ends, then he will live. But this is going to
No.
flip it now that he has the... Oh,
He goes down,
Yep, there we go.
and that's all she wrote. Wow. Well, BanCV barely clawed their own map win, but 07 on this map, wow. They really utilized that cap advantage, and they forced BanCV to push into them and punish them every time they tried to. This was a very convincing game, and this means this series is tied 1-1, and we will be sending it off to the studio.
That did feel like a devastating strike on the Junk Alliance here. I have to say, very convincing win by 07. So let's get in our guests and talk a bit about how 07 was actually able to take this off BanCV in such a convincing fashion. Stats, you know the Total Garbage Alliance very well. So what happened here?
I think that... Go on. Yes. I think that BanCV, TGA, I think they were a little bit too balanced. So they had no play really on the closed cap. So O7 were able to go in there pretty easily. They were able to straight in, and they didn't really have a counterplay for that. They just let that happen, which is fine as long as you have a play for the other side of the map. So you let the other team have one of the caps, and then you take the other cap. That's generally how it works. But the push on the other side was pretty light. They were quite late in pushing. I think it was point down roughly the 7 line on the battleship. And it just felt like they were being a little bit too passive. And we were talking, during the match. And I remember saying, well, Bouncy V and co, they're pretty good, these top EU teams, at waiting until the last minute. But we were looking at the map thinking, but what is the play? When it comes to the time to do it, what is the play? And they just looked a bit too balanced and not able to really leverage any strength on either side. And O7, who are on the defensive, were also balanced. But on the defensive, balance works. Because it means you're flexible, it means you can react to what the enemy team's doing. And I think as soon as they realized that Bouncy V didn't have that power, that imbalance to push, they just sat there and defended beautifully. So looking at the minimap right at the start, I don't think Bouncy V ever actually had an opportunity. C Raptor, what do you think?
Well, we were discussing during the game, right? Like, once O7 got into A, they did exactly what we expected them to do, right? They executed the exact same opening strategy we saw them do on this map from the opposite spawn just yesterday. So there were no surprises. In fact, the team lineup they took was essentially the same. So they shoved the Tarib into A. Great. Now you've lost A. And as you pointed out, Bouncy didn't seem like they had much of an initial reaction for that. So they opted for a C push, right? We watched them redeploy Yoshi and RNG Sama across the middle of the map, or at least they were moving in that direction. And then the cruiser push led by the kid down the 9 line. And to me, this is where their whole game kind of hinged on this play. And O7's ability to pick off that kid in the lead basically denies this, further, like you mentioned at the time, removes further smoke from that ability and leaves those cruisers more vulnerable. Now, of course, neither of them died, but it changes the dynamics of how that flank plays out. Picking off the kid gave them an early lead, an early ship advantage, and it was huge. And it highlights one of the reasons that we've seen both NA teams that we've observed on the channel up to this point, both Mauled and O7, take Bayard, right? Bayard has, we've seen this in other tier 8 events on an A, right? Bayard is kind of a favorite of these guys because more than Kutuzov, that reload booster allows you to put maximum DPS on a high value target when that small duration you have it spotted. Dobby.
Yeah, no, I thought it was interesting, mate. Like, I mean, honestly, I was watching along that Charlie cap, like you said, that reverse push straight off the bat, though. BNCV RNG kind of went a really gutsy move, like we were talking about in the chat offline whilst we're watching the game. We saw that smoke. I don't know if that was O7's intention to kind of deter them from that heavy push and to kind of fake a massive push along that 9 line. But that smoke initially, RNG gunning straight gun-ho for Alpha, and then basically realizing that he wasn't going to make it there. I talked about it very briefly to you guys. You can't really tell when you're looking at the minimap, but if you have a look from the spectator point of view, there's a slight advantage if you come from the Bravo side or the Southern cap along into the Alpha. It overextends on the northern side just a bit, which let the French DD push straight into there. The next part for me was a massive kind of push from Angel in the Lenin, pushing around the corner into the Alpha cap. And the Letelabi was kind of sitting there. He was going backwards and forth. And then I think he was trying to wait for the torps. And we talked about it. We were like, oh, here he goes. This could either make it or break it. He's going to drop these torps and miss. And the Lenin's going to push him to see the game out was my decisive factor. And that was the winning play of the game for me. What do you think, Chris?
Sorry, I just had to deal with something on the side. So I'll just hand this off to C Raptor. Sorry, it's just like something's happening in the background, so I had to take care of.
That's okay. He's got other concerns. No, I agree with you. Like those, you go look back at a match like this, you can always pick off kind of key moments, right? And to me, that engagement on the 9 line, like I talked about, that moment in A, the trade favors 07. We said it at the time, right? If you own a cap and the ship you have defending it trades with the person they send a steep to take it away, fine. More or less the points are probably wash, but you still own the cap. You continue to tick up the points, and now you force them to commit even more resources to try to take it away from you again. And we saw that happen. Of course, they rotated the Cossack back from the 1 line to try and get back in there, but of course, 07 knows they have to do that. What do? They push pieces in from the middle of the board. That exchange is what ends the game. Let's talk about North. We got a game to play.
Yeah, I know. It's now coming down push to shove, right? I think last game, a little bit, Band CV, they really had, okay, I'm not going to say they had nothing to lose, but they had a bit more of a gutsier play. They could make some decisions that could go their way or against them. I think they had that win in their back pocket to realize, okay, well, if we lose this, at least we go over it all. We're able to rotate. We try something gutsy. And now 07 coming in with the previous win, maybe they're going to have a little bit of solitude, a bit of fortitude to push straight through. I mean, obviously we saw last time, it's going to be heavily played along probably that 4 or 5 line between that Alpha and Bravo, or Alpha and Charlie cap. I think there's going to be a lot of utilization of the smaller islands around that 7 line, more than you would think, especially with some of the small destroyers. You're probably going to see, obviously, no Loyang, no Shapiev, probably a Baltimore come into here as well. And I'm going to see heavy utilization probably for a Cossack or a Kid, and obviously no change for those French DDs.
I'm on this map, knowing the way that Band CV and Junk play this map, I am expecting it to come down to revolve around their battleship play. So what I'm expecting to see is probably Point, who so far today has been the one who pushes the flank. I'm expecting Point to be placed on the 8-9 line to go past the no battleship sign and push down, if there's an opportunity to do that, push down with a couple of cruisers perhaps and try and secure that flank. That seems to be something that these guys like to do, with probably Angelstone staying more central. We might see a long-range battleship, maybe in Amagi. He's been so far favouring the Vanguard. We'll see if he sticks or whether he switches. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, with that pick, because it's not the hardest hitting battleship in the game, and doesn't, I think I'm right saying, doesn't overmatch the 27mm noses of the heavy cruisers. So maybe we'll see him switch to something that can overmatch. But so far they've been pretty consistent in bringing that, so maybe not. So yeah, I think they'll put one battleship central, and then they'll have one up pushing the 8-9-10 line. But 07, I see reps. Did 07 do that as well on this map? I haven't watched them enough to really be familiar with them.
If you think back to the international event, we saw a lot of North during the international event that we did back in, what was it, October? And so, yes, you have seen teams try to play that flank. We saw very famously one of the EU teams, I forget which one it was, but they sent a bunch of force over there and there was nobody to shoot at, right? The other team had basically just run to the other side of the map and gone the other direction. So 07 generally, they won't say they generally like playing over there. I think they feel like sometimes that firepower gets cut off if you don't get that battleship into position the right way. Usually they will send ships over there to kind of harass, spot, make sure they know what's going on the 8-9 line. But I don't see them committing a battleship to that side of the map at all. I would be curious to see Angelstone come in Amagi. I feel like an Amagi is a really good pick for this map. Of course, North, we're going back to a 48 square map. This is a 48 kilometer diameter square map, and it's just big, right? There's a lot of ground to cover, and of course, Amagi, a lot of throw weight, lots of shells, lots of range. So you've got a lot of advantages there, especially if you keep one of those central and you keep where the gun's looking around. So I kind of expect 07 to stick with their typical kind of battleship lineup. We've seen North Carolina, we've seen Vladivostok, we've seen Lenin out of those guys so far. I think you're going to continue to see that. I don't think you're going to see them reach for an Amagi. I have a hard time envisioning that.
Dobby, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if they do. Well, I mean, the best tactic here is to put that Amagi centralized, like you said, to have a little bit of envelope fire on that Alpha Bravo, the Alpha Charlie line. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a hard flank right. I've seen this a few times where you kind of see a DD push along that 9-10 line and then try just solo. We saw it, I think, yesterday on a similar gameplay where there was a single DD that pushed along that 9-10 line and basically went for, I'm going to say, the YOLO gameplay where it was make or break torpedoes to push them out of that cap and hold them back. I think this game's really going to be fought over that solo cap along that 7 line, and then whoever can get their ships into a position to be able to, I guess, to push back the objective from the opposition players in that 4-5. Like I said, I see heavily utilization of those smaller islands on the right-hand side. I'm not too familiar with the gameplay of both these teams on a personal level with how Band CV's now interchanged some of their players being the Total Garbage Alliance. So if you say so, I reckon, yes, it's definitely going to be a battleship push and whoever can play their battleships best. But then again, we saw last time, right, the the Vlad and the Lennon trading, and that really decided the game, right? So who knows?
Well, so far, both of these games in this match, in this series, have been decided on basically largely destroyer play, right? Look at all the critical destroyer play we saw in the Alpha Cap back on Warrior's Path. You saw it again here on Sleeping Giant, the ability of the Taribs to get out, to get their caps, to do what they've got to do, the kid spotting on the 9 line, the trade in the A cap. Again, the destroyer play for both teams, or at least for 07, has been absolutely just, they've been crushing it. They lost the first game, but we saw how close it was. The second game, I think they really came loaded for bear, and they looked fabulous. Their destroyer core was all in and had a great game. So I think on North, the question becomes, for me, like we've been talking about battleships, I look at the other end of the spectrum. I look at the destroyers and go, all right, to me, so far, I see this as a strength of the 07 team and the lineups they've been deploying today. How can they maximize it? How can they use that strength to carry them to victory on North? And I think it's going to be tough just because of the cap arrangement. So I mean, that's kind of my thoughts anyway. But I'm genuinely curious to see, because there's a couple of different schools. You can stick with they've run triple Le Terrible in both the games we've seen so far. They could try that again. They could try and shove those up the 8 line. They could try and swing, or they could do something like that. Try and swing those around the 4 line and rush a cap. I don't know. There's lots of different ways you could do it, or you could fall back and play a more traditional destroyer lineup. Welcome back, Chris.
Yes. So I just
still dealing with stuff?
No. That's dealt with. No, the interesting thing is taking a look at how these teams were actually playing previously on the maps. So Bansivi had Sleeping Giant as their weakest map with only 70% win rate, and we can see kind of like how they struggled on the last one, right? And the next weakest map is North, where they had 79% of win rate, and we've seen TGA or BanCV struggle, for example, in King of the Sea on the North map as well. So I'm curious to see whether this is something they, actively try to kind of patch up on their side, because at least historically, looking at how BanCV played, like a very DD focused playstyle is not really their thing. They're usually like rather cruiser focused. They incorporate DDs into their strategies, and we can see how well that worked out, right? But for me, it feels like 07 has a bit more experience with like very DD heavy setups. We've seen them do that even in King of the Sea 11. So for this one, I feel like 07 might have a slight advantage. But maybe the addition of junk players and preparation on TGA side might actually, prove me wrong. We'll have to see. While the teams are actually readying up in the background, I think we still have 2 or 3 minutes. So yeah, overall, I think we have a really good match ahead of us.
Commenting on that, Chris. So on the last, I'm just looking at the lineup from the last match. So you had 4 destroyers from 07 and 3 from BanCV. And it was BanCV that were doing the pushing. And if they do the same thing on this map, where they're going cruiser heavy because they're doing a push, and 07 are receiving that push, they've got the destroyers. It enables them to scatter better because you can hide, you can move more quickly, you can react quicker. If BanCV are doing an 8, 9, 10 push, or even a push on the other side, and they're pushing into a bunch of destroyers, that causes problems because you've got spotting advantage, torp advantage on the 07 team. So it's going to be interesting. I think we can tell a lot from how many destroyers each team brings and what they are at the start of the match. That's going to determine the tactics, I think.
You're right, but consider this. Both the games so far have started with 07 taking and putting early pressure on BanCV, right? They've in both games they've started off picking up their home cap, right? The B cap or the C cap, depending, and then grabbing the off cap, the A cap on both the maps we've played so far. So and both those caps on both the 2 maps we've played so far have kind of supported that. It's very easy. Like we saw in Sleeping Giant, it's easy to get a speed of DD in there and steal that cap. It's a little more challenging on Warrior's Path, but they were able to do so. But on North, it's a lot more challenging. That off cap on the 6 line is very, very open. And if you heavily invest and cover it with enough radar, taking that cap away becomes very, very, very challenging. And then this map turns into a slog, right? It's a lot of long range fire and trading. And
sorry, but I have to cut in here because the teams are getting ready. So I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Just have to. Guys, Stance, quickly. Your bet?
Do it.
BanCV, of course.
We know 07. Dobby?
BanCV.
BanCV 2. Let's go.
And we are live with the third and deciding match, or deciding game of this match. This one is going the distance. 07 bringing the quadruple DD comp, whereas BanCV once again bring out the Vanguard and Belfast 43.
I think the Belfast is going to be really strong because it is self-sufficient with that stealth radar and the smoke. So Blood Legend can play kind of independently and counter these DDs. And look at the 07 setup again. It's all basic, most of their DDs are heading towards the 9-10 line. I think they're going to take control of that 9-10 line.
I think they're actually on intercepting courses. Look at the two teams. They're intercepting courses. Basically all the DDs except the entire BanCV team except one Edinburgh is going towards C. Oh man, this is gonna be, this early clash can decide it. Oh, there's an early smoke by Kinnybot the kid. I'm probably gonna smoke up this entire pass for these cruisers. Oh man.
Do you think Reformed Gamer is gonna dive here, or do you think he's gonna try to poke the cap from the
I don't know.
safe side?
Seeing that smoke should be put up some warning signs, but he might. I think he might be going for the dive.
At tier
He's going
10,
for it.
they would have vision.
He's going for the dive. He will be diving
There's no
there.
radar. There's no pre-radar. He's gonna get behind the rock and be safe.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it.
no, it's too late. It's too late. They have no vision of him. They have no vision. They see the cap flipping now, but it's gonna be too late. Oh man, there's the radar, but it's far too
Get
little,
one
too
shot.
late.
It should have been the Belfast to radar there actually, because at least he has HE.
They all
Oh,
open
man.
up, but he gets in behind cover, and he glides perfectly next to the island and stops. Oh, that was textbook perfection on that turn, and that's basically all she wrote. RNG Sama will try to find the angle, but he knows this position very well. They still have vision of him. Oh, he's actually leaving?
Oh, I think he realized he's losing a lot of HP, and RNG Sam in that position is going to be extremely hard for them to dislodge.
Oh,
So he backs off.
oh, that was, if he had gotten the cap, I would have been okay with that trade perhaps, but now it's 10k HP Le Terrible, and he's caught by Shriver. Oh no!
And full HP, but there's a Maltese is there to back him up. So I don't think Shriver wants to take this fight. He has to leave here. He should not do this. Oh, but if he can steal the kill,
If he
not
can get the
steal,
kill and
but
get out. If he can get the kill and get out. He's slowing down. 3,000 health on Reformed Gamer. He's on fire. Oh, they're struggling to land those hits. Striver gets him down to 2,000. Oh, he's losing so much health. Reformed Gamer is gone and undetected, and now it's Striver's job to get out of here alive. He traded 11,000 health. They almost picked up the kill, but not quite enough. Maltese is still harassing him, but Striver will be getting out with what, 9,000 health? 9.7k.
Yeah. I think overall BanCV got the upper hand on that trade because the Albemarle and the Edinburgh are going to be able to support Shriver once they get down there, which should equalize this side. And the Reformed Gamer, he is basically a spot bot now. If anything, he's going to go over to the A side here to just try to scout the side or something like that. Just going in anywhere close to these radar ships is suicidal.
I guess maybe they saw the double radar and they were like, no, I don't dare to try my luck with RNG Sama on the flank, and he decided, no, let's bail. I mean, it did save his life. We don't know if it was the correct choice or not, but that means BanCV will be putting a lot of pressure on this flank.
Yeah, I actually think that was, looking in hindsight now, I think that was the best choice because they really have no way. Ooh, yikes.
William the
He's
Tank taking pot shots. Yeah, I think is in the Hydra or the radar.
Yeah, I believe it's the Hydro. He popped. Pulicat actually popped his radar earlier, I think, for information. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw it pop. Point's actually going a lot of broadside to the NC.
Yeah, I'm looking. No, Vladivostok this time, not NC. Potato quality has changed ship, so that is a small difference we have here. They are trading back and forth. No one really getting a significant advantage. BanCV does have a small points advantage because, well, they capped with 2 ships, so they got B faster, I think. But besides that, not a whole lot happening points-wise. Lenin AP coming out on Albemarle. Gets chunked a bit, but not really a big deal for him.
Yeah, I think I do like their BanCV's, like, the way they're playing this. It's just super, super passive and super, super good because they don't want to take any risks here. It's, what, $15,000 on the line, so...
Yep, this is a very, very important battle. Neither team wants to go down 2-1. Meanwhile, Waffle House is reversing and he basically just sitting here spotting. Providing vision, that's what they're doing. Right
It
now,
looks like the
yeah.
Cossack is actually going to force off Striver here if he keeps reversing, but then he might be in the Edinburgh.
Oh,
ring.
Pulicat is gonna ambush the RNG Sama. RNG Sama gets caught! Pulicat reverses into the gap and RNG Sama comes around the corner, not expecting anything.
Radar.
Oh, he hits a full broadside volley. He's down to 7k, 6k. They're all chiming in. They know they might be able to convert this kill. 5,000 health. He is angled against the biggest threat, which is the Edinburgh. Can they get any other battleship volleys in?
Vladdy HE actually.
Oh, he's down to...
Is he
Oh,
down?
hits really hard. He's down to 1k health. Oh no, is RNG Sama going to be the deity that goes down first? He's still caught in the radar. He goes down!
Wow.
Pulicat
Oh
with
my
that
God.
reverse catches him off guard. And that's first blood for 07. Oh, and they do manage to convert the kill, which Ben CV could not. And that is a big ship to lose this early.
Yeah, now the ball is in they have to cap C. That's their play here. They
Yeah.
must cap C. But I really don't know how they're supposed to do it, because in order to do that, basically they have to force John the Ruthless and a Waffle House employee out of the 910 line. And then after that, put a ship behind the island to cap it, which is going to be super difficult for them.
Ikea Leighton is trying to push up this flank, but with the lane in just William the Dank just locking down. I really like that position. He can shoot both ways, and he's basically this threat to anyone trying to push. And Ikea Leighton will get spotted here. Edinburgh opens up. AP is out. And that hurts. And there's the lane in AP we just spoke of, already in the air. He does border hump and does avoid most of it. And with that Cossack
John the
smoked
Ruthless
up...
actually could be in a rough spot here.
Oh, he
he's gonna
is.
have to make-
He popped the
Yeah,
radar, but he's giving a lot of broadside. Le Terrible loads AP. Doesn't really get to the sits he's looking for. Oh, now he's getting some good damage in. But John the Ruthless will get behind the island, and Striver is also forced to disengage. They're just poking at each other, but sooner or later one of these pokes will result in a kill.
Yeah, they radar John the Ruthless here, and Anleitong actually could have an angle if his guns are rotated, but I don't think they are. No, he doesn't have shot yet. I think they're hoping
Oh,
for
William the
torps from
Dank. Shots are out.
Ooh, Anleitong gets the dodge, it looks like.
Yeah.
What about these Abermale torps? Is Johnny going to stop right in front of them and die?
Oh, surely not. Oh, he might. No, he does have Hydra. I think he... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, he does.
He's gonna use one, maybe?
Oh, no. Just barely dodges. Whew. This is so close. Meanwhile, Kinemod has reversed onto C. There's the Pulicat radar.
Look at the Belfast position. It's going to get so sketchy for him once potato quality comes around in the Vladivostok.
Yeah, how are they gonna deal with that Vladivostok? That's the question.
I think the kid torpedoes are their best bet. This could be a little bit of a I'm trying to win harder situation here. I'm not sure if the Belfast pops his radar and sees this coming. The Vladdy pushing out.
But Belfast Belfast is spotted. He's coming out. He's full spotted, and the AP is out. Belfast is so squishy. No. Oh, how did he get away with that? I don't believe it. Blood Legend. He better bless his RNG gods because they just saved his life.
Kinemon is still not safe though. He's radared and he's still. I think he's gonna go down here.
No, he's undetected. It's blind fire now. He will get away. He will be getting away. But
Now
oh,
here's the
man.
problem. What does potato quality do? He is full broadside. The Belfast has popped his smoke, and Point is probably going to punish him for this, right?
Yeah, he's getting some chunk damage in on him, but that Blood Legend staying alive. If Blood Legend had got down, it would have been lights out for you, basically. But RNG decides to cut him some slack there. Meanwhile, Point is just farming. Edinburgh, Sneaky Snake is farming. They're all farming basically a full broadside Vladivostok. He's punching back on the Lenin, but ultimately the focus fire on him should be much stronger. Even Angel Stone will be chiming in just a second. He does get spotted by the plane.
I mean, I think they do need this battleship kill because they need to convert the points so they have more time to get something done elsewhere. Meanwhile, 07 is actually this is a push I agree with. The Pieces of Pizza Orkin and Nom 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 basically is putting additional pressure onto TWA to actually get something done. And it looks like potato quality got away.
They got in the Kutuzov into position to farm Angel Stone, and Vanguard, unlike these Soviet battleships, Vanguard eats a ton of damage from HE spam. I think they might be sending him in as a human torpedo right now. Are they?
To get potato quality out of there?
Yeah.
That could be it. But I mean, that's going to be extremely risky with the Pulicat's torps right there, and even Reformed Gamer, if he YOLOs in and Angel Stone's guns aren't turned correctly, he just might get a free kill.
Indeed. Ben CV are up against the wall. They still have 7 minutes to work with, so they do have a lot of time to work with. They just can't afford to lose any ships, because with this many points, when you start losing ships, the game ends very, very quickly.
Yeah. What do you think their opening is? I'm not exactly sure because all their ships are kind of pushed far out of position, and Pieces of Pizza can even touch B right now for free, basically, in his Orkan. I think Yoshi might be a little too far, or his fire might be a little too ineffective if he actually goes for it.
Indeed. But I don't, is he gonna go for it? He does have all his health and he does have all his heals. Right now, Peace is just spotting the Vanguard. I think he's just gonna park here, drop some torps and spot.
Yeah, I mean, 07 knows that they have this game in the bag as long as no one dies. And it looks like maybe their move, Shriver and Anletong are bow in now? I don't know about this push. This doesn't look like it's going to end well, pushing into a Lenin with a cruiser.
Ikea Leitung is pushing, Shriver is pushing. They're trying to catch someone off guard, but William the Dank has pushed up here, and oh, this is so dangerous. Ikea Leitung, is he aware? They don't know he's there. He doesn't know where the Lenin is. Oof. If he glides too far,
I think Shriver should have spotted him.
At some point he should have been detected. One would assume so. They're getting good damage in actually on John the Ruthless. Some really good laning volleys coming in. He's down to 22k. Oh, but there's AP. AP over the island. Can William the Dank find the shot? Albemarle doesn't get the big hits in. So Kian Leitung survives with a scare, and they're putting a lot of pressure on John the Ruthless here. They're shooting from every angle they can. He has popped the heal though, which will be keeping him quite healthy still. Another volley from the laning? No, that's Edinburgh. No, he's down to 20k, but I don't think they can convert this kill, and he's just going to be disengaging.
Yeah, I mean, TWA needs to get something done, but Maltese and the Terrible being so close all the time, if they radar the kid one more time, it could just be lights out for him.
Another volley. Yeah, the laning is just bullying this Albemarle right now. Again, Leitung will have to reverse out of this position. They're still looking for an opening. AP out on Yoshi. Doesn't quite catch him. Potato Quality not having the best RG with this volleys, I gotta say, man.
Yeah. I think they could send Sneaky Snake into the cat maybe to bully out Maltese with the kid. Now that Point is pushed around, and with William the Dank's current position, there would be no battleships that have an angle on him in the middle of C-Cap. So they could try that. The Vladi is actually moving back into that center position, so it's going to put a lot of pressure on Sneaky Snake if he gets an angle.
Yeah, Angelstone has to be careful. Vanguard Citadel is gigantic, and if he comes around the corner, I doubt he has Blood Legends RNG here.
Yeah.
Oh, Potato is actually looking for... Look at this angle. Do they know? They don't have vision. They don't know he's crawling up. What vision do they have? Nothing yet, but... Oh, they have no vision yet, but if that Edinburgh gets spotted here, or if the point reverses too far, Potato is looking for this angle. They don't know. They have no vision.
The Vanguard should spot him here in a second. Not a second, actually. Angelstone is moving extremely
there's
slowly.
the
They pop
radar.
a radar for information, and... Okay. So they see him where he is. Oh, there's a shot on the Edinburgh.
The AP is out. Sneaky Snake! Oh, it's a Citadel! He's jumped down to 13k! The ambush works out, and now Potato Quality is reversing back again. No, actually, he might be pushing...
Look at his move. He's pushing forward, so Sneaky Snake has nowhere to go.
Oh, man. Oh, this is... Oh, no. Sneaky Snake. He's crossfired from everywhere. Oh, this is gonna hurt so badly. At this range, Lenin... He doesn't get Citadel somehow, but he will go down to the Edinburgh AP, and that is a second loss for Ban CV. They are up against the wall. 07... He has them in a chokehold from every angle. They keep poking out, catching ships off guard. They caught the RNG Sam off guard. They caught the Belfast off guard. Now they caught the Edinburgh off guard as well. And even Kid is getting caught by this. 07 just pushes through these openings and just gets these nasty, nasty crossfires. And look, now it looks like they're trying to YOLO the Lenin. William the Dank just deletes him. He does get the torps off though, but I doubt William the Dank will be eating 6 torpedoes. He must have seen them coming.
Even B is stalled, so they only have 50 seconds and they aren't even gaining points for now.
Oh wow, that is very rough. Blood Legend does catch the Orkan, but yeah, the Orkan is just gonna disengage, run away from that. There's no chance. Torps are out. William eats 1 torpedo. Actually,
look at Point.
Maybe 2.
Point look really good too. He's gonna hit 1, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be 1. Point on the other hand. Well, at this point, he basically has to ram or just go for the drive-by. Either one, they need time. It's 25-second game. Ban CV's hopes are running out here. They need to find an opening somewhere. The Albemarle opens up, and I think the Lenin is going to turn his guns and blap him. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Oh god, at this range against an Albemarle? Oh boy.
There's
Oh,
9 seconds left. I don't think
Yeah.
he's gonna get the shot off before the game ends.
Indeed. 5 seconds remaining. There are no hopes. 1 second remaining. The next tick will decide that the shots are out, but it does not matter. 07 putting on a clinic. They lock down the caps, they pick up the kills, and they never even lose a single ship in this decisive game. Very, very impressive performance. Damn. Let's send it to the studio.
Congratulations to 07 moving forward to the finals here. And, well, that looked like a very deserved win. So I can already see Raptor smiling very much, and Stats is still crying in the corner about this outcome. So we'll ask Dobby, what do you think about this match? neutral in the middle.
I thought it was yeah, I'm neutral in the middle, but I thought it was a great game. I mean, I talked about the utilization of some of those smaller, even some of the slightly larger islands to the south, particularly around what BNCV was trying to do, was trying to utilize kind of the disbursement and the displacement that those islands provide you, a visibility to try to push that landing through. I think there was maybe a radar dropped on the 8-9 line from the eddy they had over there, and realized there was a hard centralization from 07 able to push them back around, which kind of took that landing out of the game. But I mean, we talked about it. It was either going to go one or two ways. There's going to be a heavy push on that Charlie cap all the way through, or it's going to be centralized around Alpha. And they just held out too long. For me, my highlight was watching the ups and downs of Sea Raptor and both Stats Bloke fighting it out of who was going to win. It could have gone either way there for a bit, but I think about halfway through the game, it was pretty much 07's game to lose, and I think they just capitalized on it. BNCV made some questionable decisions, which just capitalized and took them through to the loss, unfortunately. What do you think, Sea Raptor? I see the smile.
Yeah, first of all, I'm excited, right? Of course, I'm going to pick my homer guys, and I'm excited they're moving on. That's awesome to see. To me, and we talked about it at the time. We were all kind of chatting during the game. The pulley backing around, getting that early kill on RNG Sama really changed the dynamics of the game, because up to that point, right, BNCV had a small cap lead, a couple of points, maybe 15, right? But as locked down as the C cap was between the radar and the ships and everybody that could get shots in there, it was going to be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for either team to pick that cap up, right? We saw, one of the things that I loved watching was BNCV came to this game loaded for bear. You watch how they reacted to the early Littery push into A. They came with 2 radars and a smoke train. 7 ships on that flank, everybody shoot that guy. And Reformed Gamer might have been able to pull it off, but 07 decided they were going to just pull him out, not take the chance, and they rotated him out of the cap, and they still almost lost him because BNCV had pushed one of their Tareeps over to the 9 line where they'd have shots when he left the cap. Now you talk about getting inside your opponent's head. That was a brilliant move, and they almost pulled it off. He snuck away on about 1,000 HP and then just sailed around the map, the back of the game, the rest of the game just chilling out. But yeah, the kill on RNG Sama flipped the score, and now BNCV has to make a play, and 07 just controlled the map, controlled their health, did a great job of holding them out of the C cap, and that was literally all it took. Stats.
My heart. I was hanging on to hope during that, but at the beginning of the match, BNCV actually looked really good. 07, I think we were talking about that initial extraction of the destroyer, the 07 destroyer from the cap out the side there. I personally think that was unforced. I think behind the island is fairly safe once you get there. And BNCV actually managed to punish that destroyer leaving quite well, because they'd already pushed their own destroyer around to the 9 line. And so that destroyer then was taken pretty much out of the game in terms of being able to contest the C cap, and so they sent that destroyer across the other side of the map to go and do spotting. And then everything was in BNCV's hands. All they had to do was just sit on the points and contest the C cap. But then RNG Sama made a very interesting move, which was sitting underneath that wedge island and just reversed back. I'm not sure what the purpose of that reversing maneuver was, whether it was to get torps up the channel, spot the ships that were in the spawn. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that RNG Sama was expecting the Edinburgh to be right there. And we were both like, Sea Raptor and I for different reasons. And poor RNG Sama. I think this match came down to destroyer health. Because once your destroyers lose their health, they can't contest the caps anymore, because as soon as you go near the cap, that's it. And unfortunately, at that point, O7 then had the upper hand, and neither team could actually get C, and so O7 pretty much had it, and BanCV didn't have anything to do. Yeah.
I really liked this one point that O7 did there. Once they knew the controllability and where they could push back the DDs from BMCV, they had, I think it was the Vlad and the Eddie push straight down that middle line along 6, and Eddie was just dropping his radar, spotting the DDs, pushing back, and that's at the point when I realized the kid was in there. He dropped his smoke, and they basically had to force that kid out of that cap, which was free game then. They didn't even have to push. Like you said, they basically said, well, look, you guys can have it now. The Lennon's going to be forced. I think it was point in the Lennon. He's going to be forced to go around the corner. He's going to be broadside. We can hit him, or we can retreat because we've got 30 seconds to take the cap to lose the cap and still have 30 seconds to win. So I really like that. That great understanding. It would have been. I would have loved to hear what they were saying. Probably some swear words from one team at the end there. But I mean, one thing to note is there was the Eddie at the back on the Bravo cap, and after that, Orkin had to push through. He was on it by himself. So BNCV had to do that hard push, and we said off stream in the chat that, I mean, we were waiting for that hard, typical European push from BNCV, and I think it was just too little, too late for them. Chris, what do you think, mate?
If they'd done the traditional thing that tends to happen on EU, where they get to like 800 points ish for the enemy, and then that's the signal to go. But by that point, you already have to have all your ships turned around and pointing in the right direction. And at that point, they just didn't have that. I think they were maybe waiting for O7 to overextend, get a bit overconfident, catch a ship out here and there. Maybe O7 get cocky and try for the C cap. But O7, not stupid, they didn't do any of those things. And so BanCV would have been pushing into superior numbers anyway. So I just don't think they really ever had that chance. After they lost the destroyer health, I don't think they had a chance to really take it.
Yeah, I love the central battleship position from Potato Quality, and I love the little sneaky little Orkan Kutuzov slowly kind of working their way down the 2-3 line, eventually to keep pressure on that flank as well. You keep forcing BanCV to respond in multiple places, and they struggled because they were already down a ship.
Yeah, I think overall, like, I'm sorry to say this for BanCV, but yes, they had a certain period rather towards the beginning of the game, right, where they looked rather strong. But for me, O7 looked always in control in terms of how they distributed the map and how they were able to actually react, because BanCV was very locked down in how they approached kind of their side of the map. And I didn't see any big movement from BanCV as soon as they lost that Cossack. With RNG Summer gone, that kind of killed their play completely. And whenever O7 applied pressure, they made it really work and made BanCV just pay for every single ship they spotted. So overall, very convincing, in my opinion, by O7. And we will be now moving on to the next segment. So I'll already say thank you and goodbye to our guests here. It was a pleasure up until this point. And of course, we will have them back. So thanks, StatsBlock, C-Raptor, and Dobbymate, because they will be joining us again for the grand finals, where we have a best of 5. And that's going to be a great series between O7, who made it, right, and Vor. So that should be a really good set of matches, and I'm sure that BanCV will, do their very best for the next tournament to get back into the finals. So thanks, guys, and see you on the other side.
Thank you.
So yeah, yep, absolutely. So now it's going to be a time for break in the Verizon Warriors Championship as we move to the conclusion of our Verizon Branches Challenge. I hope you paid attention yesterday, where we had 4 branches of the US military duke it out, and now we're going to see basically the final match here. Stay tuned to see how Verizon supports those who serve and see which team of veterans wins to donate $15,000 to the charity of their choice. It's kind of like the same prize pool as for the Verizon Warrior Championship, where the winner gets to donate $15,000, second place $10,000, and third $5,000 to a charity of their choice. So this should be something very entertaining, and we will be handing over to them now. So I hope you will enjoy the segment. We will be back here after this with the grand finals, and I hope you will stay tuned for this, and we'll be back together. So see you on the other side, and take care.
Hi, I'm Jason Hill, an Army veteran and Verizon employee, here to say thank you for joining the Verizon Branches Challenge. Yesterday, we kicked off an exciting series of matches with 4 teams of veterans representing 4 different branches of the military. Today, we find out who gets to claim the glory and the $30,000 donation from Verizon to the charities of their choice. Our goal with this tournament and with everything Verizon does with veterans, is to give more to those who give the most. If you're a veteran, make sure you check out the special discounts and other services that Verizon offers veterans at the link below. And remember, if you have the ability to donate to Wounded Warrior Project, we could use your support. Verizon has donated $250,000 to the cause. Stay tuned to see how WWP is using gaming to connect and strengthen our veteran community.
I know for me, those 3 or 4 years when I got out of the military, it was by far the hardest it's ever been. I was actually begging to go back in the military, to go back to deployment, because deployment was easy.
Tying that back into the gaming community now, suddenly you've got an identity again, right? It's just you finally found somebody that speaks your language. And I think that's probably a big part of being part of that gaming community and feeling connected.
I think we all know we're in a unique situation right now with COVID. When you talk about community, I think World of Warships, and that's the players that get together and talk with each other. And a lot of veterans might be building up that resiliency just by playing World of Warships. And I think that's really amazing.
And that's the biggest thing is I use this as talk therapy. And I think a lot of Wounded Warrior Project alumni that I've helped get on streaming, I tell them that.
We need to be more direct with individuals that we think might be hurting. We have to have the bravery to be able to ask those hard questions and say, hey, man, are you okay? Are you thinking about something you shouldn't be thinking about?
Wounded Warrior Project stood up a Discord server, and we're out there with open arms. We're out there to help people and let them carry you.
So Discord is just it's a program that really centralizes our community. It offers voice, text, and video. So it really just gives us a central place for our community to kind of stay connected. So we have quite a few mental health programs. Our Wounded Warrior Project Talk program. It's really a great program where warriors can have 20 to 30 minute conversations. We also have our Warrior Care Network program. They do a wide variety of inpatient and outpatient mental health services for our wounded warriors.
We have donated $250,000 to Wounded Warrior Project, and we hope that you'll get in on the action by donating what you can over the weekend.
Thanks again, and I'll see you soon.
Welcome to day 2 of the Verizon Branches Challenge. We have had quite a day of already watching these the Verizon championships. It's crazy. There was that first match with 07 and Band CVs was incredible. The Lord Zath or C-Raptor and all the commentators were very much echoing my theory on that. So thanks again everybody for tuning in. Such a wonderful opportunity for us to celebrate veterans with a partnership with Verizon. Today we're going to have some fantastic matches, but we're also joined by some fantastic faces from yesterday. So please join me in welcoming Hapafodder, our North American Community Manager, Lord Zath, and our other voice of the day, C-Raptor.
Howdy, boys.
Thanks so much,
everybody.
guys.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All I can say is NA's going to the finals, baby.
Dude, I was
That was
watching
an
those games.
amazing few matches, man.
Wasn't that a great
was,
series?
I had to agree with StatsBloke. That was probably some of the most amazing competitive play that I've seen in years, to be honest with you. And some of the plays that I saw was like, wow, they're, why aren't they pushing more? Or why are they pushing? And then holy crap, and just like the way it unfolds, like the last 10, 15 seconds of the match. Always phenomenal to watch those teams play.
It was those pocket torps, those torps. It was just like, I'm going to change the game. So that was pretty spectacular. So today we have a spectacular lineup of veterans. Yesterday, unfortunately, we all called it wrong in the first match of the day. I think we all had our hearts set on the Marine Corps, but we start off today with the Department of the Navy fighting the Department of the Navy. So we're going to have the Navy taking on the Marines. For a chance at a bunch of money towards the charity of their choice. We have the fourth place prize will take home. You know what? Actually, Hapafodder, why don't you break us down on this? You have the data up. I gave that to you earlier, and I was like, I'll talk about it.
So the first match today is going to be the third and fourth place donators. Essentially, they're going to be determining who's going to be donating $5K or $3K respectively from Verizon to the charity of their choice. And that's something to keep in mind, folks, is that these matches are for placements of how much will be donated from or on behalf of their team from Verizon towards the
charity of their choice. Sorry.
Absolutely, no worries. And so the makeup for the day is going to be exactly the same as it was yesterday. There's going to be seven on seven. We're going to have 7-on-7 facing off with 1 BB, 2 DDs, and 4 cruisers. So we're gonna jump over to that match here shortly. It's gonna be a good time. They're gonna be playing on Haven today, so we'll see probably a lot of center play. Now we'll do the same thing we did yesterday. Who do we think, gentlemen? Who do we think is going to take it? Bearing
I
in
think
mind
the Department
that
of the Navy is going to win.
I agree.
That's a solid
That's something
answer.
I was gonna mention, that I know the Air Force and the Army and the Coast Guard are also involved here, but the Marine Corps and Navy doesn't matter who wins this match, because the Department of the Navy is going to be donating $8,000 from Verizon to the charities of their choice.
That infighting, it's pretty spectacular. All right, well, I think Lord Zath, do you have anything? Who do you think's gonna take it?
The charities. No, in reality, I think it's the Marines that are going to come out winning this. But we'll have to see. Navy, really kind of fumbled a bit yesterday, and I think that they probably had a chance to take a look at that video, think about what they did right, what they did wrong, and I think they're going to come and swing it today.
Vote for Navy. I got too many Navy vets in my family, active duty and before, that have retired, I've got to pull for Navy, right? At the same time, I've got a ton of friends in the Marine Corps that again, active duty, some active, some out. Everybody's going home a winner today, but I'm gonna pull for Navy and shake the Marines' hands the other day and say, well, hopefully we won, but either way, GG. Can I ask a question, Cal?
Of course.
What charities is everybody playing for? Do we get to know that today?
We'll get to know at the end.
Okay, all right. You're gonna tell us later.
Secret.
All right, I'm good.
It's a secret. It's a secret.
Well,
all right.
Okay.
So we're gonna send Sea Raptor and Lord Zath off to get ready to call these matches, and we'll hear from Hap on his predictions. Then we'll get to the game. Thanks so much, guys. All right, Happa. Who do you think's gonna take it here, buddy?
To be truthfully honest with you, the Marines and the Navy, they both kind of played the same yesterday, a little bit cautious and not quite aggressive enough. I'm hoping that the United States Navy team had a little chit chat after the fact, but I don't know. With Oni on the Marine Corps side, he knows a lot of strategies. Obviously, a really good player. We're gonna see how this pans out.
Outstanding. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for this whole thing. And you said it right. Is the Navy? All of the teams really got together after the matches yesterday and sat down and really kind of talked about everything. And there was, at the end of the day, they all realized that this is for fun. This is for charity. And I do want to point out, we've heard it in the chat and a lot. These are not professional clan players. They don't do the competitive scenes. They are casual players. We had, I think, over 900 applicants from the World of Warships community as a whole, and these names were randomly drawn to participate in this. And then we have members from Verizon and Wounded Warrior Project on each of these teams. So these aren't teams that are pre-built coming into this place. So this is definitely designed to be a fun match. Definitely designed to be entertaining to watch. A break from the high tier play that we're seeing of the other guys.
Well, also it should be stated too, like you mentioned, all these players are randomly put together on a team. They've typically never played with each other, and for them to come together in a few days, train together, and coordinate to play these matches, I think is phenomenal. It says a lot about the volunteers.
It kind of reminds me of boot camp, but
right.
Just seems a little bit like boot camp. So I think the teams are still getting set up here. So we're gonna turn over to Happa, and then So we'll talk real quick about what the matches are going to be like. Again, yesterday we talked. We had the Marines face off against the Army yesterday, and the Army pulled it out. And then the Air Force took on the Navy, and in quite an upset to the Navy. But we'll see that. We'll see if the Navy can turn that around today when they take on the Marines for third and fourth place. And Happa, their third and fourth place teams are bringing home what for their charities?
So the third place is going to be taking home 7,000, and the fourth place is going to be 5,000, and the fourth place is going to be taking home 3,000 as a donation. I'm seeing in chat people mentioning the fact that I was going to wear at least a button up today. I decided to go ahead and wear my veteran support shirt today as opposed to a button up because that's what this part of the stream is for. It's for the veterans. It's for wounded warriors. So
I put on a bow tie. You just can't see it.
I did see that
underneath
your hiding underneath your beard.
Yep. And so again, the matchup will be 1 BB, 2 DDs, and 4 cruisers on each side. In Haven, I think we have I think the Navy is spawning an alpha, if I remember correctly from what we set up. While we're getting ready and all the teams are getting set, I do want to send a huge shout out to all of the volunteers from the adjudicators and all of the folks behind the scenes that are making this an awesome event. It's just a great opportunity to see this, and we're all coming in from home. Everybody's doing this thing from home, so it's really great. And so I think we're getting ready. We're gonna watch the match for the day, and I also think the Navy's gonna pull it through today. So I think we're ready on us side.
So real quick from everybody, just wanted to say to the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, Semper Fidelis, and to the Navy, Semper Fortis. It's Semper Fortis is the Navy's unofficial slogan, which is always fight, and every service has their own Latin saying that goes along. It's just not necessarily official, and is as hoorah as the Marine Corps.
That's true. That's very true. So again, we're gonna have this great match today. I think the Navy's going to pull it off, but I'm not counting the Devil Dogs out. I think they might surprise us.
They got some good coordination, so this will be interesting.
Make sure you're donating to Wounded Warrior Project, and let's get to the match. Bye, guys.
Welcome, everybody. Here we go. Marines versus Navy. This is Lord Zath with, of course, Sea Raptor. And we're going to start by taking a look at the USMC, the Marine lineup here. We've got 2 destroyers, Farragut and Ted 61, as well as Makarov, HSF Graf Spee, a second Makarov, and another Graf Spee, and a Prince Idle Frederick as the battleship. Look at that.
It's an odd choice, isn't it, Zath?
Extremely odd choice, although I approve of the butt anchor.
Indeed. Checking in on the Navy, they've opted to go with double T-61 just like they did yesterday. Leander, a pair of Graf Spees, a Makarov of their own, as well as the New Mexico. They liked the New Mexico yesterday, and here he is again today. So the trouble with New Mexico, of course, he's not going to get anywhere very fast.
Yes, he should just set autopilot for Delta 5 and just come back in a couple minutes.
Hope for the best, right? Exactly. Now, maybe, and it's possible, Zath, you were kind of questioning the Marine Corps' choice of battleship. It could be that's where they're going, right? Friedrich is a very quick little battleship at Tier 6, and those guns have got a nice little reload. They pack a lot of punch against cruisers, and of course, lots of cruisers to shoot at in this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's a very fun ship to play.
Keep an eye on the Marine Corps deployment here, going for, obviously, a little AC split here. 3 ships over to A, Makarov, Spee, and T-61. A very balanced split. We saw them do this yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And it worked out very well for them until their middle kind of area just all fell apart, and they were left trying to clean up one of the flanks. The Marines had a chance to come back in their game against Army yesterday, but weren't able to quite pull it off.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long. Now we're going to get a little bit of a cap fight going on Alpha here. As Ryu Knights turns away, realizing he's about to get himself discovered. Opens up. Can anybody else see him right now? No.
No. He smokes and runs. First contact, but not a whole lot of damage here. Ryu actually continuing to sail. Needs to get out of the way of these torpedoes. Looks like he's going to jet out in front of those.
Yep, he's going for the safe spot, I think, in the Alpha Cap there. Meanwhile, the Marines are continuing to work up the east flank. They're going to come up there, pop in, probably run into Jolly Roger Raider.
Both teams on a cap now. Now, we're not playing 20-minute games for charity here. These games are Tier 6 7v7 15-minute games. We did have one game go to time yesterday, so the timer has played a role so far. Just got to keep an eye on that as we advance here, as Ryu gets back into the bottom end of A. Farragut
New
versus
Mexico now in Delta 4.
Farragut versus T61 is kind of an advantage, a little bit of an advantage to the T61. His hydroacoustic search gives him an advantage in that, as long as he's kind of concealed in smoke. At the moment, however, Red Wolf seems content to just deny the cap to the Marines.
Now, it's also could be a disadvantage too, because it's very easy to think you've got the hydro, you get confident, you overpush trying to detect somebody and get yourself surrounded, which I think is what the Marines are hoping is going to happen here with the way that they're set up on the south of A.
Well, over on the C cap, Jolly Roger's actually a little hung out here. He's quite a bit far out in front of his support.
Yep.
Again, we're starting to see first contact here as he and Atreides trading some shells, picking each other up here.
And the smokes, they go flying.
Yep, both ships
Everybody's
smoking to try and
stats.
both ships smoking to try and break contact. Let's have a look at things over the Marines' shoulder for a moment. Yep, they've lost sight of just about everybody over here. In fact, the only ship they can see right now is Zoran's Graf Spee over north of A. Checking things from the Navy perspective, they got eyes on more ships, but they don't have really good shots. Only the Wicked's Makarov is tucked in nicely to that island. That's going to make it very difficult to root him out of there. And with his stern turrets pointed into the A-cap, he can continue to be useful while having some good cover.
Look at this fight going at A now.
I was
just about to wow.
Yeah, I was just fixing to say, if the T-61 Hydro is up, and it must not be, we're about to have close contact surprise moment here. Here it comes.
I was just about to say, if Rio went straight into the island and beached himself, then they would both proxy each other, which would completely negate the hydro advantage of the TED-61.
Indeed.
Here comes some shells from the New Mexico.
Ooh, big hits on Ryu, but Red Wolf also taking some big damage as Ryu is being backed up by his teammates, Oni and Esquire and Crash Bandit down there on the H line.
Right. Unfortunately, it looks like they don't quite have shots on Red Wolf right now.
Ooh.
Or sorry, yeah.
Another good shot on Ryu.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Navy working an incredibly slim lead here. 5 minutes gone in this match. They have a 3-point lead just because they had a slightly earlier cap on B. The Marines are making a push over here on the 9 line, though. Good damage going into Jolly Roger.
Roger's in trouble.
Yeah, he is. As long as they can keep him lit, they're going to keep putting good damage into him. Atreides spinning out, though, declining the pursuit. They're going to let that destroyer sneak away. I feel like that's a bit of a mistake, Zath. When you've got him that low, and he's that far from his support, I feel like you've got to keep pushing and get him off the board.
I think they see the Graf Spee and they're worried about it, but I, as a person who plays destroyer a lot, especially in that clan battle season, I'm not afraid of a Graf Spee.
No, Graf Spee is not a destroyer hunter. That is not what that ship does well.
I mean, other than the Hydro, right? That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, the Hydro gives you the option to do so, but her guns reload so slowly that it's just not what you're built for.
Mm-hmm.
Makarov versus Graf Spee here now as Dragon Gunner's kind of peeling out here, looking kind of headed back south. He's got to be very careful. That Spee 11-inch AP can do horrible things to him, but it's the New Mexico that comes in from the middle of the board. That's the shot that he takes.
His autopilot has gotten him to Delta 5, and he is now being heard on the battlefield.
He's now relevant.
That's right.
Approaching the halfway mark of the match. No clear advantage for either team here.
Great. This is turning out to be a fantastic fight between both of these teams.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, that's what you want, right? You don't. We're paying for charity. Let's have fun with it, right?
Darn right.
Atreides laying some smokes for his teammates to retreat behind here over on the 8 line. Have a check at A here. It's still a stalemate. Ryu and Red Wolf both squaring off. Nobody going anywhere.
Zoran, though, is broadside to the PEF, to Esquire. Can Esquire get a shot, though, from where he's at? I don't think so. He's behind the island.
He cannot. He's got an island in the way at the moment, so Zoran's going to get away with this at least for about another 10-12 seconds. Esquire's going to have a shot momentarily. The Marines...
Esquire's at flank speed.
Well, the Marines are lining up for a push at A. I think they're gonna shove Red Wolf out of this cap between the Makarov, the Spee, the Farragut, and the Friedrich. There's the shells going in from the Friedrich. He's taking his shot on Zoran.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope. Island says no.
Yep, Zoran gets some hard cover there. Now, the Marines can't see anything right now, but they've pushed 3 ships into this cap, all concealed by smoke. That's going to give them the opportunity.
Uh-oh. Look at Hilo. Hilo is starting to push in the New Mexico. This might be a fatal decision. Look at Atreides over there on the 8 line. He's already smelling blood. He's turning in towards it. Is he going to take a torp, though? Nope. It's okay.
Hilo 6 now in the middle of the board. His 20-knot speed. Yeah. Here we are. The match half over, and he's finally starting to become relevant. Those American standards are hard to play, Zath.
Yeah, but he's putting himself in the middle of both sides. I don't know if I like this. And Zoran just took a big hit, too. He's about to go down.
If they can bag Zoran and the A-cap, that'll clearly turn this into a Marine advantage. Zoran's going out.
Dodged.
He did, but Zoran's going out. First blood going to the United States Marine Corps. And I think they're going to lock up A here momentarily. Let's put the whole map up here. Yeah, Red Wolf is clinging to the edge of the cap, but as soon as they spot him, he's in trouble, just like that.
Yep. Esquire, though, going to take at least 1 torpedo here for his trouble. I won't kill him. But look at Hilo 6 now being farmed out by Dragon Gunner and the Makarov. Oni, I'm sure, wants in on the action, but he's on the other side of the island.
Now, Esquire's flooding and healing. Hilo no longer has shots into the A-cap. That's essentially going to cede this cap to the Marine Corps. So we'll go along with their ship lead. They now have a cap advantage. With 5 minutes left to play in this game, the Marines are on track to close it out in about 3 minutes.
I love those flooding and healing animations. It really helps us understand what's going on in the battle now.
Yeah, as a caster, that really helps. Although it looks like they might bag the T-61 as well. Yep. Friedrich seals the deal. He's going to take another torpedo. That flood's going to stick if it lands. He does not. Nope, he doesn't get a flood. The torpedo protection holds on that German battleship. Oh, but Ryu's in trouble. How is he spotted? I don't know. He's got to smoke and try and save his ship. Navy loses sight of him. Ryu does manage. More shells coming in.
Blind fire.
Blind fire not coming up with anything. Ryu has moved, and on 800 HP, he sneaks away.
You only need 1.
It's all on the Navy to make a play now. They've got to get back into this. They've got to get a kill or get onto a cap if they want back in this game. And actually, Zath, look at Hilo. He's making revolutions for C. He's going to be over there in a couple of minutes, but I'm afraid it's going to come too late.
The bigger problem is his guns are the wrong way. His guns should be facing Dragon Gunner, but they aren't. Now they're starting to change. He had a beautiful broadside shot on Dragon earlier. Lost that opportunity.
12-gun battleship trying to be relevant in this game. He's going to get his guns flipped, and he has the ability to wipe one of these cruisers off the board if he can get a shot. He's going to have a shot on Dragon Gunner in a moment. It's points the Navy needs. They need these shots to land. Let's see if he can make it happen.
Gunny going to take a torpedo. He takes one there. He's okay for a little bit. Gunny Chuck might go down here, though.
Hilo's bow guns sending shells down range. But looks like he's overled Dragon just a smidge, maybe? Nope, he gets an overpin through the bow.
Yep. Typical cruiser dodge. Hit the brakes, turn in.
That's right. Stern guns coming around. Makarov's fragile enough. Only just a few of these shells have to land. But Dispersion's going to keep him in the game, I think. It is indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Time ticking
Hilo's
away.
Got to watch out for Makarov's torpedoes. 6-kilometer range. Jolly Roger going down.
Ooh, I was going to say, time's ticking away for the Navy. Under 60 seconds. They're up 3 ships, but Hilo is now on to sea. That slows things down a bit, but Dragon Gunner's in a very uncomfortable place in a ship that fragile. The New Mexico's bow guns aren't even looking at him. He's taking the shot on Gunny. That might actually be a kill shot. And it is. Navy bags their first kill.
Necessary there.
Now Hilo's got Makarov torps coming in on him. This is going to be bad, Zath.
Hey, he'll take one.
All skill, no luck, my friends. That's right. Hilo's still alive with 1,000 HP Makarov off his bow. His secondaries might finish him off at this stage. More torpedoes coming in. He's actually... Oh, no, Zath. He's turning into this salvo.
Oh yeah, he's gonna take all three of
Oh,
these.
I think he's going to take all three. Yep, he is going to take them all. At least two. It's not enough to put him off the board, though.
Nope.
Navy's clinging to they're back in this technically, but man, it's going to be tight.
Yep.
Helo's flooding and burning.
Now.
Oh,
they've
caught back up on ships. All tied up here.
Farming out Hilo. That's coming down pretty soon.
Yeah. I think it's going to come down to Hilo's push is the right play, but he's taking too much damage to get there. Navy goes back. I'm sorry, Marines go back up a ship. 90 seconds on the timer. Marines are going to win in a little less than that.
This is the part where Doc Supreme just has to YOLO charge A now.
Well, he's got a Graf Spee in his face. This gets real dicey. Graf Spee can do horrible things to him, and look at where the Friedrich is at. He's going to B. I mean, there's no comfortable place for any of these Navy ships to hang out.
Nope.
Doc Supreme stepping onto A does slow the bleeding a bit, but we're now under 60 seconds on the game timer. In the end, I don't think it's going to matter, Zath. I'm pretty confident the Marines are going to take this game.
Absolutely. Very good try by Navy, though. They put up a really good fight.
Does look like Spee. Is he going to take one of these? No, he's going to thread the needle. Looks like Oni's going to bag this Leander. When he does, that should seal the deal. Friedrich stepping on to B just to kind of add insult to injury, but Doc Supreme does manage to survive for the moment. Does the Spee have a shot? He does.
Yep.
It's not enough. 750 HP. He's clinging to life.
The island ate 2 of those shells.
Oh, my goodness. 10 seconds on the timer, and the Marines are going to win. Can they bag this kill anyway? No, he's healing now.
Healing now.
Oh, space shells. Oh, not enough.
Nope.
Goodness gracious. Doc Supreme and the Leander that wouldn't die, but the Marine Corps wins the game.
Swiggity swooty.
Too much fun. Congrats to the U.S. Marine Corps. They have won this game and some money for their charity. Let's hand things back to the studio. Cal and Happa, take it away.
All right. Well, we are back with an interesting conclusion to the 3rd and 4th place match. So congratulations, Devil Dogs, on your 3rd place victory. We will be announcing the charities that you have all donated $5K or $3K respectively to at the end. And the reason for that is that the teams had a choice between, I think it was 10 different charities. And obviously we want to spread as much love as we can. So each charity is chosen once. Obviously the 1st, 2nd place teams get their first choice, and 3rd and 4th place pull from that. So once we understand the outcome of the 1st and 2nd place teams, we'll be able to announce the charities from all teams. So congratulations. The Department of the Navy won. That's all we can say. That's it. The
Let me
Department of the
just
Navy.
say, when I saw the lineups of the Marine Corps team, some of the ship selections that they had, I was like, wow, they're bringing a PEF and a Farragut? I wonder why they didn't bring a T-61. And I thought, man, this might not turn out well for them. But their coordination on the Marine Corps side and the fact that the PEF pushed and tanked at the right time really pulled out for them. And the Navy just could not get back into the game pretty much once they lost the first couple ships. So
Would you say that ship had sailed?
That ship had sailed, yeah. No, again, the Marine Corps, fantastic coordination on their side in that battle. So
Well done.
Hoo-yah.
So we are joined now from a gentleman by the name of Mike CQ. And CQ is simply because your last name is extremely hard to pronounce, as I understand it.
Pretty much.
And you are a member of Wounded Warrior Project, as well as the host of the Pop Culture Warrior. Is that correct? And a military veteran as well. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'd love to hear more about you and what. Tell us your story.
Oh wow, we don't have enough time for that story.
We'll sit down. We'll go through the whole thing. It was a Saturday.
Yeah, no, Army veteran. I was born and raised in New York City. I was a senior in high school when 9/11 happened, so that pretty much made my decision for me what I was doing after high school. Joined the Army. went airborne, went infantry, and immediately got stationed with the 173rd in Vicenza, Italy. Combat toured Iraq, combat toured Afghanistan, and on my second combat tour, I was shot 5 times during combat operations, and I found myself as a wounded veteran pretty quickly.
And I'm sorry, how long ago did you leave the military?
So I served from 2002 until 2007. I medically retired in 2007.
Outstanding. Well, thank you for your service. We appreciate it. And when did you join with Wounded Warrior Project?
Yeah, so originally, while I was at the hospital in Walter Reed, which is in Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington D.C., I kind of got, they covered down that area, so they got guys as they were coming through, but I wasn't really ready to kind of engage with them. I was kind of doing my own thing, and so it wasn't until I retired and 2 years later, when I was kind of spinning out and kind of lost, didn't know what I was doing. And luckily, they still had me in their kind of database, and they check up on guys. So I got a phone call one day, and they're like, "Hey, man, why don't you come out and do some stuff with us?" And it was a saving grace, man, because it really came at a very critical time that I really needed it. So I've been doing stuff with them ever since about 2009.
Wow. Okay. So with Wounded Warrior Project, just tell us a little bit about the services that they provide for veterans and people.
I mean, it's countless. We don't have enough time to cover it. But everything from obviously your very typical alumni events where you're going out, spending time, getting into the community, spending time with other vets. That's kind of the thing that they do at the front face of it. Going to a ball game or going to a dinner or something. But really, a lot of the stuff behind the scenes, they're working with guys who need employment help, whether it's resume writing, interview prep, getting connections to corporates, getting all these different tools and tricks. If you're wanting to go back to get your education, they have programs to help you with that. If you have benefits issues, a lot of guys suffer when it comes to trying to fill out VA paperwork or understand the process. They have trained guys who that's all they do. They have support groups, they have physical health and wellness groups and programs to help body, mind, economic empowerment. I mean, you name it. The whole gig is about empowering our nation's veterans. And so, being able to say that, we're not just going to give you what you need right now, but we're going to build you up for what you need for the future. It's an incredible program.
Yeah, one of the things that I really loved is when I was stationed in Rhode Island, I had interactions with quite a few Wounded Warrior personnel, just because we did some charities up there and marathon runs up in Newport, Rhode Island. And the thing that I love the most about Wounded Warrior is everyone that you talk to, if you're a veteran or active duty talking to someone in Wounded Warrior, you're able to talk on the same level because you're literally both been through the same things. You're both veterans. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter, and there's more of that connection there. So at least for me, post service, it's allowed me to be able to open up a little bit more than I might to just a random person, right? Now that being said, how can a veteran that might be watching the stream right now get involved, or actually reach out to Wounded Warrior maybe and get access to some of the resources that Wounded Warrior provides?
Absolutely. I think the biggest misconception, first and foremost, is that, I'm not missing a leg, so I don't qualify, or, I have to pay for a membership, or, these different things. And the first and foremost, it's free, absolutely free. I've been with the project since, like I said, 2009. I've never been asked for a dime out of pocket for all the services I've used, and I've used a lot of them. So the idea is basically, if you have a VA rating, or if you should have a VA rating, you're eligible. Regardless of its physical wound, mental illness, the invisible wounds of war, what have you. Wounded Warrior Project's there for you, right? It's not all about, if I'm not in a wheelchair or I'm not getting my arms blown off. That's not what it is. This is a program that's been created to create the best generation of warfighters that our nation has ever seen. So if you're someone who could utilize these skills, I've even known guys who maybe have never had an issue, maybe didn't deploy to combat zones, but just need a little help and just need a little information. You can call the resource center. They might not be able to say, hey, you're going to be a member here, but they're always going to give you the information like, hey, reach out to this service, reach out to these people, they'll help you. So regardless of if you become a member or not, they still have your back as a veteran, which is an incredible thing. Go to woundedwarriorproject.org. They have a phone number, they have an email, they have a website, they have a social media presence, whatever you need, Wounded Warrior Project has got your back.
That's something I really appreciate that you mentioned, the fact that, a lot of veterans think, well, I'm not actually injured, so I don't belong. I'll tell you, in 2007, I was medevaced home for a really bad shoulder injury, and I felt a lot of guilt when I was being medevaced home because I had a lot of these warriors that were literally on stretchers, being held together by bandages and stuff. And actually, when I landed in Germany, Wounded Warrior was there to meet us. And one of the things that they said that, I had a Wounded Warrior representative come to me and say, how are you? And I said, I'm fine. Help them, and he actually stopped me right there and said, no, you're being medevaced home. So you're a Wounded Warrior. You're here. We're here to help. So how are you?
Right.
And it just blew me away that, that conversation, just sitting down and having that conversation that, the reality of it is like, we're all in this together. Like there's no disqualifiers essentially when you're looking
Exactly.
at it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And so I think we're getting ready here in just a couple minutes, or just a couple seconds. I think we have about 30 seconds before the finals for the day. CQ, thank you so much for all that you do and all you've done for Wounded Warrior Project. For those of you watching, make sure you donate to Wounded Warrior Project and help veterans. Anything to say before we go into the last match for the day?
No, it's been great. Thanks for having me, and check out Pop Culture Warrior. It's my
There you
pop culture
go.
show.
Outstanding. All right. Well, let's tune in now as the U.S. Army takes on the United States Air Force in the finals match of the day for the Verizon Branches Challenge. Huge shout out to everybody. Let's go. Enjoy the round.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to the final battle of the Verizon Warriors Challenge here. We are Branches Challenge, we are featuring the United States Air Force versus the United States Army for the big charity prize of the day. United States Air Force knocking off Team Navy yesterday for the right to play here. And as my wife was saying, she was cracking a joke basically saying it's no wonder the Air Force has more time to play video games. But then, of course, she's a Navy vet, so she would say that. Anyways, let's have a look over the team lineups here. Air Force coming to the dance with a Warspite as their battleship, double Leander, Graf Spee, and Trento. Sticking out front, we've got a T-61 Zath and a Hatsuharu. We saw them with this exact same lineup yesterday.
Yep. Meanwhile, U.S. Army, almost the same configuration as well. Monahan, TED-61. And then we've got Graf Spee, Leander, Duca d'Aosta, and de Grasse. And de Grasse is a really cool pick. Very fast ship. Capable of spammy stuff. And once again, there's the Arizona, which if you are a Verizon Wireless customer, you can get for free.
That's right. That's exactly right. I love the de Grasse pick. She's one of my favorite mid-tier premium cruisers. And now the Army's doing something very interesting. Look at this team split they're going for, right? They're sending the battleship and all 4 cruisers to C. Both destroyers are being left to their own devices at A.
I don't like this.
I don't like this either. In fact, I hate this. I mean, hopefully they can make it work, but man, no. No.
Yep. For those of you guys unfamiliar with the game, your destroyers are like your scouts. They're the eyes of the team, and putting both of them at A means that the other side at CCAP for the Army is completely blind as to what's going on. So they can't react to movements, they can't see what the enemy's doing. That's going to hurt. And then the 2 destroyers by themselves, if they get into a significant pitched battle fight, they're not going to win out in that unless they get a lucky torpedo hit.
Yeah, you really want to have a backup plan for your destroyers in case they get spotted, get into trouble. You've got some bigger guns to help make an impact in that fight. But interestingly enough, both destroyers step onto the cap, dump some torpedoes, and then leave. So they're going to surrender the A-cap. Yeah, they're going to surrender the A-cap to the Air Force completely. I don't, honestly, Zath, I don't like this play either. If you're going to make this play, like play for it, right? But it's not what they've done.
Yep. They just luck chucked some torpedoes, and then they're out. Now, the problem with luck chucking torpedoes, of course, you can get a lucky hit, but you can also tell the enemy team, hey, there's a destroyer here. And since 2 sets of torpedoes just went by Kais, they probably know that both destroyers are by A.
Yeah. Neither team with a ton of vision right now. The Hatsuhara on the north flank, not spotting anything. The T-61 and the Cap, of course, he can't spot the counter spot the enemy destroyers just yet. They're not anywhere near close enough. They'd have to be within about 6 kilometers or so, and they're at about 8 and change, although Resh's T-61 is coming back by himself? Oh, Zath. Oh, Zath, I don't like this.
Yep. He's going to go down pretty soon here.
Well, we'll see. The Army made some really... this is going to sound rude. The Army made some kind of odd choices yesterday with their early deployment in the game that we watched on Trident. That you know, they defeated the Marines to get here. But, I mean, it worked out for them in the end, and the Marines almost mounted a comeback but couldn't quite get there.
Yep.
Even now, we're almost 5 minutes into this match, and the Army has no vision on any enemy ships at all, and neither does the Air Force, although that's about to change. Resha has just been spotted on the bottom end of the A-cap. And he's going to have a Leander in his face. Oh, he doesn't.
He's got 2 Leanders, a Graf Spee, and a Warspite, all with angles.
Oh, but then Kaye smokes up. That's a mistake.
Yep. That denies his team vision.
Now
as
they
long as
can't.
Rishi doesn't fire.
Yeah, now they can't spot him anymore. He does leave the Cap. Let's keep an eye on things. Yep, he circles. He loses about a third of his HP for his trouble, but does preserve his ship, so that's worth something.
Look at stumbling now in the Monahan, claiming the middle of the map with his Monahan.
Yep, and I think we're starting to see the Army's plan kind of formulating here, Zath, right? They're doing this heavy cruiser push now, finally getting itself oriented and moving in on the B cap. So I'm guessing the plan here was just to delay and deny A as much as they could, and Kaye's is backing off. They're going to allow the Army to counter cap A. I'm kind of baffled.
Considering the trap that Air Force clearly laid for the Army, and that trap was sprung and then completely blown up on their own face. Oof.
Wow, Russia does bag the Cap. He's going to bail out here. No need to stay. If nothing else, the delaying in action has bought them some time. 5 minutes gone, and Air Force is working only on about a 40-point lead as the Army push up the 8 line starts to materialize.
Oh, Hops just took a big hit, probably from Bernator's Warspite there in the Duque de Aosta. Duca's got 12-kilometer torpedoes, so he might as well luck chuck. There they go.
Yeah, Duca's way out front here, trading AP with a Graf Spee. That's also not a comfortable place for a Duca. It's a light cruiser. It's not well armored. Those 11-inch guns on the Spee can do nasty things to this Duca if he can land them.
Speaking of Spee, Mandalorian just got whacked as well.
Kaye's back into A, flipping it back on behalf of the Air Force. They will retain a small lead here, a little more than 25 points. Time ticking away. Army's kind of sold the farm. Their whole play is this push up the B line. They're going to be on the B cap momentarily.
The nice thing about their play is that if they cap B, then there's 2 caps for Army versus 1 cap for Air Force. Air Force is going to be forced to make a play.
Indeed. Now, one of the things that I like is that the destroyers are retreating back to kind of now cover these caps as they own them. But what I don't like about this, if I were Stumbling Stemps, I would run up to the B cap. Right? That way you have your torpedoes up there to play defense and to do some spotting. I still think keeping both destroyers together is tactically not good.
It'll only work in this particular situation if Air Force chooses to push south of A towards C cap. But it doesn't look like that's what's happening. You've got the Warspite Burninator turning north. The Leanders seem to be pretty content just holding A for right now. And I think it's Hops in the Duca that's going to get farmed out pretty quick here because he's giving a lot. Oh yeah, he's giving a lot of angles to a lot of Air Force teammates.
He's going to have some cover in a moment, but he's got to survive long enough to get there. 1,600 HP as Hops clings to life. He finally goes dark. They don't have eyes on him anymore, as the Army does finally bag B and will start to close the gap.
That island will be his home for the rest of the game.
He pretty much can't leave. If he moves out of there and gets spotted, they're going to lose the points. They can't afford to give him up. As close as this game is, crossing the halfway mark. Oh, big hit on Duke of Clarence there.
we really haven't seen the Arizona getting involved yet.
No.
Once again, just like we commented the last battle with the New Mexico, it's a very slow ship, so you're giving up an awful lot of time positioning the Arizona around the 9 line like this.
They've got eyes on Hops now. They're trying to land those killing shells. Leander, that's Amy Almel? I'm going to mispronounce that, but threading shells through the gap in the island, landing them on Hops.
Yeah, Amy 16th.
There we go.
Yep. Hops tried to back out a little bit, tried to luck chuck some torps, takes another hit.
345 HP. A single shell of almost any type will end Hops' game, just as the Army has moved out to their first lead. The Arizona has been such a non-factor in this game, Zath, and I really feel like he kind of took his time coming up the 9 line. I feel like if he was going to go out this flank, he should have hung close to the islands and gone straight up the 8 line. He would have been closer and more relevant sooner. Hops is still spotted.
Agreed.
There he goes. That does flip the lead back to Air Force for the moment, but Army owns more caps. That gap will start to narrow. Tight game. Air Force now with a ship advantage.
Now, it's what they do with that ship advantage that's so important.
All right, let's check on these destroyers. The Monahan is finally kind of up here into B. And the T-61, who is this? This is Reshe. He's kind of lagged astern here, kind of sort of covering the C cap. Looks like he and Kayes might have a clash here in a moment. They're headed straight for each other.
Yep. I think he's being a little too aggressive trying to get those spots, and that's gonna cost Rishi a ship.
Well, we'll see. It certainly is looking that way. He's smoking, but he's smoking at full speed, so he's never out of vision.
Yep, he lost his engine DCP'd, which means any fire will stick.
Looking really bad for Reshe here. Probably on track to lose his ship here. That would be Air Force's second kill, right about the time his Army's just about to catch up on points again. And now Reshe's smoke is... he's out.
He's out. Now, even if he had gotten stopped in smoke, remember, Kayes and the TED-61 over there also has Hydro. So...
Exactly. Could have just hydroed him right out of it. 2-ship lead now for Air Force. That leaves their C-cap completely open. Let's see if Kayes realizes that. Oh, another big kill for Air Force.
Yep, dude, clearance goes down. That's gonna probably seal it here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way back for Army here. They sold everything on this cruiser push, and their battleship is just now 11 minutes into the game, starting to become relevant to the fight. But it's just too little, too late, Zath. Their C-cap is open.
Yes.
They're 200 points down. I don't think they can come back from this.
Nope. Welded steel is now the focus fire target.
Yep, he'll be going out shortly. I mean, Army came to this game with a strategy. They executed it well. It just probably took a little longer than they would have liked to develop. I felt like they should have gotten on the B cap maybe a little sooner. But Air Force is going to win this game. Just don't see any way back for the Army.
No. And you can see over there, Kayes is now going to take that free cap at Charlie. And that's all she wrote.
Indeed. Well, apparently the Air Force does have more time to play video games, because they're pretty good. They're looking pretty good today at this one, I'll tell you that. I told my wife last night I was stealing that joke.
Hey, there you go. Why not?
Absolutely.
Maverick now getting into the fight and turning around.
Yeah, he's finally relevant, and he's immediately like, well, run away, run away. Too many ships shooting at me. Exactly.
Remember, guys, these are teams of people from that play the game, and they're not necessarily in the same clan or anything like that. So these are a whole bunch of veterans that just want to come have fun and earn some money for their charities, which is fantastic.
Yeah, no, these are all for. I mean, these games are all for charity. It's fun to see these guys come play, put a team together, represent their service. The service branch rivalries in the U.S., of course, are a big deal. But today, Air Force is the big winner in the Verizon Branches Challenge. They will claim the top prize for the charity of their choice. Zath, it's been a blast casting these with you. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it.
Yep, it's good times. We've been asked to hop back up to the voice call, so let's hop up there
Yep,
and see what's up.
let's turn it back over to the studio, guys. We'll see you in just a moment.
What a match. Oh my. That
Seriously.
That was incredible. Congratulations to everybody who played, but congratulations to the United States Air Force representing airmen across the world. They used to be a department of the Army. They were the Army Air Corps, but now they're their own branch, and they have proven their value. Congratulations, United States Air Force. Their $15,000 donation from Verizon in this partnership will be going to the Gary Sinise Foundation. Congratulations all around.
I will tell you, the Air Force did a fantastic job of corralling the Army into that area, which that Hatsu flanking was clutch for sure.
I there were so many moments in there where I'm like, oh my gosh, what is happening? How is this? So let's bring back our commentators from that match, Lord Zath and Sea Raptor, and let's hear from them on what their take on the match was. So I think we're gonna have them here in just a minute. Once I get done going through this weird transition of camera angles.
That was Calvoception right there.
There we go. That's right. That's right.
There we are. Welcome back, gentlemen. So
thank you.
You guys did a great job. So thank you guys so much for participating. Let us know. Tell us what you saw. How the match went from your perspective.
Go ahead, Zath. Take it.
Sure. Well, it all came down to vision and using those destroyers properly. I commented about that at the very start. So the 2 destroyers being sent into the same cap, you just denied the complete other side of your team all that vision. The second problem was the speed of the Arizona. You have to use that ship to its strengths, any ship, and you also have to try to minimize that ship's weaknesses. And because the Arizona is a slower battleship, you cannot afford to put it all the way around the flank. You have to put it more central, kind of like in the previous match, what the New Mexico had done.
Exactly.
Similar idea.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, Arizona is an excellent battleship, of course, available with the promotion with Verizon right now to Verizon customers and World of Warships players. But it is all the American standards up through about tier 7, right, are very, very slow. So they don't get to the battle in a hurry. They get there in their own time. And so if you're going to play one, you kind of have to maybe take a little more aggressive line. You can't really play patient. And especially in a game like this where you've surrounded it with all these quicker cruisers, the cruisers are going to get where they're going. Battleship's going to be at the rear. He needs to be a little more conscious of that and so on. The other thing that I kind of don't like about the position of that Arizona in that particular game, right? When you play Haven and clan battles, which is a different tier, of course, but it's very common. You kind of keep your battleship up close to that island and you're looking for shots on the other side of the map, right?
Exactly.
And if the Arizona had maybe pushed up that 7 or the 8 line much closer to the islands, he might have had shots on the Leanders that his destroyers were spawning for him over at A. But playing way over on the 9 line where he wasn't afforded that opportunity.
Absolutely right. Yes.
And so, what do you think? What do you think the Army could have done differently to change the battle here? You think they swapping out a ship?
I didn't have a problem with
hit it. No, go ahead.
I didn't have a problem with their composition at all. I think it was more just how they executed and used the ships that they brought to the table. I definitely think they were looking very strong in the mid game too, even despite the fact that they didn't have that that vision advantage. They were still pushing right around from C to B, and it looked almost like the Air Force was going to concede that entire part and get themselves pushed into a corner. But they didn't do that. Burninator turned around in that Warspite and said, "Oh heck no, we're not going to let this happen."
Yeah, he exploited that fact that they were corralled into the corner. And when he came around the island, I thought, oh yeah, I saw that match is over at that point already.
We talked about this yesterday in some of the matches that we watched over in the Warriors Championship, right? When you corral your enemy like that, it's both a blessing and a curse. You're allowing him to concentrate his fire more easily, even though you're kind of dictating his position on the map. So if they don't panic, if they just stay patient and be like, all right, well, that's fine. Just, focus that guy, everybody shoot that guy until he's dead. Okay. Then you're able to react and come back from that kind of a position.
Right.
Yeah. And it's incredible. So congratulations to the United States Air Force, and congratulations to every branch of service. Huge shout out to all of these veterans who took time out of their weekend to play in this. They're non-competitive. It's These are players who, as we mentioned earlier, came together last minute, played, and had a great time for charity. We had a great opportunity to hear from Mike from Wounded Warrior Project. So make sure you're donating to the Wounded Warrior Project foundation, the charity link that's below. And let's talk about the question you asked me earlier, C Raptor, which was who's taking home what. Well, let's talk about that. The United States Air Force chose the Gary Sinise Foundation, and so congratulations to the Gary Sinise Foundation. They'll be getting a check from Verizon for 15. I don't know if it's a check. I don't know how technology works anymore. But Gary Sinise Foundation will be getting $15,000 from Verizon for this Verizon Warriors Challenge, or Verizon Branches Challenge.
Fantastic.
Yeah, congratulations there. United States Army, second place. Their donation is going to Mission 22. Congratulations there, which is awesome. Obviously 22 is it has a big meaning to veterans around the world, and which is the reason why with Wounded Warrior Project we decided to go with the $22,000 donation goal. So please make sure, if you can, donate to that if you're able. Third place, United States Marine Corps Devil Dogs, bringing home $5,000 for StackUp.org. We did a lot with StackUp earlier in the year, so congratulations there. And then bringing up, last but definitely not least, is a massive place in my heart for no reason other than I love every branch of the service, but I happen to be in this one. The United States Navy is bringing home $3,000 for USO. So congratulations all around there. And that brings the conclusion for our Verizon Branches Challenge. It has been an absolute pleasure working with Verizon on this collaboration to bring these great branches together and prove once and for all that the Navy, Air Force, Army, and Marine Corps can do it all. So thank you for our service members. Thank you for everybody out there who has served. And just while we have a minute to talk, if you're in chat and you're watching, please let us know what branch you were in and share with us if you were in the service. With that said, Lord Zath, C Raptor, I know you guys have a busy day ahead of you. More matches to call. Last word before we go.
Oh, it's a pleasure as always to be a part of these just truly epic productions. So thank you very much for bringing me in. Appreciate it. It was a true blast casting again alongside my buddy C Raptor there. So thanks to everybody, and I'll see you out there in game.
Yeah, just thanks for having us. Thanks to Zath for taking some time. And a huge shout out to all of our military personnel, veterans, active service, whatever. And big thanks to the Wounded Warrior Project for everything they do for that community.
Outstanding. Thank you, guys. C Raptor, we'll see and hear you a bit later. Lord Zath, make sure you check out both of our community contributors and enjoy the rest of your day, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
See you.
See you.
All right. I don't remember. Veterans, let us know what we're checking out chat, which will be 5 minutes from now. So I realize that there may be a bit of a delay. But that said, all of our veterans and service members out there, thank you so much for your service. A huge shout out to Wounded Warrior Project. It was a great opportunity, and I think Hap and I were talking about this. I want to say green room because it makes it sound really cool, but offline. Just how easy it is for us as veterans to be able to speak with other veterans about service and about the transition. So the one thing the military does is they have a transition assistance program when you're leaving the military, but that only goes so far. You're being taught how to do that from people who are specialized in that, but there's so much more to it, and that's where organizations like Wounded Warrior Project come in and can really help that transition. So Hapa, let's hear your story about what transitioning from the United States Navy after 20 plus years to the civilian world looked like, because it was recent, right?
Actually, before I talk about that, we've been talking about all the veterans and the Wounded Warrior Association and the amazing support that Verizon has lent to the Wounded Warrior Project. And everybody in chat, thank you so much for those of you that have donated. But very rarely Does anybody actually mention the very important people to these veterans, which is the wives, girlfriends, children, families of these veterans that go through a lot of it? Because a lot of people also don't realize that when you're deployed as a service member, essentially your family's deployed too. Your family is literally taking care of everything that might actually go on in your life while you're forward deployed, and everything that you go through, those family members go through as well. So it's very important to me that we recognize them as well. For my transition, the biggest thing is when I retired, I moved completely away from a fleet concentration area and intended to be a student. It was a huge culture shock to me, and I found that though doing college work was easy, I was quite lacking in keeping myself busy. As a veteran, sometimes, especially when you've been through some stuff, you tend to find yourself lost in your own thoughts, which can drag you down. And that was one of the reasons why I kind of sought out employment with Wargaming, which was fantastic, because it kind of put me back into where I wanted to be, which was working with communities, working with people, and kind of directed my energy towards something I really loved, which is obviously World of Warships, and helped me immensely, especially over this past year. So though I've been retired for a little over 2 years, I blink if I feel like, and it was just yesterday. So yeah.
So speaking of timing, we are 3 days shy of Hapafodder Day 1 at Wargaming. So happy anniversary! Welcome. Well, glad to have you on the team. Now just 3 days shy of a year.
Yeah.
It
Actually,
feels like
yesterday was my anniversary for moving here to Austin. So I thought I'm seeing all the memories pop up. Like, oh,
yeah, moving over. So, but yeah, this has been an absolutely wonderful time, and I will tell you, working with Verizon to put this together, this has been a wonderfully complicated, fantastic experience working with Verizon to bring all of these things together. This isn't just about World of Warships, but it's about so much more. It's about bringing the community together.
Totally.
It's about doing these things. And a huge shout out to everybody who's donated to Wounded Warrior Project. We're supporting such a great cause. They've been an absolute wonder to work with. We couldn't be more pleased to have such a great partner in this organization. And I look forward to whatever comes next. It's December 6th. It's been 2020. It's been a crazy year, but I think this has been a great way to wrap up 2020 from our perspective. And I'm just so tickled to be able to have that opportunity to work with these professional folks. So huge shout out there. As we're waiting for the next teams to get on board and get ready for their Rumble, we'll talk a little bit about what is going on next. So we have the championship challenge, which I believe is coming up in just a couple of minutes. I'm waiting for Mr. Conway to whisper in my ear, telling me we have just a couple of minutes left. So as soon as we find out how long that has, I will stop bantering.
I just want to mention the fact that currently we have 53,000 people watching the stream, and if you look down below the stream, guys, you'll see the Wounded Warrior Project banner down below the stream, and there's a donate button down there. If you're looking to figure out how to donate, you can donate through that button, or you can go straight to Wounded Warrior Project, their website, and donate directly there. So definitely check them out, and we appreciate every single one of you guys watching the stream for sure.
And a huge shout out to all of our community contributors. We have a Brazilian community member, Wallstrix. We have our Latin community who are streaming this exact thing in different languages. So it's an awesome opportunity to see everybody be able to come together. Like Hapa said, 50 or 60,000 of you are joining us from home to watch these veterans and World of Warships players come together and compete. So thank you guys so much. So if you haven't done so already, as Hapa mentioned, make sure you donate to Wounded Warrior Project. Verizon also has a fantastic deal. You get about $75 worth of value for new and existing Verizon customers. So huge shout out there. Verizon also is throughout the chat. You'll see a survey link drop. Unfortunately or fortunately, it's subjective to how you look at it. For taking that survey from United States. People from the United States will get a $5 Cabela's gift card sent to you on from Verizon. So for taking that survey, so huge shout out to Verizon again for all of the work they did. We're starting to see the branches shared there in chat. So huge shout out to everybody there. So thanks so much for all of that, everybody. So currently deployed, whether you're home or abroad, thank you for your service.
I just want to give a big shout out to the Gary Sinise Foundation, Mission 22 Stack Up, and the USO, the four charities that are getting donations directly on behalf of Verizon, and the 4 service teams that played during this past competition here.
Yeah, it was awesome. And like we said, these gentlemen were not clans. We had 900 plus people apply. Their names were randomly selected. And they signed up and came together. And while it was fun and challenging, I think we're all really happy to see the Air Force take first place, and their $15,000 donation going to, as Hapa just mentioned, the Gary Sinise Foundation. So huge congratulations all around. And again, huge shout out to everybody in the community who's joined us and participating in this stream. We're having a good time. It's the weekend. Couple of weeks before the holiday break for us, but make sure you guys are having fun. Happy, do you have anything to say before we cut off here?
No, I think it's been phenomenal, the amount of work and effort and energy that's been put in by everyone for this stream specifically, and to all of our volunteers. Fantastic hoorah to all of you. Yeah, in case of, if you're, the way the Navy says it, and we appreciate all the effort that everyone's put in toward these competitions. It's been a blast. I love it.
Yeah, it's awesome. So while we wait for the final word before the teams are ready, I'm going to ask a trivia question. You know what? I'm doing this newscaster thing. Nope, it sounds like we're actually ready, so I'm not gonna do my trivia. Thank you again, Verizon, for this wonderful partnership. Huge shout out to all of our branches. Congratulations to all of the charities that won. Thank you all so much for joining us for this short time. Hapa, thank you for all your work. Lord Zath, Sea Raptor, thank you guys. We'll talk to you soon, and let's get back to the Verizon Championship.
Yeah.
I have one kid in each branch of the military, but I'm Command Central.
Why military and veteran families choose Verizon.
I talk to my wife at least once a day, even though she's on the other side of the world.
When I have a child deployed, having a reliable network means everything. So when I get a video chat and I get to see their face, it's the best thing in the world.
The network more people rely on gives you more, like military plans with a special price on unlimited and 5G included at no extra cost. Plus $250 when you switch a line and keep your phone. That's Verizon.
Everybody here from the Verizon Branches Challenge. I hope you enjoyed this, and congratulations to the US Air Force. Definitely kicking some butt there, but overall very, very fun games to watch. I hope you enjoyed this segment overall, and keep in mind that all of this is for a good cause. So thanks everybody for donating and being part of the stream. I think so far everything has been very interesting, and we will be moving on to the next stage of the tournament, where we are now going to be in the grand finals of the Verizon Warriors Championship, where their players are actually now fighting for the $15,000 prize pool for the first place The second place gets 10,000, so that's already guaranteed for one of these two teams that are participating here. Now, before we, and Z-Raptor actually donating here $50 to Wounded Warriors, so thank you very much, Z-Raptor. And I think that's, maybe if you're sitting at home and you want to contribute to a good cause, I think Wounded Warrior Project is a very good opportunity to do so. So if you want to, you can find the link, in chat. You know where to find this by now. Or as Happer mentioned, you can also just scroll down on the Twitch page because we are also doing this through Tiltify, so you can find this on our Twitch page. Now, before we move to the next stage, just wanted to highlight, because I saw a few comments here about Twitch drops. So, for today, you can get, for watching 75 minutes of the official broadcast here, right? You can get one Santa gift container on the official channel. It doesn't matter whether you have a break in between. It's just about having 75 minutes accumulated over the course of the stream until it ends. So you still have that chance. If you had some issues, please make sure to, first of all, double check in-game, because sometimes Twitch notifications are slightly delayed. And secondly, if you had an issue, you can also try relinking the account. We should still be live for 75 minutes. So, just in case, that should work for you. Otherwise, you can just contact our customer support and we'll try our best to help you with that. So now that that's out of the way, let's get our guests back into the stream. Z-Raptor doing a very good job there, in between, being the post-match analyst, and trying to decipher what the teams are doing, and then actually going in there to cast the game. So, like a very, very talented man here. Welcome back. I hope your voice is going to keep up for the rest of the stream here, because we're going to have a best of 5 with 07, the North American team, fighting against the Asian team, Vor. So, Stats, since you have no horse here in the race anymore, let's maybe talk a little bit about the maps they're going to be playing on. If Mr. Conway can pull them up, and then Stats, I'll just hand it to you.
Okay, so yeah, I have no horse in this. My prediction actually for this was going to be Smile versus Ban CV, so I'm completely out of it. So yeah, I'll try and be as unbiased as I can. So it looks like, looking at the bans and the picks, it looks like 07 banned Mountain Range, and then Vor banned Greece. So we're not going to be seeing the crazy Greece barrier map. But we are, I'm very excited, we are going to be seeing Sleeping Giant as the first map. We're going to have Vor on the north spawn. We're going to have 07 on the south spawn. So we're going to see that crazy enclosed Western Cap again. That's been a source of great entertainment over this weekend. So I'm very glad to see that again. We're then going to be seeing Islands of Ice is going to be the second map. We're then going to be seeing Warriors Path. This, of course, is best of 5. So we're definitely going to see at least 3 games. Warriors Path for the third map, and then if it doesn't go 3-0, we'll be seeing Northern Waters as the 4th map, and then North for the decider if it goes 2-2. And of course, casters always want everything to go 1-1, 2-2, because that's the most exciting, right? So yeah, really, really excited to see this map pool. Honestly glad that Mountain Range and Greece are out, because I think these other maps make much more exciting gameplay. So I am very, very excited. But you two do have horses in this race, right? So let's start with Z-Raptor. What are you looking forward to? Z-Raptor, you're muted.
My bad. For starters, I'm looking for seeing more 07 on Sleeping Giant, because those matches have been just endlessly entertaining. We've seen them twice on that map, and I'm ready for more. I think it's curious when you look at the ship bans, what has ended up on the ship ban list. Right, let's take a look at that real fast, because the Asian team, Vor, they took Chapayev out of the pool, but 07 has banned Atago, and I find that really, really interesting, because it's not something that I would have expected. We haven't seen an Atago ban. In fact, every banned cruiser up to this point in the entire tournament has been a radar cruiser. But now we've taken away this kind of, Atago is a great kind of stealthy, heavy cruiser. She pops in and out of detection with that. It's like 9 and change, 9.3, I think, detection radius. She's a little hard to spot. And we saw Vor use those ships very, very, very effectively early on the games we've watched them. And I think it's interesting to see 07 kind of take that out of the enemy quiver and see how they're going to respond to it. Dami, what do you think? You've seen these guys play quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm also surprised to see the Atago taken out there. Shapiev, yeah, obviously no change there. I think that was pretty much a given. That's been consistent consensus along the whole 10 or 9 games we've cast this far. And it's no surprise at all. I'm really interested to see how the Sleeping Giant pans out. We saw last time, obviously, with this map, that hard contention point in Alpha. I mean, personally, like Stats Bloke said, I hope the game goes 2 apiece for a decider. But, I mean, something deep down in my heart wants it to be a whitewash and want it to be 3 in a row for Vor. I mean, I would love to see them come back, take it, obviously come in second place in King of the Sea Season 11. It'll be great for them to bounce back and show some domination. I mean, people probably don't give them, as you saw with the vote casting for who was going to be into the finals 1 through to 4, the placing, they were the least favourite. And if you look back at some of their tournament results for King of the Sea, I mean, second place Season 11, second place Season 9, first place Season 8, first place Season 6. I mean, they are a force to be reckoned with. They are a contentious team. And I'd love for them to take this out. But like I said, the best outcome would always be a two-piece. But again, Sleeping Giant to start off with, this will be a show of force because typically, like we've seen with Vor, they go in pretty heavy to start off with. I mean, that's not too untypical of a Asian clan altogether. Typically, what you see is a heavy push to start off with a quick withdrawal, and then a slow, monotonous gameplay. That's like one of the fortes for people who play on the Asian server. It's very slow, battleship-centric, sniping, and then a lot of focus around the DD gameplay. So we saw this one last time where they kind of went hard right along that 7-8 line, but I think more of the focus will be on Alpha this time. What do you think, Stats? How do you think it's going to go?
I think you've got 07 on the South Spawn, and typically the Southern team will take one of the fast French destroyers, probably Le Terrible, and they'll try and hook it into the outside entrance of the closed cap on the west, with the North team trying to respond to that. Now, interestingly, because Otago has been chosen as one of the bans, Shockwave is the other one, that means that Orkan is still able to be chosen, and Loyang is still able to be chosen. So there's the option of the North team putting an Orkan or a Loyang next to the cap and getting that Hydro or Radar over at least part of the cap. So I think we might see that again. And this is a very good example, like we were saying earlier, of a map which on the surface from top down looks quite symmetrical, but actually is not. And Dobby was talking earlier about how that northern corner on the outside edge of that west cap dictates how the teams approach that. So I think we will see 07 do that push straight into the cap. That was quite successful earlier, with Vor trying to basically catch them out because they know it's going to happen. They've got to try and be there and be ready for it and then respond to it. And because of that, I think we'll see Vor do a push on the other side. This is pretty much at this level. I think both teams know what's going to happen, and it's all about how they actually respond to those tactics that they know are probably coming. Or there's a lot of money involved. Perhaps we'll see one of these teams try something slightly different and try and do a left of field kind of surprise play. Who knows? I think standard probably, but you never know at this kind of level. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, I think 07 has shown you exactly what they're going to do in this map. We've seen them twice. They've done the same thing both times. It's worked out. I think it's interesting. You point out that Loyang isn't on the ban list. I think that is an interesting point, certainly for this map, potentially for other maps in the rotation. Like we get to Game 3, Warriors Path. Again, Loyang is a possibility. We saw earlier they took Loyang off the board when they knew they were going to have to play Sleeping Giant and Warriors Path. But now we know we're playing those maps and it's back in the rotation. Maybe you might see a small change. Maybe you might see them shove a Tarib in there or a Fantas to try to bag the cap and then rotate that ship out and maybe replace it with a Loyang. That might be a possibility. Those kinds of things become available now because, like you say, Loyang is in play. I definitely think you're going to see, we started to see even in Ban CV grab the Belfast 43 on the final game of the last match in North. I think you will see some of those over the course of this match at some point. I won't tell you which map because probably too early to figure that out. But I think 07's shown us what they're going to do on Sleeping Giant, right? You're going to see Bayards, you're going to see Taribs, you're going to see a battleship split, probably one kind of hanging mid, maybe a little bit, and then certainly one over on the western flank over there. So yeah. Chris, we've been chatting for a while. Jump in here.
Yeah. So for me, this is going to be an amazing match because both of these teams are really strong with their DD gameplay, and this is going to be a perfect map to show this off and see who's actually going to win the ACAP. I think we're going to have a lot of fun watching just that. And in the background, I can see that the teams are already in battle. We're going to be handing over to Flammo. So chat, please let us know who you think is going to take the first one. My money for this one is going to be on Vor. and we'll see whether they're going to prove me wrong or not. So have fun with this match, and let's have the finals.
Hello everyone, and we are live with the grand finals. And oh my, this is a map where we have seen 07 be devastatingly effective against all the teams they have faced. And they're running their same Le Terrible comp that we have seen in the past. Do you think they're gonna do the exact same thing as we've seen earlier, even though it probably has been scouted? Really?
I do, because I think that 07, even if they do the same thing, they will have the advantage in this push because of their spawns. The Bayard is actually right next to both the Terribles, so if they actually fight, they're just gonna all show up and the Bayard's gonna be there while they'll have no support to back them up. I think that 07 does the same thing.
At this point, you have to expect teams to know. They must have, all this downtime of watching the branches games and so forth, they must have had the time to check out what the hell is the enemy team doing, and you'd expect Vor to know exactly what 07's game plan is and to have a counter strat ready. The question is, can they execute it?
The problem is that the counter strat might have been ready, but it looks like we might be going to no.
No?
Yeah,
what?
the Martel was going so slow, I was like, what the hell is he doing? But yeah, I think with their counter... No, we are going to restart. Maltese's team killing pizza.
Looks like it. Yeah, I think this is not the time for the team kills, so we will in fact be having a restart, so let's send it back to the studio.
Just give it a... And we're back with a restart. This is something that can happen. We didn't have this today so far, but I'll just give you some kind of explanation why this is happening. These matches are being done in training rooms, and we give the teams, in case of a disconnect, the chance in the first 2 minutes to restart the match. But this won't have any impact on their composition or anything else. They're not allowed to change anything. So it's just about reassembling the teams, and they cannot change any ships. So we will see exactly the same thing. That gives me also some time here to talk about something funny, because we are asking you, so who do you think is going to win the first match? Who's going to take the next one? And at the very beginning of this broadcast, we asked for your predictions. Who do you think is going to be first place, second place, third place? So, I mean, the public opinion here is, unfortunately for you guys, so far it's wrong, because over 1,100 players, almost 1,200 people, thought that BanCV, so Total Garbage Alliance, would be on the first spot. Then over 800 thought it's going to be Smile Gaming, and only 309 thought it's going to be Devastating Strike, and only meager 252 gave it to Vor. So I think they proved you wrong. So next time you should definitely have them higher up on your own performance sheet, and we'll have to see which of these teams is going to be the stronger one. Now, something else, if you take a look at for the second place, it's still kind of the same. We have Devastating Strike on the third place and Vor on the fourth place. So overall, chat, you can do better next time. You can do better. But if you got it right, potentially towards the end, we will see. It's going to be a best of 5, so it will take a little bit longer for you to know this. We'll see who has the right nose for this kind of guessing. And then let's bring in our guests back, because we have, I think, another 1 or 2 minutes to talk about while the teams are readying up again. And we can dive a bit more into what we've been talking about before. So now that you saw what the teams are deploying, there is no big surprise, right? But is there anything that caught your eye, C-Raptor? You're
muted, C-Raptor?
Of course I am, because I had stepped away. To be brutally honest, I actually got up and walked away for a minute, so I haven't actually seen the labs. What did you guys? What was it? Tell me.
Sorry.
Confessions of a streamer. So
it's fine.
So
bio breaks are important.
The one thing that
you guys had a break, I didn't. Go.
Very true. The one thing that pops out to me is the fact that 07 so both teams have brought 4 destroyers, but 07 bringing 2 Bayards. We were talking earlier about the power of Bayard's reload booster to just sit there waiting. Usually they're not doing the spamming thing because it's a pretty fragile cruiser. But as soon as a destroyer pops up pretty close range, they just open up, and 2 of them together. I'm going to be very interested. I actually didn't catch whether they were deployed together or whether they split. But if they go together, then the plan is to try and catch out a destroyer and just nuke it. So I'm going to be watching those two Bayards very carefully at the beginning to see if they split. Interestingly, we also have PQ in a Massachusetts this time, which I think is the first time we've seen a Massa. So that's going to be pretty interesting as well. So now that I've said that, C-Raptor, what do you think?
Okay. The Massachusetts is an interesting pick. We've seen PQ playing North Carolina quite a bit so far in the event, and he's kind of been bouncing whether it's been Vlad, Lenin, or North Carolina. This is the first time we've seen anybody take a Massachusetts. I'm curious as to the thought process there. Massachusetts, of course, having that fabulous secondary armament, but her main battery is a little more temperamental than North Carolina's as a result. It has less range, a little less accuracy to it. So I'm a little surprised at that. Typically, battleship players at this level, like they accuracy and range that's it, right? You're always looking for that cross map shot. You want to be able to pick somebody, a cruiser off who wasn't thinking about your position somewhere else. Massachusetts is not really known for that. That's not really what she does well. She is a really good pushing battleship, right? With their fancy torpedo protection and all those secondary guns. So I guess I'll be curious to see where they position that ship and how they decide to use it. Dobby?
Yeah, no, I was pretty impressed that you called those Bayards, to be quite honest. As soon as I popped them up, I was like, are you looking at the back of that map there? Do you have any insider knowledge? What's going on here? But yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't surprised to see them, but I was quite surprised to see the stacking of them. Again, I'm with Stats Block. I'm unsure if they're going to do the 2-2, if they're going to do the split with those Bayards or not. I think because I think it was someone on the 07 side might have disconnected. They were the ones who opened up fire first. So I don't think they wanted to show too much face exactly what they were going to do to start off with. But I mean, you never know. Sometimes they mix things up. They use the opportunity to reset. I'm very interested to see about Massa as well. I did see the NC. He played quite well with the NC last time. But it's something a little bit different. And sometimes in these type of situations, something a little bit different is what you need. Well, it looks like we're getting ready to load in now. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, that is correct. I was also very interested to see that the Orkan was deployed to get the cap, but 07's Literary Blade is going to be faster, so there's going to be a slight point advantage early on, and we'll see how War is going to utilize that Orkan on that flank if that is still their plan. So we're going to be jumping into this battle in roughly half a minute. So guys, we didn't get to really do predictions, so Stats, let's be very quick. Stats, your guess.
07 beats what is probably the best team that EU could possibly field, so I'm going to go with 07.
Do I have to? You gonna make me say it? Of course I'm going to pick my boys. Let's go 07.
Nah, no doubt, mate. War's going to take this out 3-0. That's it.
Okay, so we already know the answers from at least two of our casters. So we'll be handing over to Flamu, and hopefully everything goes well. Enjoy.
And we are live with the grand finals for a second time. Had to be some technical issues, of course. What is a tournament without some of them on the way? We were talking about this tactic of 07's. It has to be scouted, and to be fair, they have made a small adjustment. We're finally seeing a Massachusetts, a battleship that kind of has been missing here, mostly just been Soviets with the occasional Vanguard from the EU team.
Actually, I am noticing 07 is changing their deployment on this time around. Earlier, the Bayard and the Kid actually went down towards C, but this time they're pushing up towards the center so that they'll be closer to A and can provide fire support.
Indeed. You think they got some last second spotting before the restart was called?
I would hope not, because that would be kind of...
because that is pretty curious, I have to say. Change it, because earlier they did do the classic smoke next to C, and this time they changed it around. But ultimately there have been the usual bans from Vor, which is of course Chapayev. People really don't want to deal with that stealth radar. But interestingly, 07 has banned the Atag. Now Vor of course has been using the Atag to great effect, using that kiting and just survivability to give them an advantage in the trade. So 07 takes that away from them, forces them to take some alternative picks like the Charles Martel.
I think we're going to see some spawn issues here. Take a look at Yuki Poi is way ahead of his two others because he spawned further closer towards the actual cap. So he's going to be basically 2v1 for a little bit until Huang...
They're going to get vision of each other right away. There we go.
They see each other now, all right?
There it is.
And the thing is the Bayard is able to support. That's the big difference with this trade here. It's Yuki alone versus all three of these ships.
Yeah, and he's getting, oh my god, he's getting absolutely melted. They knew what they were gonna do, and they tried to counter it, but being split up like this made Yuki the prime target, whereas Pieces of Pizza, well, he took basically no damage. He took 5k damage and got into the cap, whereas Yuki is 4.6k and burning, 3.9k and burning. Oh, that was a terrible trade. And they do get into the cap as well, so 07 just execute their standard tactic, and Vor doesn't have a counter for it.
It was, I think Vor's counter was actually going to be fine if they had a better spawn on their DDs. Having 3 DDs shooting versus 2 would have been okay. But 1 DD versus 3 ships, not so much.
You can see this looks very, very improvised. There's ships colliding into each other, and overall, this attempt at a counter did not work out at all, and this goes basically as well as 07 could have possibly hoped. They have the 2 camp advantage just 3 minutes 45 into the first game, 2 minutes 45, and they have chunked Yuki to the point where any of the DDs can kill him.
Yeah. I think the one thing Vor kind of got out of that is information. They see the Baird smoke, but the problem is that can rotate back over to C very quickly. I think if Vor is going to make a play, it's going to be with a Lenin, Abermal, and Abelmar, whatever, and over at C, because I don't think they're going to make the same mistake that Mauld did and try to YOLO into A from a down position.
Indeed. Uruha is trying to scout the center, radar Edinburgh of course, but 07 they just don't go through the center. They don't allow themselves to get caught like that. They go around the flank with that army of DDs, and so far they have been unbeatable on this map. In fact, all of their games have been extremely convincing on this map. No one seems to have even gotten close, and this is even with their tactic and their plan being scouted from the start.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of it is the angle, the getting over there is a lot easier from the 07 side, but this is also their map pick and spawn pick, so.
Meanwhile, we do have an Orkan. It's not manned this game, so we do see the pick from Vor, and they are pushing it down this flank with an Albemarle and a Lenin, but I mean, 07 is pretty geared up to defend this. They don't have the scouting on it yet, but they will be rotating for it. Meanwhile, Dark Temple, though, pushing surprisingly aggressively into the center in this Vladivostok. Usually we see the battleship go around the flank, but honestly it's never really worked against 07. They've always had a counter ready for it. So Vor is attempting to go through the center instead.
I do like the center move here, because the cruiser and the DD pushing up on C should be able to bully out the kid solo, and if they can put pressure on the Baird with the BB in mid, then they might have a chance at actually forcing 07 away from C.
Maltese gets spotted. They open up on him, getting some decent damage in. Super JF and Charles Martel trying to put some damage in, but he just speed boosts behind the island, and I think he's in fact already gone dark, so honestly he was just spotting next to the island and disengages instantly. Smart play, and you can see the points, they're just running away from Vor right now. We're 130 points, they're 130 points behind, and they don't really have any way of putting anyone on a cap yet.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the Vor rotation. They might want to try to put pressure on Potato Quality here. He's already down to 46k HP, and he looks like their most likely kill attempt. All the DDs are full health unless they eat an unlucky torp or something like that.
Indeed.
So it's going to be, I think that's going to be their...
Look at Huangle and those Kid Torps. It's a fast chip, and I think he's going straight into the Kid Torps without having any idea. This might be the worst RNG ever. Unless he finds the gap. Oh, he's so fortunate! He finds... Fortune and misfortune, or fortune and misfortune, he finds the gap between the Kid Torps, and he does not eat the torpedo. That would actually have been a huge problem, because he's the one Terrible on this flank that actually has some health left.
Yeah. Actually, take a look at what they're trying to do here. Potato Quality is getting burned down now.
Yep.
So I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to force him off and then bring the Lenin up to push the Baird away and then take C.
Yeah, being Nosin in Massachusetts is actually costing them. He's struggling to disengage, but I think the Kid is going to go there and just smoke him up, allowing him to make a full turn and disengage, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Kid is kind of just sitting around waiting. Who needs a smoke? Oh, let's go bail him out. So Potato Quality will be safe for another couple of minutes at least, and with that Massachusetts, that means 2 full heals that he can just burn during that time.
That also is a it's like dual purpose, I guess, because it's going to give Pulley a place to sit with his radar, so that if they do touch C, they can pop that radar, and the Baird can do it work with his sick light cruiser guns.
Indeed. Albemarle trading with the Bayard. Of course, Albemarle has the sustain, Bayard has the DPM and the speed, so at these ranges... Oh, it's actually a reload booster popped from the Bayard, trying to get as much damage in as possible. 730 to 530, more than a 200-point advantage in favor of 07 right now. Vor still struggling to get a foot on any camp here, but it looks like they will be getting this Orkan into this camp, but it's going to be instant radar, and man, it's going to be a lot of firepower. Massachusetts secondaries as well. Look at the torps. Look at these RPF torps. Orkan pops radar, so they do get vision of the kid, but he spotted himself, and oh my god, look at these torpedoes. If they break his engine...
Oh, the
Edinburgh!
Oh,
The Edinburgh!
yikes.
Oh, I think this Orkan is dead, actually.
Yeah, he's dead.
I think he's
can't
dead.
disengage from this because the Eden radar covers him as well.
Oh
so.
god, he's being melted. The Bayard is chiming in. He's down to 1.7k. Pops his heal. 1.4k. There's even more shells coming in. Black Rooster, he just walked right into an ambush. And 07 delete him off the map. And that gap is now 350 points. And meanwhile, they're trying to push Dark Temple into this A cap. With the Massachusetts forced back, they're hoping that there won't be a crossfire, but the Terrible has dropped preemptive torpedoes, forcing him to angle. Oh, this is a tough battle for Vor right now.
Yeah, they only have 1 minute and 20 seconds, and actually he had to turn the other direction because of those torps, and as a result... Oh, okay, so they're gonna... Actually, this could go well for them if Rushia can take the 1v1 and kill Pizza without dying. He needs to get the kill, though. He cannot trade. Potato quality is Massachusetts, so it could be a real issue for this Eden as he comes in.
I like this from Dark Temple. There charges straight past the but he's gonna give full broadside to William the Dank. Does he have any idea? He does not. This is gonna be the nastiest surprise ever. Oh, now he gets vision, but he has to angle in, or is he just gonna get rammed? That possibility exists as well. Meanwhile, Uruhai is charging in. He misses the torps. He gets chunked hard. If he turns broadside, Terrible will be able to citadel him. He's already being citadeled. He's already being citadeled by that AP. Oh god, he's melting under that firepower. Can they get the kill? The torps are looking good on the Vladivostok. Oh, he's just going to drive him. I think the Le Terrible is going to drive by. He will.
Oh no. Oh yeah, he's gonna shoot it. No, he might be too close to the torps. Actually.
Oh, the torps with arm. He's too. No, it's fine. It's fine. He's got another set. If he gets this set off, this will be such a fantastic play by Pieces of Pizza.
The gun should be turned from the Vladdy. Yeah.
Oh, he does go down, but he keeps the cap in their hands. 940 to 556. They have stepped on C and they are contesting it, but what can Dark Temple do? Oh, he eats torpedoes.
He just ate 5 kid torps.
Yeah, Vladivostok AP is out. He's forced to angle against it. It's not enough. He goes down. 993. There's nothing they can do. 5 seconds remaining. Dark Temple should actually go for the ram, but Reformed will torp him if he tries. 07 on this map, man. 07 on this map. They are so terrifyingly consistent and strong on it. Even they execute the exact same tactic. The teams are well aware, but they have no real way of countering it. And the Americans strike first, taking the first map. Let's send it to the studio.
Wow, that was a very, very convincing win here by Devastating Strike. Congratulations for winning the first one, but they still need to get 2 more points to get the big prize pool. So let's get our guests back in and talk about this match. I know that Z-Raptor is smiling very much. Looked like a perfectly executed match here. But Dobby, what went wrong on Vor's side here?
I think I mentioned it very early on. I mean, 2 games ago, also 2 maps ago when we first saw this map yesterday. Is that and I reiterated this morning, was that slight edge to be able to move around once you're on that Bravo spawn on that Alpha cap is just people will normally pay it off, but it's astronomically important to be able to push around that corner as fast as you can. So the way I saw Pizza push straight around that corner and into the cap, and unfortunately, I think, like you said, Stats, in our little conversation, there was just a little bit of, maybe disconnect from Vor's point of view for that initial push along that into that A cap. Was, I think the DD went in with probably maybe a good 300 or 400 meters behind him was his follow-on DD, which basically left him isolated, which forced La Fantastic to turn around and basically cover his butt. So that way he could remove himself from the situation. Props to him, though, for moving all the way around the other side of the map and understanding that his value is now to hold off that Bravo cap for a late game push, which didn't end up coming. And unfortunately, it was like dominoes falling over at the end there. But hey, look, hand on heart, good job to 07 there. I mean, Vor will learn from the experience. Like I said beforehand, typically Vor will go in with a very aggressive push to start off with and pull back. We saw that. I just think the push was just countered so well from 07. It's clear they've looked at Vor's gameplay. What do you think, Stats?
I was quite surprised because Vor's initial deployment with basically trying to mirror what 07 is doing with the 2 destroyers coming up. 07 had the Bayard there to support and trying to basically do the same thing, but from the hard side, because the north side is the hard side. You've got that extra bit of cliff to go around. And I just trying to beat them at their own game on the difficult side is kind of tricky. And that was obviously their plan, because they didn't make any move initially down the BC line. So that was obviously their plan, try and stop 07 from doing what they knew they were going to do. And it just didn't work. And so then when it failed and they had that destroyer on low health having to kite away and move across, you could almost see them going, what do we do now? And so they were just milling around in the middle, and you could see 07 going, haha, you've got to come over this other side now, because there's no way you're going to get A. So we're just going to sit around C. We're going to set up a nice little defensive cordon. And, good job taking it off us, guys. And that's pretty much how it panned out. C-Raptor, you must be delighted.
It's enjoyable to watch these guys play, because they come to the map with a solid strategic plan. And just like we've seen them do the previous 2 games we've watched them on Sleeping Giant, they've just executed it. May not be flawless, but it's certainly good enough to win, right? You see them the way they set up. They put one of the Bayards on either side of those entrances into the A cap. They make sure that their destroyer on the outer flank, on the 2 line or the 3 line, whatever it is over there, can get into that cap, that nobody can get in the back door behind him. They've got a radar cruiser to cover both entrances, a Bayard and another destroyer paired up at both entrances. They take no chances. Once they own the A cap, they redeploy a little bit. That Bayard goes back over. He covers the C cap. We saw him do that. I mean, they chunked poor Yuki down so badly, he was essentially out of the fight, right? He's just like we saw Reformed Gamer in the banned CV series. He's alive, but he's ineffective. He can't be spotted again, or he's free points for the other team. We talked about a little bit inside. We were kind of, what's the deal with the Massachusetts? And we finally figured out it was really because killing a Massachusetts is so bloody hard, right? They've got all those heals. They come back quickly. They can absorb just tremendous amounts of punishment. And that Massachusetts, of course, initially we started to see Dark Temple's Vladivostok wrap around the top of the cap. I thought maybe he might try to come in. He did eventually kind of go in that direction, but not before they had forced the Massachusetts back, right? PQ's position, again, guards that back door into the cap. And they tried to push, but no, they tried to push into C. They ducked the Orcon in. Polycat had rotated over with the radar. No more Orcon.
Do you two want to talk maybe about the stuff that was going on around the stuff that was going on the inside of the closed cap? Because I was doing something else, and I kind of missed what was going on with the Vladdy and the Torps and the double destroyers.
The late game charge they made there, right? Yeah. So essentially they brought in once 07 was, I guess the idea was if we push them simultaneously, they'll be sufficiently distracted, right? So there was all the stuff going on at A. They were really heavily focusing the Orcon. They got the Orcon. Then I looked up, and the next thing I knew, the Vlad and the Edinburgh had wrapped around and were pushing down the 4 line or the 5 line there, trying to come into that inside cap into the cap. They were going to push the Eden in. We saw Ban CV try this exact same trick against Pieces, and we saw the end result of that. So this time they backed him up with a battleship. Pieces was able to outduel the Edinburgh. He put some good AP salvos into him. He ended up killing him with his starboard rack of torpedoes. He had put, I think, one of the port racks downrange on the Vlad and not come up with it. But in the end, he was in the middle. He was trying to get around his last rack of port torpedoes onto the Vladivostok when the Vlad got him. So otherwise, it would have been a really spectacular moment. But it was awesome to watch. But he almost made it even that much better.
Yeah, not too short of that as well as the poor Len on the other side that literally just got distracted in 2 salvos, went from full health to nothing. I really felt like it was. I think one of those situations is it's a bit of shock and awe, right? So, you've had a failed push to start off with. You've had to withdraw yourself. Vor had to move himself around the map, hopefully try to get that inside. Because originally, like you and I were talking, we thought that Vladivostok was going to push straight in with protection, with La Talabi was going to push right in front just to make sure Pizza was going to push out at the same time. And then it was almost like deja vu, except 4 minutes later to that previous game we saw 07 play today when he was in a tough situation. And I don't know, he got that first rack off, and I thought he was going to get the second rack. But yeah, fantastic play. I'm really, really looking forward to this next map. And I mean, you can't really complain, regardless if some people view it as, one team had the domination there. I mean, truthfully, when you get identified like that straight away and your initial game plan is to push straight into alpha and hold off, you have to adjust your whole gameplay. For for 07, they were on the forefront from the whole game there, and Vor was in the back foot. So let's see if Vor can stamp their footing this game.
Absolutely. And then you mentioned the next map. The next map is going to be Islands of Ice, which is kind of, in some ways, tactically kind of similar, but obviously the islands are a lot more open. You don't have that closed cap. It's a similar kind of structure, but getting into that that western cap is a bit of a different prospect, because it's not a you dash in there and then you just shut down, hunker down, and let your teammates protect you. If you are going to put yourself in that cap, you're going to be constantly under fire and constantly being trying to root you out. So like we were saying, was it yesterday or earlier, if you're on the north side, probably the best way to get something into that cap is to take a destroyer and reverse it into the inside edge of the cap by the large island on what probably the 4 line. And then if you're on the south side, probably the best way to approach it is to go a little bit wider and come up and go in and try and get a destroyer behind the island that's actually inside the cap itself. Both of which are quite dangerous prospects, because you're going to get radared, you're going to get spotted, and end up being shot at and having to dodge. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, which is kind of a separate battle usually, you end up with who can outflank and get the defensive team on the back foot and maybe push them down. And we saw teams being pushed down into the bottom corner yesterday. So it's deceptively similar map, but the detail is quite different.
Who's on the Bravo spawn this time?
This is going to be 07 on the south side, 4 on the north side.
I reckon you're going to probably see something quite similar to the first game we saw today on this map, where it was a cruiser. Obviously, we can't have the Otago, but a cruiser of a similar value kiting on that far left-hand side along that 1 line. Just a bit of a kind of hold that delay in that push. You'll probably see him sit there for quite a long period of time. I think probably the Alpha Cap there won't be doing a whole heap for the interim, but the game will be fought, as we said last time, along that 5-6 line. It'll either be a heavy push. I think probably Vor will be a bit reluctant to push through this time. I think they might be a bit afraid, knowing that although they do still have 4 games in the bag to get that 3-2 win, because now they have to get a 3-2 win effectively, or they can still finish it out in the next 3 games. But nonetheless, I think they'll be a little bit more reluctant. They won't go full frontal. I think they'll hold back a little bit. Probably going to see a more of a heftier gameplay, especially when we saw, like you said, see Raptor about the Massachusetts there for tanking. I think 07's going to use that tactic in their back pocket. They're going to be holding off a little bit more. They're going to be understanding that Vor is quite an aggressive team, and they might be a little bit preemptuous to be able to fire upon whatever they see to start off with. So we'll see how it goes.
We'll see. One of the things that's been really enjoyable to watch 07 over the course of this tournament, right? If you go back and you look at them all the way back to King of the C5, all the Kings of the Sea, all the tournaments they've played the last 2 or 3 years, they traditionally have taken a much more kind of patient, methodical, almost European kind of outlast style. But if you watch the play that the strategies, the map strategies they're executing today and yesterday over the course of this tournament, they're much more aggressive. They're much more, we're going to, I guess you could say, impose our will on the other team. We're going to fight. We're going to make a big play for this cap, and then we're going to make you respond. And then we're going to, and that's when the game starts, right? How do we respond to what you're doing or what we think you're going to do, and so on and so forth. They've executed that plan almost flawlessly, as we said, on Sleeping Giants several times. We haven't seen them on Islands of Ice yet, but I expect them to come out of the gate swinging, and we'll see if they can get that early advantage like they have. We saw it in the Band CV series. They got it early on both maps, and they very narrowly lost game 1, and they look solid, of course, in game 2. So I think that's important to them, how they're playing and their current strategic kind of thinking and how they approach a game right now.
And I just see that the teams are almost in battle. So since I know what Dobby and Zeraptor think, so Stats, do you think Vor is going to take this one?
I think they could do. Is that the right cap configuration? I think we need to check that.
But we need to hand over, so we give it to Flamu. Right. Enjoy.
And we are live with the second map. Keep in mind that this is a best of 5. 07 start by shooting their own ship, so that means this is in fact not a live game, but a game that will be sent back to the training room, right? Let's go back to the studio.
just me. Hello, and we're back because it was the wrong cap setup on the map, so that's why the teams just have to rejoin the training room, and then we will have this match. Something I wanted to highlight actually before we had to cut into the game is the time zones that these teams are actually playing in, because we are here right in kind of like EU prime time. It's 7 p.m. in Central Europe. But if you take a look at where these teams are from, we have 07. I'm not sure where the individual players are from, but they're going to be also spread out across North America, right? And we have War as an Asian team, and maybe Dobby can shed also a bit of light on, like what is the feeling of streaming right now from Asia
Yes.
into EU prime time. So
Dobby, what's the time when you look at the clock right now?
What's the time?
It's 4:20 a.m. and I have to go to work still today.
your favorite time.
But no,
You have to go to work.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
I have to say,
Oh.
I didn't know this. Otherwise, I would have not invited you. I mean, that's like,
No.
okay.
You look fantastic
okay,
for the
it's
time
all
of
right.
day.
I
I have to
honestly
say,
did
it's like we do not see that it's that late for you.
Do you have like a secret? Did you spend like all day sleeping to prepare for this?
No, my wife wouldn't let me, unfortunately. I tried to coerce her to me sleeping in bed all day, but I've got a young little one, so I had to be up. But I mean, if you look at Vor's broken down between Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, and all of Southeast Asia. So they're probably going to be at a similar time zone to me, probably more likely 3 a.m. Some won't push further forward than my time, UTC plus 11. So they're going to be around the UTC plus 8. So it's probably about 3 a.m., 2:30, 3 a.m. Their time right now. So they'll be pretty tired.
They'll be
but
pretty tired.
pumped.
Yeah. But they're playing not for $15 but for $5,000 now, because they've already got the 10 in the bag, of course, for the second place. So that's still a very big motivator. And I can see the countdown is on the go again. By the way, who hasn't seen me yet? I'm in the background here running production. My prediction for this, I think Vor is no more rain today. I think Vor is going to come back strong. Like, they've shown us some amazing World of Warships today and yesterday, and I think they can at least give 07 a run for their money.
Absolutely. So with this, we'll be handing back to Flamo, and it looks like everything is set up properly for this time. So I hope you enjoyed this match. I hope it's great. So see you on the other side.
And we are off with our second attempt at this second match. 07, of course, leading 1-0, winning their own map convincingly as always. But this one should obviously be Vor's pick, and the question is, what is Vor's tactic here? We're seeing 4 DDs against 3 DDs, double Orkan for 07 though, and double Edinburgh, so plenty of radars on 07 in this map. I guess they're really prioritizing that spotting.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as we've seen in the previous games, killing those DDs is very much the key to victory for a lot of teams. It's very rare that a cruiser or something goes down first.
Indeed.
So
DD...
I think they're bringing a lot... Oh, you go ahead.
No, I was about to say, playing a DD in these matches is very difficult indeed, and with the Orkan not banned, especially against double Orkan, 07 will have to be very careful about where they push. And I do like the way they're pairing off already. Orkan, Akizuki, Kutuzov, Edinburgh. There's basically, if the Orkan spots anything, there's a lot of firepower behind it.
I do like 07's decision to send the majority of their forces towards A here. I think they saw the way Vor played this last time and concluded that, hey, they're probably not going to do a big push in B to C, so let's just send everything to A and see if we can overwhelm them with just having an extra ship or two.
Interestingly, both teams are mirroring tactics, sending 1 ship each to both B and C here, so the majority of the fighting will be around the A cap, and that will be the linchpin of this game, is who can get control of this cap. They have pushed Reformed Gamer up to the island, but Yuki Yuki is doing the same, so one has radar, the other does not.
Yeah, I think the reason the Terrible is there is just to sit there and shoot the kid or whatever cruiser or ship, decides to dive that rock if he does. But every team should be aware that that rock's not safe, so they're not going to do it.
Indeed. No, they say this is a poison rock in the center. It looks safe, but you get crossfired and stuck and killed quite quickly. Yuki pops the radar, and that does tell them exactly where the Terrible is, and they're quite prepared for this potential ambush. C gets flipped, B gets flipped right after. Vor does get the slight points advantage by capping first. There are some shells out on Reformed Gamers spotted around the island, but he just ducks in behind this huge rock. AP out against Polycat. Vladivostok, gets some good damage in actually. Chunks him for 9,000 and forces Pulicat back.
I mean, I think that worked out well for him. I think, is Yuki Boy, is he radared right now? Did Pulicat pop a radar for this?
Up here, so. Yes, there is a counter radar. So they are forcing him, he will be leaving the radar range just about now and going dark, so he doesn't really take much damage. The final volleys are in the air. Oh, it does take a bit of chip damage there, but not really anything to change it.
The fact that they've gotten Rushia up to this rock now is going to help them a lot. He actually is going to get spotted by the Orkin here, and that Orkin is bow in towards this Edinburgh. This could be bad if he has some HE support. Oh, actually, these Torps. Look at these. Oh, Waffle House might eat one? No. What?
No, he dodges them. Meanwhile, Huang Lei gets spotted on the other flank. I think he's caught in the Edinburgh radar, just spotted by the Akisuki, and they are pouring in the damage on him. He has managed to go dark. The focus fire is there, but these Vor DDs, well, he does hit some damage, but these Vor DDs are doing a good job of dodging most of this incoming fire. We are actually seeing an Amalfi as well. We didn't mention that. A fairly rare pick in these games. Black Rooster gets radar now, but he gets spots Orkin as well, so it's a bit of trading going on here. Oh, good hit.
Oh, the Orkin! The Amalfi just chunked the shit out of him.
Speak of the devil, they're both being chunked, but Orkin is losing this fight badly.
Yeah,
They still have
Orkin's
vision.
actually still in radar.
They still have vision of him. He might go down. This might be first blood for Vor. They weren't expecting that. The Amalfi Sap, there's another Sap volley out, and this is why you bring the Amalfi, to destroy DDs. And that's exactly what he does, and that's first blood for Vor. And oh man, 07 have some struggles now. They lost their Orkin, their main spotter on this flank.
Yeah, it looks like their play... they're going to have to claw something back now. Obviously, they need to cap A, but I think it's going to be extremely difficult without their primary cap contesting DD. Sending an Akizuki into cap is kind of suicidal because it doesn't have the maneuverability or the acceleration to kind of juke shells in the same way a Kid or even an Orkin can.
I have to say I really like this Amalfi pick though, because there's a lot of like these quick glimpses of DDs, and Amalfi is so good at basically forcing the ship to angle against it, especially with some other ship on the other flank like an Edinburgh. The DD has to choose, do I eat Royal Navy AP or do I eat SAP?
Yeah, I actually think they were kind of jebaited into... Well, yeah, jebaited into picking the Amalfi because it seems like they're using it as kind of an Itago replacement. Since it is banned out, but I mean, it is working out for them there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much of a debate it is when you bring 4 DDs against an Amalfi and then he starts off by killing one of them.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do know that there's only one radar left, so if they could, if they want to, they can use Black Rooster or any DD really to bait out John the Ruthless's radar and then smoke up on the cap to capture it as soon as the radar expired. That is an option for Vor now. Oh, the Akizuki took a torp on the ass.
Oh?
Maltese Knight just took one of the 3-blade torps.
Okay, well, luckily it is an Akizuki, so he's got plenty of health. They do get spotting of Huang. Some nice volleys by John the Ruthless here, living up to his name. Getting some good volleys in on these DDs, but I mean, what do they really have? They have that one Edinburgh radar for stopping Black Rooster from capping A. But honestly, he doesn't even seem that interested, and right now 07 is trying to push up this flank, but I don't really like this push that much, because I feel like they're just pushing into a terrible crossfire.
Yeah, and actually they rotated Yuki Poi up. This Pieces of Pizza might be caught with his pants down here, with the double Orkin, with the Orkin, the Terrible, and the Lenin.
Yeah, he gets caught.
Kind of stops, yep, radar up. He's going to be in the radar for a long time.
He's nosing as well. Reversing. Oh, that's terrible. Double fire. Does he damage come? No, he's saving it until it goes dark. But that triple fire. What is this RNG? Oh man, no, not quadruple. Just the engine broken. I think he's gonna go down. Oh no way. He's actually dead. That is both Orkans deleted. Oh my.
And I guess William the Dank now he's going to be pushing. I mean, the problem is he's going to... The Terrible
Edinburgh just got annihilated. Dark Temple shoots him. He reverses too far. Dark Temple gets the shot off and he chunks him for 30,000 health. Oh man, he is healing up, but that hurt, and that means he's very vulnerable. Does the Lenin go for the shot as well? Lenin goes for the shot as well. Pulicat has nowhere to go, and he gets absolutely deleted. This battleship crossfire working out fantastically for Vor. This is a slaughter. They're picking up kills left, right, and center. William the Dank can't push. He's stuck there. They're trying to get damage on Dark Temple, but honestly, this is an uphill battle now.
Yeah, and you see Super JF, he sees blood in the water. William's right next to a rock, he's right there.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go for this. It's gas time for this weeb from Vor. He will be rushing him down absolutely, and this will be a crushed William the Dank unless he quickly disengages. He's got no support.
Yeah, he really does. All the ships on his flank just exploded. And Potato Quality is going to try to push up to claim Rusia. He's going to push up and try to annihilate this.
He can launch. Oh, the guns are pointed the wrong way from William. He has no idea. He's going to be able to drop left and right side torps if he so chooses. William sees it now. Oh, but it's so little, so late. Oh, this is going to hurt. Super JF. He had AP loaded, which is nice, but those torpedoes hit like a truck, and that is William the Dank deleted from the map. Just great play from Vor on this map. Absolute domination.
And it looks like 07 has stuffed Potato Quality on there, but with the Kid Torps torping a bow-in battleship repeatedly, and they're already down 400 points and 2 cap, or they're going to be down a cap soon. I would imagine the Orkin is going to pick up B. So...
Oh, Black
they
Rooster.
need to get a kill here.
Black Rooster is dropping torps on Potato Quality. He might angle in, but I mean, what can they do at this point?
I think Buki might get surprised here by this volley.
Oh? No. Nope. Angle's
wow.
just fine. The torpedoes, on the other hand, he will eat only one. But that's...
One is okay. Oh, the Terrible could be in a really bad spot here. He's actually spotted, and then there should be a radar and the Edinburgh reversing around to give him the additional fire support.
He has dropped preemptive torpedoes, but I assume they are hydroed. Oh man, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Oh, we thought 07 were dominant in this in this first map, but the way Vor is playing this second one is just, it's precision with the way they're picking up these kills. Whenever 07 tries any sort of aggression, they get punished with a full kill.
Yeah, this is they haven't let up any opportunities here. It wasn't like the TWA game where like some DDs are escaping on tiny bits of HP. Vor is not missing a beat.
No. Every time, like, it's not this small punishment, chip damage punishments, but when they catch someone, they catch them so deep in any radar or spotting that they just instantly convert to kill.
Yeah, actually, Reform Gamer might be the first one to get away on no HP here.
No, he's still shooting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
If he wasn't shooting, he might have actually gotten away, but he thought he was so guaranteed dead, so he just went ham. And that's Super JF picking up a second kill, actually. He was the guy who torpedoed William earlier. Oh, again! Lenin sniping him. He might actually go down because of that.
Yeah, ruining their perfect game here, potentially. But I think
stopping.
he's going to go dark now.
He's stopping the juke, but...
Turned bow in.
Oh, Edinburgh
goes down on the side.
Amalfi also. An unconventional pick, but they've gotten a lot of value out of it. Oh, Akizuki is actually going to get sniped. Not quite.
Oh, Super JF is juking for his life. I think he's hard spotted by the Kutuzov now. The Lenin should take
he's doing such a good job of juking, though.
He's dark.
Oh my god, this is actually some god tier shell beats he's doing right here. He actually gets away, no way. He actually gets away. And, oh man. Wow.
And the Kutuzov is, right, he's broadside to the Eden and
the Terrible actually opens up with AP. He's citadeling him. This guy, man, if there ever was a ballsy MVP of this match, he's dodging the shells. He's dodging the shells. Come on, I believe in you. Oh,
wow.
Oh man, that guy, that Terrible, he embraced the concept of playing Terrible. 3 kills picked up this match, and just this was Vor. This was not the kind of, maybe not the same type of slow methodical play, but this is Vor just punishing them so hard every time they make a mistake. Just a fantastic return, and 1-1, and we're off to the studio once again.
Thank you, Flamu and Kirinichiban. Wow, that was a very, very convincing win here by Vor. And now we have a draw again with both teams taking 1 point. So we'll definitely see 2 more matches. And I know that we're all very happy about this. But before we go back to our guests, just a reminder, because we're getting closer to the end of this Verizon Warrior Championship broadcast. And I don't want you to miss out on the offer that Verizon has prepared for you. So if you're in the United States or a territory where Verizon is active, there is an offer for you which is worth $75 where you can claim 2 premium ships and a lot of premium time. So if you want to learn more about this, we'll be dropping the link throughout the stream. if you're interested in that. And with this, we'll get our guests back in, and hopefully we can dry a few tears from C Raptor. And I think Dobby's now the one who's smiling. So now I can actually give it to C Raptor and ask C Raptor what went wrong.
Pretty much everything, it would seem. It felt like, both Stats and I were kind of chatting during the game, looking at this, kind of going, I had a hard time figuring out kind of what the strategic plan was from 07's side. I will admit, I didn't spend a ton of time looking at Vor, other than the fact that both teams went crazy heavy to the A cap initially. And then over time, Vor redeployed a couple of ships back, and then so did 07. They sent one back as they kind of tried that little push up the 6-7 line. It felt like maybe the goal was, we talked yesterday or in an earlier cast about Islands of Ice, about that island on the edge of the A cap, and the linchpin of putting a radar cruiser in that position, and how powerful it is and how difficult it is to root one out. It felt like maybe the play was push a bunch of firepower over the one line to where they can get shells into that position. Otherwise, I'm not sure why they had all those ships on the one line. The Orcon, once they lost the Orcon, and what a beautiful, well-placed for that Amalfi, right? At the time I commented, I was like, that's just a perfect position for that ship. The Amalfi on Vor, they put him in exactly the right spot to get exactly the shot they needed. It just got devastated. I'm not really positive, if I'm honest. There was a lot going on in that game, but pretty much none of it went right for 07.
Yeah, everything went fantastically for Vor. I mean, it's one of those games where, I said, I actually thought Vor winning a little bit more aggressive than I thought they would. It was a sort of unconventional push in my mind, where everyone went to Alpha, and it was like only a select few of the ships on the 5 through 6 line. And like we said in our little chat off stream, it was basically whoever opened fire first, it was going to be centralized fire. I think there was a couple of unlucky shots from 07 that didn't go their way. I've got to say, absolutely big old props to Super JF there at the end, for just not going down, for staying legs up and literally staying the whole game through, not getting sunk. I mean, obviously it might be demoralizing for some, but I mean, this is just the inverse of whatever happened for the last game, right? Vor appeared to be completely demoralized in the first game, and nothing was going their way. And this game was just the complete opposite, where everything was going their way. So, I mean, don't count 07 out of it. I'm glad to see it be tied up here. This makes it more interesting. It means everyone's going to come in with the egos wiped. Everyone's lost a game. It's, as far as I'm concerned, this is game one of the best out of 3, right? What do you think about Stats?
So we were talking about whose map pick was that. That was Vor's map pick. So they've just won their own map. And very convincingly, I think that Amalfi, I think we were talking about that, the positioning of that ready to catch one of the destroyers out. Because, of course, if you both go heavy to that single cap side, the fighting is going to be pretty intense if you both take a heavy force there, and whoever wins that engagement is going to come down to basically aim and focus fire from your team. So when both destroyers get spotted in the middle, whose destroyer is protected the best by focus fire from their team on the other destroyer. And that Amalfi, I think, got at least one really good SAP volley. And SAP, if you're not completely straight into it, that's going to really, really hurt a destroyer. And we've seen a few teams, not as many as I was expecting actually, but we've seen a few teams use Amalfis to that effect quite well. And I think the reason we haven't seen them is because a lot of teams have been very Edinburgh heavy, and maybe a bit more valuable with the radar than the Amalfi with its SAP. But that was great use of an Amalfi, and it just felt like Vor had the plan, and they executed it, and 07 couldn't really find an in. A bit like the first map, but in reverse, which is quite nice to see. So yeah, we can go 1-1 now, and very excited to see that the next map is Warrior's Path. So, Raptor, do you want to talk a bit about what
we can. We saw 07 play this map in their series earlier today with Ban CV, so I think we have a pretty good idea of what to expect from them, right? Now, Lo Yang being off the ban list means that is available to either team if they want to bring that as a potential, let's say, counter to that A cap push that what we saw 07 execute so well. I'm actually genuinely curious. I want to hear what Dobby thinks about Vor, because I don't think we've seen them play this map. I'm curious to see what he has to say, or what he thinks about how they might set up and deploy on this one.
Yeah, from my point of view, I mean, they're going to probably go back to their roots. You saw them play quite aggressively. I mean, this is pretty consensus. This is a pretty big consensus on the Asian server, is that there's that really fast, aggressive push for the really competitive teams, and Vor is really, really good and is quite renowned for that first initial push. So I'm probably going to see them move heavily along the, I'm guessing the 5 or 6 line. I reckon they're going to do a straight push. They'll probably send something similar to what they did last time, where it was a bit of a stalemate on that alpha cap on that 2-3 line. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just push straight through. The inverse of that is they'll stack on that alpha cap. What I will say is they'll definitely stack. I think they'll push through. I think after last time, when they had that bit of a boost in their gameplay and probably on their morale, I think they're going to try capitalize on it where they can. But again, with that extra $5,000 on the line, it can go either two ways. I mean, I was watching the chat beforehand on the King of the Sea, and they were absolutely honoured to play against Ban TV in that game. So now they've got a little bit of that back, and they've already got some money in the bank. They might be able to, they might want to have a bit of a risk or take something different from the last 2 games. I actually saw, obviously, the stream doesn't see this, but I see ships jumping in and out of the game, or players jumping in and out of the game is quite reactive to how the other game plays. In my mindset, when they come into a game, they have their set ships, their set gameplay, and they kind of know what they're going to do for that map. But sometimes when you get rolled like that previous game, you have to take a step backwards and say, well, if they're taking in Amalfi this time, and I've seen a few players jump out from 07 in the background here, if they take in Amalfi next time, what are we going to use to capitalize on that and to counter that? So I reckon it's going to be a pretty fast game. It's going to be decided probably in the first 5 minutes who has the upper hand. But then I think it's going to be quite withdrawn because obviously after this game, whoever wins this, all they need is one more win to take that extra $5,000.
Absolutely, I agree. I was just watching the Rim, and Vor readied up pretty quickly, so I'm wondering whether maybe they're going to bring pretty much the same lineup again, whereas 07 still are fiddling with their lineup a little bit, I think. We can't actually, I should point out, although we're in the training room with them, we can't actually see their picks, and they can't see each other's picks in terms of ships. So we've got no idea what they're bringing. All we can see is whether they're ready or not. So just based on that, but then of course you can have mind games there as well, where teams can use delaying tactics and play around. So who knows? But I wonder whether we might see 07 try the Massachusetts thing again, which actually worked really well last time. Set up a little bit of an ambush in the home cap. But of course, if they do bring a Massachusetts, then Vor are going to know what's up. So these teams both like their destroyer lineups. They both brought 4 destroyers in both these matches. I'm wondering whether maybe I think what we'll see is a lot of heavy destroyer play around the shared cap. But we could see something like we saw yesterday, where destroyers get pushed up through the channel on the other side of the map and move up and around to flank, taking that shortcut across between the islands to go and do spotting and topping.
We talked, I think it was earlier in the day, about the 07 Ban CV series, about how decisive 07's destroyer play was in that sequence of games. And it felt to me like 07's destroyer play was just better than Ban CV for whatever reason, whether it was the ships they chose or the people they put in them or just the map arrangement. But here, so far in this series, it definitely feels like Vor can absolutely keep up with these guys in terms of the skill of these destroyer players that's available to them. So I won't say they've met their match, but it's been interesting to watch them try to counter each other, because the challenge comes when you're up against someone who has a similar skill level and you have the same tools available to you. You're both driving the same ship, for example. Now it really is down to just the skill of the player and what kind of backup you have from your teammates. And it's been a lot of fun to watch. There's been a lot of epic destroyer clashes, and we've got at least 2 more games of it. I can't wait.
And the next one is actually coming up now in 15 seconds. I just want to give you a quick info. So in the match for the 3rd place, Ban CV is actually leading 2-0 against Smile Gaming. So if you're wondering how that is, I just wanted to give you the info. And with this, we'll hand over to Flammo and Kirin Ichiban for the 3rd match. Enjoy.
And we are live with the 3rd map. Both teams picked up their opening games, which means this is basically a best of 3 now, except with less bans and picks available. Oof, last game, convincing display by Vor. 4 DD comps from both teams this time. We're seeing the Amalfi again from Book, great success with that one. Double Edinburgh and the Massachusetts from Potato Quality.
Yep. Interestingly enough, that he actually played the North Carolina last time when they played this map against TWA. But this time he's bringing the Massachusetts. It looks like they're going to go for a similar deployment.
Whoa! I just want to highlight something. Super JF was going towards C, but he literally turned around. So they're not even sending the fast DD there. They're gonna cap it with the battleship eventually, which means it's gonna take a long time before C is even capped. Well, 07 though is doing the exact same thing, so this is gonna be the mother of all lemming trains.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that if that was a miscommunication, I would call him Mulligan. But
yeah. Yeah, technical issues.
Yeah. Oh no, my PC died. But
Mm.
anyway, it looks like the 07 is going to do the same thing they did last time. The two Terribles are going to run into the cap and pick it up extremely quickly, and Vor will not have a response to this. There should be no ships that will have angles nor vision on these ships as they try to get this cap.
Indeed. This double Terrible rush is just... They're way too late to contest this. They're way too late to stop it, and I think they're going to be even late to contest it, because with 2 DDs, they're going to cap it so fast. It's already a quarter. Look how fast the points are ticking through. This gets capped very quickly with 2. Halfway capped. No chance. 07 will take a really early advantage here. They even dropped the preemptive radar, I think, from Polycat, just to zone out anyone trying to contest. They know this is an easy way of getting an early cap. Yeah. Uruhat pops radar, but they're right at the edge. No, it's an easy cap for them. Well done to 07.
It spots them. Actually going to get lights on Rusia here, and this could be spooky if potato quality is looking. Yep, there's the spotter plane and the shot. So.
Oh, potato quality AP is out. This is not NCAP, but it is still scary. Dispersion. Oh, pretty decent. Chunks him for 7k, forces him to angle in and disengage from shooting Maltese Knight, who loses about 7k in this trade, but I mean, it does give them the cap, and they have 2 radars in position to defend it. 3 radars, actually. They have a lot of firepower here. So, good luck getting that thing back.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what their plan is playing around here. We did see, when TWA played this, they ended up picking up the DD on the cap eventually, when I think it was Pieces of Pizza that drove in first. But I'm not really sure what Vor's answer here is. It looks like they might send Yuki Poi over to B to maybe torpedo the Massachusetts and eventually contest the cap.
But Orkan being sent on torpedoing duty, that's going to take a while.
Yeah, exactly. Even if they do land, he doesn't have exactly that many torps compared to...
Yeah, and it's a massa as well, so that torpedo belt is something else. So, yeah, it's going to take a while.
Yeah, I think maybe what they might end up doing here for Vor is bring the Kid along with the Amalfi up, because if they can smoke the Amalfi in range of these DDs and then get them spotted, the Amalfi does have a chance to do big damage.
This is potentially bad for Vor. A Waffle House is reversing into spot, so it's double Terrible versus double Terrible, but they have the Cossack giving them the spotting advantage here. So 07 can potentially dictate the engagement here.
Yeah. I think the issue that they're going to run into is as this Amalfi gets closer, we saw him be like terrifyingly effective against their DDs last game.
Indeed.
So if the Amalfi does land good hits on the Terribles, if they can damage them enough, then the spotting won't matter because they can't shoot. So I don't like how they're pushing with their team so far behind, though. I would like to see the Kid be a little closer here as well.
AP out again. Looks like blind fire trying to nail the Edinburgh. 2 cap advantage for 07. 07 sitting comfortably. 100-point lead already. Now, these points tick fast, and these torpedoes can potentially... Oh, these are nasty against the Cossack. If Waffle House isn't running Hydra... Oh, he is. He does accelerate out of the way. Almost got caught by those. A lot of RPF torps being sent back and forth here. Oh, they would have run out, so he is fine. The Kid is coming up to spot, actually. They are trying to use the Kid.
He's in a really awkward spot. He's hard spotted, I think. And the Lenin and the Massachusetts, have crossfire on him.
Oof.
He might go down here. Is he still spotted?
I think it's gone dark. Yeah, it's gone dark. Meanwhile, Kid pops up and spots Reformed Gamer, and they are focusing him down. Oh, Maltese Knight, a bit of miscommunication here. They're kind of blocking each other as they try to disengage here. Oh, this ends up being a terrible engagement for 07. They don't really get much damage in on the Kid at all, whereas Reformed is down to 4k and Maltese goes down to 12,000. So, Vor winning the initial engagement, and both their Terribles are still full HP.
That's gonna be... this could be nasty then, because look at the... Oh god, if these full HP just decide to push in and take the fight with the Amalfi support, this is gonna be really bad. And what's stopping Now that all their DDs are pushed so far off, what is stopping Dark Temple from pressing W and stepping on A?
Not a whole lot by the looks of it, because that's exactly what he's doing. Full W right into the cap, and it's like, okay, what are you going to stop me with? Nose in Edinburgh? Good luck with that.
Yeah, this is... Oh, God. This is... Yep, once he gets on this cap, this is going to be bad. I mean, that being said, I think unless the cap flips, which it should not, right? He can contest, but he can't actually flip the cap. If once the cap flips... once it's contested, they'll have more time to try to get a kill elsewhere. Do you think they're going to go for the DDs, or do you think they're going to use Yanaya and the Lenin to try to get a kill on John or Pulicat?
I think they're going to do... Oh, is that Trop going to hit? No, Super JF. Super JF, man. This guy did some work last game. Very impressive plays by him. And oh, they're opening up. They got vision of the Cossack. The kid spots him. And look at that sap coming in. Look at all that damage coming in on this Cossack. He smokes up instantly, but he's already lost 7,000 health. This focus fire is brutal. And unlike the kid, he does not have a heal to recover health with.
The kid did lose a lot of HP for that face check, though. Wait, is Dark Temple going to flip the cap? No way.
What? They didn't reset him once? They were also preoccupied. I think the Cossack was trying to get vision, because they don't actually have vision of the Vladivostok. He was trying to push up to get vision, but the kid denied it. It's not every day you see a 4DD comp get outcapped by a Vladivostok of all things.
Yeah, and the problem is if William the Dank tries to do the same thing, he's reversing. So it's going to take him forever to get onto that rock. And Black Rooster and the two Terribles can just torp the ever-loving crap out of him.
Oh man. Meanwhile, these Albemarles are having their own engagement over here. I'm not sure what. They're I guess they're trading. Asphodelis isn't really taking any damage now, so it's just sneaking up this flank, I guess.
Yuki Poi and Pieces of Pizza look like they just have face-checked each other. The Massachusetts secondaries are actually in range, so that could be a helpful thing. And he has some guns on.
Yeah, back turret comes in. Oh, gets 1 overpen.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the Lenin is a lot closer.
Oh! The secondaries actually do a lot of work. That full secondary volley chunked him hard. And Yuki is surprisingly low because of that, but there is some Lenin AP coming in. And oh, that does a ton of work! That dispersion is absolutely filthy, and Pieces of Pizza goes down to 4,000 health. Who needs secondaries when you have guns like that? And that Orkan is forced to disengage from this fight. Meanwhile, Edinburgh, Uruha is pushing in, Vladivostok is just contesting. William the Dank tries to reverse in, but there is no way he can do it with this many DDs around.
Yeah, these Kid Torps actually look kind of bad. If he just stops at the edge, they'll all miss. But I mean, if he might is he gonna commit for this? No, surely not.
Oh no.
He's gonna take 2.
3 if he keeps going. 2, it should be 2 just fine though. 2 should, oh, but it's full broadside 2. Oof, that hurts. Yep, that hurts. Yikes. 20k on William. Damage conforced, and here comes the fire. Here comes the engagement. Oh man, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, and Dark Temple, as soon as he took those torps, Dark Temple's like, yep, you don't have HP anymore. Here I come.
Yep, and more importantly, look, everyone pops reload boost. Oh, Kid gets chunked hard by William the Dank. He punches back there. He might actually pick up a kill on that. They're focus firing the Kid who ate the AP. They do take down William the Dank, but will they lose the Kid in the process? The amount of shells...
He's gonna eat all 4 of these single launches.
Oh, it's... The Kid does get away with the heal, but Dark Temple eats every single torpedo, and he's down to 21k.
Look at these Edins. They're out with no smoke now, and Dark Temple has their broadside. Pulleycat.
Uh-oh. He does angle away. The problem is they really lack... Well, they do have the Cossack. I think they're going to take down Dark Temple. Eating those torpedoes was... Well, both the battleships will be going down because of those torpedoes, I think. The scores are almost tied.
Yeah, I think the issue, though, is the on the other side, the Massachusetts is getting absolutely dumpstered by the Lenin and the Albemarle, it looks like.
He tried to push in, and this Albemarle, who's been kind of dark here, just started farming him. There are some really good torps coming in. Oh, Lenin is accelerating out of the way. Oh, he's going to catch the Massachusetts broadside? Now he just dodges the torpedoes. Oh, this is dangerous. This nose weakness is dangerous. We've seen Lenin's get blapped really hard. The Vladivostok Dark Temple does go down, as expected. After he ate those torpedoes, he did not have the sustain. This is still an 0-7 lead, but they need to step on a cap to stop it. Orkan pops the radar. He's going to YOLO him. This is dangerous. This is secondaries and guns prepared. Oh, man, this is going to hurt, Yuki. This is going to be pain unlike anything you have felt before. Secondaries come in and start chipping. The guns are ready.
Oh, it's HE?
Oh, he survives. He survives. He does get the torch
Wait,
for the
is the-
secondary
where's
straight.
the-
Secondaries! Where's the torps? There's no torps. The Massachusetts secondaries annihilate him. Huge misplay and a fantastic play by the Massachusetts. This means he will be able to get the flank on the Lenin as well. And oh wow, this is there. It's still a win for Vor, but 07 are clawing it back everywhere.
Once 07 touches the cap, it's a win for 07. So they're gonna have to get this Massachusetts kill somehow, or get a kill on any of the other ships. Oh no, Maltese is doing it again.
Oh, he rushes the cap into a radar?
Yeah.
No, this is deja vu. Don't do it. It's not worth it, man. Oh god, he's running into double Le Terrible. Oh, he's
and
gonna...
Ruchia's right there too.
Oh
And
yeah, he's dead. Oh no, that was not the move. I don't think that was not the way. I think. Oh, that is rough.
And oh look, potato quality. He's going, instead of going for the cap to stall it to try to get the points lead, he's pushing her out to try to get the Lenin kill. But I think this is going to be a mistake because the rest of the team will just farm him down afterwards.
The secondaries don't really do a whole lot against that Lenin plating. He can punch straight through the booty though. Remember that it's vulnerable on the Lenin, and if he shoots right at it from behind him, that AP can do surprising things. Is he gonna go for the shot? He does. Oh, he does get a decent chunk of damage, but not as much as he might have hoped. Lenin just kiting away, pushing into the Albemarle, who might potentially torpedo him. They have shots out on the Edinburgh. Potato quality is being farmed down, but it's taking a very, very long time.
The kid, look at Black Rooster. He's on 12k. He has to get behind the island and evade this last 2 volleys.
Oh, 171 is gonna die to Le Terrible, guaranteed. He does go down. It's still a Vor win, but 07 are keeping the lead just by the sake of getting kills left, right, and center. And no one is helping the Lenin. That's the problem. The Albemarle is too far away to be useful. All the ships you want to shoot are behind the island, so he can't actually help the Lenin.
Yeah, I think John the Ruthless, though, is taking a lot of fire from all 3 of these ships now, and he's showing full broadside to Ruchio, which could turn into a really big issue for him here.
Oh, he is. Oh, that AP is coming in. Are there citadels? No sits yet. Next volley. Oh, Lenin goes down. Punch straight through the
win
boot.
in 40 seconds. Vor needs a kill.
They punched straight through the booty and took him down, but John the Ruthless, this should be their opening if they can just reload booster down this Edinburgh. 700 health, 28 seconds, 600. Oh, they really need this kill. Edinburgh has shots out, but John has also, and he's got a Fletcher broadside to shoot.
8 flips, 6 seconds for 07.
9k, 5 health, 5,000, 9,000. Oh, he's healing. John the Ruthless needs to die. They're not going to be able to pick him up. 1.7k, they need one more tick. 1.4k, they don't get it. Somehow, 07 managed to turn that game around just by throwing bodies at Vor until they finally have enough points to actually win it. Oh man, that's another win for the American team, taking the lead 2-1, and we're sending it straight off to the studio.
What a fantastic match, and congratulations there to 07 taking it. Basically with a very, very low health Edinburgh there at the end, you know, all the HP you need if it's about points. And the time is in your favor. Wow, so let's get our casters, not the guest, casters, the guests back in and talk about this match and see what they think. Wow, Stats, that was a very interesting match right there up until the end, right?
Absolutely, I get the impression because obviously we're talking like in the matches in between, like what Flammy's casting, and I get the impression that Conway at one point looked at the screen, decided that Vor had won, and walked off, and then came back and like, what's going on? Because 07 started really strong, like seriously strong, like maybe too strong. We were thinking, that's a little bit dangerous with that conga line straight into the cap. And then backed off, like we've got the cap, let's just take a step back and let Vor deal with it. Which they did quite decisively. But when we were saying, okay, it looks like 07 has lost control. They've not managed to punish that pushback. But somehow, right at the end, in the last minute or so, maybe like 90 seconds, they actually managed to push back, and you saw them all turn around in unison and start to come south on that shared cap. So I'm as surprised as Conway to discover that 07 won. It's a bit of a surprise. So C-Raptor, you must be really happy.
Of course, my boys won. Outstanding. It was definitely fun to watch. Right, we were like you said, we were talking about the conga line. They went hard into A. again, we saw them do the exact same thing earlier in these, today against Ban CV. It worked out. They picked up the cap. They did lose a chunk of health this time. Last time they got it almost for free. This time they gave up a fair chunk of HP to pull it off. It was fun to realize that, and then things kind of stalemated for a while as Vor kind of reorganized, trying to figure out how they were going to adapt to this cap disadvantage they found themselves at. And in the meantime, there was this just crazy destroyer fight going on the A line, right? You looked over and there were like 3 or 4 destroyers and they were all just shooting at each other. And it was just a madhouse over there for a while. But then things kind of started to settle in a little bit. And Vor decided that their play was Dark Temple into the cap. A Vladivostok capped A, all by himself, by the way. No one reset him once, which blew my mind. And then suddenly now the shoe's on the other foot. Now 07 has to make a play. But man, just so much to talk about on that match. We talked about it at the time. I got to highlight this. You called it Battleship Masterclass stats. And I love that phrase because Potato Quality pushing down the 7 line in that slot, right? Knows there's an Orcon up in front of him, has the HE loaded, sees the Orcon come around the corner, holds his shot, waits to get as much of his target because the Orcon's torpedo angles are not great, has to show a bunch of broadside to get those torps into the water. Waits for the shot, takes it, and does manage to get the torpedo launcher disabled because the Orcon never got his fish in the water and the secondary sealed the deal. And you had to wait for that shot. Oh, it was beautiful. Dobby.
Yeah, no, a bit disappointing, mate. I thought Vor had the capitalization there. There was this one point, I think, when it was Super JF pushed on William and was able to take him out of the game altogether. And I thought maybe they had the upper hand, especially when they had the 2 caps. But there was a few points there, especially that mad push. What I thought was a mad push from the Orkin. I think he probably dropped his radar a little bit too early against the Massa, which was Potato Quality. And I think Potato was ready. He already had his guns facing around that island. He knew what was coming for him. And it took some serious patience for him to hold off the shot, for him to come slightly broadside getting ready. And he was so lucky. He popped his torpedo tubes and it was game, set, match from that point onwards. But I think there was maybe one other point I thought they could turn it around. That kid, I think Black Rooster, was pushing backwards and forwards into the cap on the left-hand side there on the the eastern flank, western flank. And I thought maybe they could hold it off, but with that smoke coming from 07, just holding off the cap, it was just game, set, match. But again, that was one of those games that was it was a bit of like a yo-yo. I think 07 probably had the upper hand to start off with, and then Vor brought it back, and Vor had majority of the game going their way until probably the last 2 or 3 minutes when it all unfolded. But now it was a great game. You can't complain with anything like that, regardless of what the outcome is. Like we were saying off stream, is they've already got money in the bank, right? Both teams already have money in the bank, so this will be the real deciding factor of how they take that. Are they going to push hard? Is Vor going to go up the guts? The only way to win is taking all the ships out. You can't be upset with a game like that. I thought it was fantastic, and when a game's going one way and it flips on its head, that's fantastic gameplay. Congratulations, 07.
And flips back again. It's like flip. That was nail biting stuff. The other thing that was really interesting was we had the Amalfi at the beginning of the match, particularly being really effective at getting a couple of really good chunks on some of those destroyers. So that player has got to be a really, really good shot on a moving target from quite a long range. So well done to that Amalfi player who was Buki.
Even though it was interesting to see because while the Amalfi definitely had a really good impact in the beginning, because the Edinburgh was completely angled against him for the last shot, you could see the sap landing and not dealing any damage. Yeah. And if it would have been HE, that Edinburgh would have been out. So it always depends, right? All of these ships have their pros and cons, and while the Amalfi was really helpful in the beginning, towards the end, it couldn't help convert that kill. And for me, it's just interesting to see all of these players play such a high level, but sometimes there is this mistake. Be it William the Dank, reversing maybe too far into the cap and taking these torpedoes, or even Dark Temple in this Vladivostok, because I felt like he was in such a good position behind that island, and then pushing out was unnecessary. It was, for me, I didn't understand why he would push up that much. I mean, the Cossack torpedoes, you also have to say this, perfect torpedoes, landing every single of those torpedoes exactly where they wanted to have him. Great, but I didn't understand why the Bloody was so aggressive, because that where you're going to go in that position, you can only go up, right? So I thought that was maybe a bit too aggressive, and I had to laugh so hard. I was talking to Mr. Conway in the back, and I was telling him I don't really feel that the Massachusetts pick has paid off. And then Potato Quality, if this is his sign to say, you know what? No, Chrysanthus, I'll show you. pushes the W button, and flips that flank. I mean, obviously not alone, but the way he played it, always making sure that the lane won't have his full broadside, and he then played it against the Orkan in such a beautiful way. Props to that play. After that, I had to eat up myself for saying that Massachusetts probably not the best pick for this position where he wanted to be, but he definitely made it work. So GG to him. Wow. But before we go into the next match, which could be potentially the last one for this series, if 07 manages to take it, I think we'll have to say goodbye to Dobby, because Dobby actually has to run off because his day is starting. As weird as this may sound for everybody who's living now in Europe, or for us, it's like 8 o'clock in the evening. So I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you very much, Dobby, for joining us, especially for such an ungodly time, to help us here with the casting, providing this really, really helpful insight from the Asia perspective, and really good job. So I just want to say big shout out to you. If you don't know Dobby, go check out his Twitch channel. Dobby, I'll just let you plug in your channel yourself, but definitely worth a follow.
Yeah, thanks, Chris Santos. Really appreciate it, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure to be able to co-host and commentate as a guest post the games. It has been, it's early morning for me. I've got some stuff to do, get my son ready for school for the day. I really, really appreciate the opportunity to represent the Asian tournament and the Asian community. And it's been great for me professionally and great for my community. So you can check me out at twitch.tv/DobbyM8. And again, thanks again, ladies and gents. Really appreciate it. This is a fantastic opportunity to support a fantastic charity for veterans of all walks of life. It just doesn't have to be from the United States. As we saw, there was multiple charities from all the branches from the US supporting different charities. So it's been a great opportunity for me. It's been a pleasure to be here with you guys and girls. I look forward to doing it again next time. I'm sure it'll happen again. But I'm going to have to call it here because Ball's going to have to play 2 games. They're going to win this game now, and they're going to see it onto a second game. So if I don't get ready, I'll be up until 9 a.m. So thanks again, gents. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Dobby, and we'll see you next time. Whew,
thanks.
Wow,
guys.
That was a really, really good series so far. And obviously, Mr. Conway, did you not want to jump in? I thought you wanted to join us. Now he told me he's going to jump into this, but
Look,
he's now too shy. Mr. Conway, he's sitting in the background. He doesn't like to be on camera.
I'm not too shy, right? But I'm honestly not immediately prepared to have me, like, it's a technical issue. I didn't know Dobby was going to be leaving until like 2 games ago. So doing this while we're live is a little bit difficult. So
we don't want to break it. We don't want to break it.
Exactly. We don't want to break it. This is really important. We really do not want to break this. So I'm just going to be the voice from the off until a little bit later when I will join you. Maybe if I feel generous, I'll adjust the settings and scenes in between or during the next game, so I can join you here physically.
Generous, Mr. Conway. So, guys, actually, big shout out for Mr. Conway, who's sitting. For you, it's more like this, but for me, it's over here. If you want to pay some respects to Mr. Conway's work there in the background, making sure that everything's working, F in chat. F in chat is always helpful. So I'll just break the chat. It's okay. Sehalis will have to deal with it. He's already looking at me with very, very, very unhappy eyes. So in 5 minutes, Sehalis, there's going to be a little bit of F spam. It's okay. It's my fault. So let's bring up the next map we're going to see, which is map number 4 in this best of 5 series. No, Mr. Conway is waving his hand because he's probably in studio mode trying to add himself. So we'll just have to talk about it while not seeing the asset itself. But yeah, War has to come back.
Sorry, I just realized that it's actually not that hard, and I'm here. That's fine, but
so stop the F. Stop the F. No more respect for Mr. Conway. He does not deserve it.
I've been having to sit in the sidelines all the whole time. So let's talk about the next upcoming series, right? Yeah. So you can see. No, don't you try it. Oh God!
I had to do that once.
Took a torpedo to the face. So 2-1 for 07. Northern Waters next. Who would like to talk about Northern Waters? Because I am probably the least qualified.
I do know somebody who's kind of like, slightly in love with this map. Just slightly. And
Just
since
slightly.
Ban CB is out and they actually won the third match, I just have to say this. I'm sorry. Like I was so caught up in best of 5. It's like, Ban CB is actually leading 2-0 against Smile Gaming. Mr. Comey just like Chris. Best of 2. Best of 3.
No. Just okay. Stats. The game is they're trying to start the game now. So I think it's too late to talk about the map.
No. We have
Let's talk about predictions.
Okay, predictions. Stats. You're on camera, so tell us.
I think
guess.
this. Before we started the series, I would have said 07, but having seen Vor play a little bit now and looking at where they're playing, I'm actually going to give this game to Vor.
Okay. Look, if you want to hear my prediction,
Sorry.
I desperately want to see Game 5. So I hope that by giving 4 my energy, they'll be able to equalize.
I mean, Z-Raptor is clearly in favor of War, as we know.
I mean, no, absolutely no. I'm going to pick 07 on this map, of course, but it's going to be fascinating to see. This map to me reminds me a little bit of Islands of Ice. The caps are open, right? So they didn't adapt very well to doing that on Islands of Ice. They're going to have to see if they can do a better job on Northern Waters.
Yes, I see. 07 has trained Z-Raptor very well over the years to simply not question it anymore. There is no doubt in his face.
Every time I pick against these guys, they laugh at me and go out and win the game. So I've just learned to just not.
Okay, so I can't decide.
10 seconds.
You know what? Okay, you know what? Unfortunately, I do think that 07 is going to take this one, but prove me wrong, War. I want to see a 5th game, and handing over to Flamo. Enjoy the match.
Good luck.
And we are live with the 4th and potentially deciding game of this match. Because 07 is up 2-1. Vor is against the wall. They have to pick up a game to force a 5th match, or 07 can potentially bring home the prize. What do you think about the lineups?
Lineups look almost exactly the same as you would expect from the previous couple games. Note that the Amalfi has actually been swapped for a Charles Martel.
Interesting.
And these deployments are actually kind of surprising. Usually you see split deployments, and from the previous games we've watched, teams have tended to split up, but it looks like Vor is content to throw all of their eggs in one basket.
Yeah, I was about to say that, whereas the 07 split seems somewhat balanced, well, a lot of DD is being sent towards C. Vor are obviously, they are gonna dive this A cap, and they're gonna dive it hard. The question is, does 07 have anything to defend it with? Terrible Edinburgh Kutuzov. Well, the Terrible Maltese Knight has to survive. That's really the key here. He has to survive this onslaught that is coming his way.
Yeah. I think the real issue that... so the problem for Vor is they have no radar on B side, so this DD Wolfpack, if the Cossacks and Terribles choose to play like that, is going to kind of run them over, because they just have no spotting, can disengage at will, and step on the cap at will. So
Indeed. Charles Martel gets to the cap really quickly, actually gets there before any of the 07, but 07 will have more ships in the camp, so they will actually flip it sooner. The Charles Martel might actually make them believe, not that he popped the speed boost to get here fast, it might actually make them believe that there's a DD here, and make them play a bit more cautious.
Yuki Poi actually attempted to go for a really cheeky radar on Maltese, but Maltese is just out of range. Just out of range.
He is already reversing in. Let's see, are they gonna get vision of him? No.
No, I don't think they will. The Terribles would have to face check him at this point. And honestly, it would be worth it. They have 2v1. They could put out a lot more damage, but...
Maltese will be able to accelerate away from these torpedoes. He will actually pick up the cap first, which is a bit surprising, but I guess Vor is hoping to just stay undetected. They still haven't seen anything. Maltese has no vision of what's waiting for him here. It is completely dark. The thing is, the second he spots something, it's gonna be hell unleashed on him. Vor is playing this really well, allowing themselves to be completely undetected, even giving up the cap, making it seem like there's less of a presence here than there actually is. Maltese sees the smoke. RPF has been telling him there's something here for a while.
Do you think he's going to... He has to turn out here. He cannot... Yeah, he should turn out here. There's no reason he wants to get close to this cap. He knows, like, the majority of his team is not with him. And yeah, there's no reason to push him.
Oh, he gets spotted. There it is. Huangle spots him, and the shells are out. He's already angled away, though. The problem is engaging like this is that it's a 1 versus 1. There's a bit of support from the Vladivostok, but not nearly as much as they might have hoped.
Yeah. Well, what this is going to tell them is once they see Maltese kind of pull this move, and then once they see the Eden and maybe the Kutuzov open up, they should realize that they don't have many ships on this flank. The problem is, look at the Orkan. He's taking this extremely aggressive line, and he might get absolutely jumped by the Eden if they realize he's here.
Oh man, you're right. Oh, if he goes past this island, his disengage is going to be very, very scuffed. He's far enough away still. Yeah, he should be fine.
But he's not going to see the Eden or the Cossack. If he keeps going straight, this could be disaster for Vor.
Oh, look
at... just could collect their $1,200 paychecks by killing that Orkan.
Yeah, look at this bunch up by Vordo. They're still hesitant. They don't really know what's behind that island. Oh, Massachusetts peeks out. Does he get vision of the Edinburgh? He does not, otherwise he would have shot. What does he actually go for? He goes for the Terrible, I think, who angles in. Good jukes by the Terrible. The secondaries are chipping in, but not at this range. They struggle to hit. Maltese has been forced back, and I think they're just going to park themselves on the cap right now, and 07 will have to give it up. But I think this might be working in 07's favor, because does Vor know? Do they have any idea of what's coming their way?
Once the Terribles open up on the Martel, they're going to realize, but I think the Martel might just get annihilated here. The heavy cruisers don't really have the DPM to deal with the French DDs if they're actually just dodging and playing well.
And then... oh, there it is. They open up on him. He's already kiting away, though. Both Terribles open up.
Yeah, they open up, but I don't like how they're playing this kind of safely. I would like to see them play more aggressively because they know where all of Vor's ships are. They have this is their chance to kind of pick up a kill.
Oh, good damage on Buki, but yeah, you're right. They could have actually done a lot more here, but Buki will get chunked. He will get chunked quite hard. Remember, Charles Martel does not have a heal. Losing 15k health on a cruiser is not fun at all because no way of recovering it. And they're still farming him. He's struggling to disengage. They haven't got... the biggest issue here is that they're not getting any real damage in return. He's just eating damage for free. Half his HP is already gone. And the Orkan does get vision of the Cossack, but there's AP over the islands from the Lenin. Yuki is trying to dodge. Can he evade it? Oh, he does eat 2 overpens and he goes down. 07 on this flank, they look very strong.
Yeah, and look at the Vor rotation is looking really good right now, but the problem is that they don't leave any ships to hold A. Pulleycat can just drive out and cap it immediately. And same with, actually look at this, Potato Quality and Pulleycat are going to make this push along with Maltese, I think. They're going to poke out and just start...
yeah, if Uruha doesn't start kiting soon, he's going to get overrun. This counter push might be nasty.
Yeah.
He realizes, though, instantly, as soon as he sees the battleship come around the corner, he's like, yep, I'm out. See you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's the smart thing to do. I mean, this is your game, tournament life. Meanwhile, Buki is down to 14k, and they've gotten about 4k damage in return.
Yeah,
not exactly what you hope for.
No, the problem is they're out-trading this Albemarle and this Charles Martel so hard with this Terribles. And they can't really engage the Terribles as hard as they would like with the Lenin Edinburgh support in the back, so... the Terribles are just getting to farm a lot of damage. And, oh, look at Yuki's positioning in front of these these torpedoes. Uh-oh.
They should run out, right?
Okay, yeah, never mind. Launch from very far away.
The bright side is I think the Orkan does have the advantage in the matchup versus the Cossack when he gets the 2 Terribles to back him up. I don't like that Huang and Super are heading towards the middle, though. We've seen so many teams do this, and every time they do it, they just get chunked so hard. Yeah, they need to go back and defend their cap.
But when they do get chunked so hard, it's because there's on G3, there's been a radar cruiser that has caught them out or provided the crossfire. Right now, they're kind of just looking at A and not really doing a whole lot. So this Terrible ambush might actually work out okay.
Maybe, but it would be a very hard commit. Oh, look at that. They chunk pizza, so they're starting to get some return damage now.
Yeah, but at this point, the Buki is down to 14k. And only now are they starting to get some damage in. Orkan gets spotted, Yuki spotted. A bit of damage.
The problem is, like, they need to get him far enough away so that they can take this cap.
Oh, now the Terribles have vision. He's in the radar. Edinburgh is just charging in, keeping him radar. They know they can potentially convert to kill here. John is living up to his name. He's being absolutely ruthless with this push. And they might take down Yuki here. He's running for his life. He's running for the tournament life of War right now. The AP comes in, but it's not enough. John is still just pushing in, keeping him lit. Finally, he goes dark, but at what cost?
Blind fire.
Oh, they get John though. He's finally being punished for this. Yuki goes down to 1.7k, and has John overextended? They need someone to smoke him up. The Cossack is making his way there, trying to maybe bail him out. but I don't know. Where's the Lenin AP?
Where is Yona? Yenya shots. Where is the Lenin AP?
We're still waiting for it. Where's the Lenin AP? There's the broadside. There's the AP. Oh, Le Terrible gets chunked, but the AP is out over the island. Oh, but it whiffs. But the AP from the cruisers is not whiffing. The Albemarle and Charles Martel, John is having some hard times here. They are forcing Huang Le back. Oh, but everyone is focusing.
There's the radar. They see the Cossack. And Le Terrible and Lenin should force him out here. What is Super JF doing? He needs to be in position to stop this. Or to help stop this, at least.
I think they're gonna kill the Edinburgh first. I think that's the goal.
481 and a fire. He's dead.
Yeah, he's got no damage gun left. He will actually burn to death. So John being a bit too aggressive there. Meanwhile, the Massachusetts is charging up the center. Potato quality has pushed up.
Look at the secondaries on Super JF.
I think they're gonna get him into A without really much contest here. 07 does have a numerical advantage on A. Oh, the torps on the Lenin.
Look at Russia. He's in such a bad spot now.
Look at Yenaya, sorry. That's 2 torpedoes, I think. Now he's gonna dodge one, but he will hit one of them right on the broadside. He does have AP out on pieces of pizza. Oh, the torps run out and he dodges the other one. He takes no damage. That is quite fortunate. And that is an 870 to 680 points lead, but potato quality parks on A.
Take a look at A. Take a look at A. Ruchia is so screwed here. If potato quality just lands a broadside hit, he's gonna.
Yeah, but look at Dark Temple. He's the human torpedo right now. That's what he's doing. The AP does not connect.
He's going for the drive-by.
Uruha is gonna get away. No. Dark Temple is gonna ram him. He's just gonna delete him off the map.
That's not good. That's not a trade they can take.
But the problem is, if they hadn't done that, Edinburgh would have gone down. I think it was needed to keep the Edinburgh alive. So rather trade
Super
one
Jam
for
is
one.
gonna die in mid. Reformed Gamer just jumped him and is gonna kill him here.
Oh wow. How did that happen? He must have been overextended a bit there.
Yeah. Well, 1 minute and 55 seconds left for Vor to win. The Eden and the Terrible are going to charge at this kid right now. And they do have the Eden radar available. The kid should realize this and not take a team torp, but also maybe drop some torps and leave.
Yeah,
they can't really fight this.
Yeah, Yanaya needs to bail as well. There's so much torpedoes coming his way. He's trying to zone them out, but honestly, just let them farm William the Dank to death here. Because they're all trying to torp him right now. That's literally their goal in life, is torpedoing this Lenin. Kid smokes up.
Yeah.
They're getting some decent damage in on Edinburgh. Oh, AP's out. Oh, Pulicat getting a bit of chip damage. Black Rooster just ducking into the smoke, and he's just fine. Oh, but there is radar. Can they deny the radar push? Uruha is pushing back in! Uruha is pushing back in! What? That's not what I expected at all. I mean, they're about to convert the lane.
They're going to get vision of him with the Terrible here in a second. And I think once they get vision of him, they YOLO him down with Pulicat. But if he can ambush Maltese and pick up the kill, it's going to be a Vor win so quickly.
I mean, he's been shooting.
I
mean, he's been shooting. They know he's there. It's not like it's going to be an ambush. And they're pulling a Reformed Gamer here as well. Uruha is the free kill now. That's the one they're hunting for. I wouldn't say free, but that's the guy they're going to try to convert here.
Yeah, I'm not... Vor is still in a position to win this game. They're trying to get resets on A, which is honestly not a bad play. Did they reset Maltese at all? Nope, they've capped A.
Yanaya has managed to avoid the torps.
As long as Russia stays alive.
Yeah. 940 to 809. He's keeping Vor's tournament hopes alive by staying alive. That's really it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, they're going to corner him here with the Kutuzov coming around on his broadside and Pulicat coming in from the front.
Yep.
So there's really nothing he can do. Vor is going to pick up William the Dank, and if they can kill William the Dank before Russia
if they kill him before, but it's a Lenin. It's a Lenin. He's down to 10k. 8k. Oh, they're getting good damage. They're all opening up 7.5k. Can they kill him in time? Uruha. Oh, he's giving flat broadside to Pulicat. Oh, no. This is dangerous. This is potentially disaster. Will Pulicat just delete him? Oh, but no, Lenin goes down. Lenin goes down at the very exact moment as the Citadels are coming in. And that means Vor tie it up. And we are going into Game 5 in this grand final. Holy crap. Let's send it off to the studio.
Yes, we do have game number 5. That is, of course, our dream, right? We get to see the 5th match. And I think this was also a very, very interesting play here. So let's talk about it. Stats. What is your take on this game?
That was very good. I love, a comeback story, as it were. So that match was so very close. That match is the equivalent of the basketball movie where the ball's in the air, and then in this case it misses. But 07 tried really hard at the end there to claw it back and didn't quite get it because William was just running out of hit points, basically. There was no point that there's no chance of 07 really ever taking that other side, and so they had to make a move. They made the move. It was successful. It was very interesting watching the teams pulling ships from one side to the other to support. Both teams at some point pulled a ship from one side to the other to support. Great calling there, and there was a great moment where you saw who was it? It would have been Dark Temple pushed into the cap as Massachusetts came around the corner, and they came nose to nose, and you actually saw Dark Temple, like full speed, stop, presumably ask the caller, "Can I ram?" And then sped up again. He kind of like slowed down and then sped up, and that just to me says he was just asking the question, "Can I ram?" Because that ram then meant they kept the cap for like maybe a minute and a half longer, which just as it happens gave them enough points just to hold on till the end. So that was very different to some of the other matches we've seen, but very, very good nonetheless. See Raptor.
Yeah, I like what you said there at the end. It was very different from a couple of these games that we've seen. This was much a more traditional board control, position, reposition, look for angles kind of game that we're used to seeing out of both of these teams. Well, certainly out of the, like when you see 07 play, just normally. I'd like to, they kind of found a way there at the end to try and claw back in. I felt like you and I were both looking at the A cap, and the next thing I knew, I looked over at William and he was on like 7,000 HP, and I was like, oh man, if with 30 more seconds they can pick this Eden off, and that kill would be a big deal, but they couldn't quite get there. That ram was pretty decisive. It's interesting that you pointed out that he came around the corner, he took a pause. It was like, permission to ram, sir. Granted, go ahead, and so they took care of it and held the cap, and that was, more points ticking up for them for just a little bit longer. I liked 07's push up the right flank, right up the 9-10 line. It looked like that was developing really well for them. They traded really well early. You even mentioned that. But after Vor kind of adapted, they rotated some ships back, especially that Orkan. That Orkan coming back was a big, big influence. Yuki snuck away at one point on just a sliver of HP and came back to play a big role in that game. It made a difference.
When Yuki was running away, I think it was John in the Edinburgh? I think it was.
Yes, yes.
It was either John. Yeah, it was John who was radaring the Orkan Yuki, trying to get killed and pushing, and they didn't quite get him. And then the Edinburgh realizes, oh, hang on a minute, I've overextended here, and had to try and turn away. That was a very, very risky play to try and get Yuki down, but it makes sense because that Orkan was being extremely effective with that radar during that match.
Absolutely. Just a great match to watch. It's been I love watching these. I love watching these teams and casting these games. It's always a tremendous amount of fun to watch players of this skill level. Get in the ring and swing and counter swing and everything. It's just tons of fun.
It's interesting how many of these games have come down to us saying at the end, if only been 30 more seconds, because quite often these come down to, one team's just got to hang on or just got to move away and back off for just a little bit of time until the points run out, whatever it is. That just shows, I think, the level that these players are playing out, that all those matches are coming down to the wire in something like just having enough time or just having the right position. So that speaks to the quality of these players and these teams, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also gives you it shows you the importance of the early positioning, right? And to also get these caps. I mean, how important caps are. This is sometimes sometimes it's something you forget when you play, let's just say, regular World of Warships, right? Because there's so much focus on many other things. And really decent players will always tell you the objectives matter so much, because at the end it's about these points. Just imagine it would have taken 20 seconds longer for Vor to be able to convert this into a win. It might not have been a win. So this is why it's so important in the beginning to be able to get those caps that you want to get. And I wanted to just highlight the Charles Martel pick here, which actually paid off, not in the beginning, but rather in the middle of the match, because in the beginning he was taking a lot of damage there, right? Just getting farmed by the Terribles. But then when John overextended, that's exactly where the Charles Martel did pay off compared to something like an Edinburgh, to be able to just chunk him super hard, because he was trying to, keep an eye on, potential battleship servos. The other Edinburgh was slightly too far away to actually deal that much, but then the Charles Martel AP definitely hurts super hard. So it's good to see. This is something I like about this tournament a lot. It's happening on tier 8, and we see a huge variety, especially for cruisers, being picked for specific different reasons. And it's not like one or two ships dominate. You see with the Ds, there's definitely I would say, a favoritism for the French DDs for obvious reasons. But especially for the cruisers, a lot of variety, and also how they're being applied or used by those teams to get the most out of them. That's, for me, super fun to watch. I don't get to play competitive anymore myself, but seeing those players taking these ships and getting the most out of it, and see where they put them and for what reason, you can learn so much, even just as a viewer, by observing and just figuring out what the value is that they bring in those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the reason that we're seeing so many French ships, the French destroyers obviously bring the speed, but we've also seen that reload booster work really well on the destroyers as well as the cruisers. They're just so good at punishing. So if something pops up, something gives a broadside to the cruisers, something pops up for the destroyers, they're immediately able to, especially if there's more than one of them. We've seen a lot of the French destroyers going around together in little hunting, punish whatever pops up. And really, at this level of play, it's not the teams, individual players who make mistakes that cost games. Unfortunately, because that's the level of play you're dealing with. It's more about the mistakes than it is about the.
We seem to be having some
Now,
slight audio
now we're going
issues
to the
there.
rubber game. It's all down to north, all down to north.
Let's take a look at the next map, Mr. Conway, and let's take a look at North. I mean, this is the map we've also seen as the final map for the last set of matches, and now we have Mr. Conway. North, thank you. So this was the map where we saw that 07 was very, very dominant and taking the game off BandCV. So I'm curious how Vor is actually faring on this map. And if I take a look at my little cheat sheet here, where we have the win rates of the various teams in the qualification stages. So for Vor on North, 80% only, so kind of like in the BandCV realm of win rate they had there. And for 07, 92%. So I'm not saying this is a huge advantage, right? But 07 really looked very comfortable on this map. So, C-Raptor, what do you think? Is this going to be a rerun of the previous match of the Devastating Strike against Total Garbage Alliance, or is War going to try something crazy to counter it?
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, right? Because 07, if you remember the last time we saw them play this map earlier in the day, their initial push, their aggressive push with the Tarib into A was kind of denied, right? BandCV, the TGA guys, they came hardcore ready loaded for bear to deal with that. And that destroyer barely snuck away on a sliver of HP, and then at that point, nobody ever owned the C cap the entire game. Are they going to try again? I would think so. I mean, that strategy clearly worked for them. What I really liked about the way they played that game on North earlier, though, was, yes, okay, your initial plan was denied. However, they managed to sneak in a kill, right, that maybe was unexpected. And at that point, they rethought things and said, okay, well, this mid position, right, shoving a battleship down that channel on the 6th line in between those islands, near where the B cap traditionally is on a standard domination battle, is a really strong position for either team to take. Sometimes when you play this map at tier 10 and King of the Sea or whatever, you'll see teams put a Des Moines in that slot very commonly. And this time, what we saw, of course, last game, PQ drove a Vladivostok in there, which is even stronger. So I would love to see them try that again, assuming that Vor's positioning allows for such a thing. And I again, the aggressive early plays, get the cap, force the enemy team to respond, has been working for them. Again, they may not have won the last game, but they were certainly in it far more than they were in game 2. So I really hope that they come back with the French destroyers again, try to hardcore push the C cap, pick that up early, and force War to respond. What do you think, Stats?
I'm so used to seeing the EU teams play this map that I kind of automatically expect the EU playstyle, which is more cruiser heavy. And so with these teams favoring destroyers, I think they've all brought 4 destroyers in every single match we've seen. I think the play is going to revolve around trying at least to cap that shared cap. And this version of the map, instead of Northern Lights, does open up some really good possibilities here using those channels cut into that big wedge island. For not just for pushing, but also for spotting, just driving a destroyer past the gap and just seeing what's there, throwing torps up there, and guessing what the enemy team is going to do is a big part of playing this map and trying to anticipate them using that gap and trying to counter that. It's very interesting. And I think the first couple of minutes are going to be really interesting and watching what 07 do with the destroyer. Last time they just went straight into the cap, ducked in behind the island, and then for some reason exited. So we'll see what they do this time. I think they'll probably try the same thing again.
And there we go. And we are loading
going to take this
into Game of Cypher. And I was just going to ask exactly just that thing because I want to give my prediction. Look, based on what I've seen today, I think the fact that our friends in Asia are still so good at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Your pick
they
is still
really want it. So I'm picking right now. I'm picking 4.
I mean, we know C-Raptor. C-Raptor, did War manage to convert you finally? No, he's still
Hope
he's
for
still,
an A, my
still
friend.
staying
Hope
strong.
for an A.
Stats block.
Well, I'm going to say Vor. I've been very impressed with them today, and I am going to stay Vor.
Okay, so then it's going to be me last. So, and I by now I'm rooting for Vor because it's going to be potentially the first international tournament to win. But I think 07 is going to take this, but Vor convince me otherwise. Do it. So, chat, let us know what you think, and then we'll be handing over to Flammo for the last match. Enjoy it. See you on the other side.
And we are live with the final and deciding game of this series. Whoever wins this match walks away with the grand prize of $15,000. All on the line in this one. And we have very comfortable picks by the looks of it. Oh, never mind. Dark Temple. Bringing out the Hamagi. I like it. I think
this is a comfort pick for him, actually.
Right?
Yeah, he's Dark Temple's one of the best Battleship players on Asia, and he's renowned for just sniping people in IJN BBs. So I like this from him.
Okay, very much going for the comfort ones. We got Buki on the Amalfi again. Looks like might have just been that they threw everyone on their comfort picks, but that's this one, and the Loyang on Black Rooster. What are their plans? On the other hand, we have 07. We got the common Le Terrible Cossack train going down. Looks like going down to 9-10 lines. Is Maltese Knight gonna dive? I think he might be diving.
I think he might be diving. He's 100% diving. We're gonna see the same exact tactic from them that we saw against TWA. That being said,
no, he's changing course. Are you sure? I'm not.
He's gonna dive.
No.
No.
Oh. Wrong.
But this is the best time to dive. When TWA did it, they were actually trying to stop the dive. Vor is just like, no, you can have it. That's all yours. Enjoy.
Yeah, but you got to remember, this is the key game. Everything on the line. Will people be less, more averse towards taking any risks?
Yeah, definitely. So here's the issue. I think that the teams are going for basically a ring around the rosy. That's the way I think the game is going to go, because we have 07 committing heavily towards C. Meanwhile, Vor is committing heavily to taking B and A. And a lot of the times, if at tier 10, when we see this same matchup,
Edinburgh Radar is out. Uruha pops the radar. Uruha has actually done a really good job. We haven't really highlighted it, but
potato quality.
Oh,
look at this AP on Uruha.
Chunked for 10,000. But not the end of the world. It could have been worse. And I was about to say, Uruha has actually, I probably cursed him. I was about to say, he's actually done a really good job of just staying alive. Edinburgh has been a presence in all these games, and I've never really seen him get deleted. I think it was one game, was it? No. He's actually been really, really good at just staying alive and being useful with that radar. So, key example of why Vor are in this final.
Yeah. I think the problem is right now, though, he is hard spotted, and the Vladdy can continually take shots at him along with basically every other ship on their team. And the Lenin is actually going to get a shot on his broadside in a second here.
He is. They've lost vision, though. And it was Edinburgh Pullicat radar that
he has his radar, doesn't he?
Maltese drops
there it
right.
is.
Oh, what was
There's
spotting
the
him
radar,
earlier then?
And William the Dank, it was he was hard spotted by the BB, by Potato Quality.
Oh, and he's still hard spotted. Oh, this
And
is.
he's turning broadside.
He's doing the gamer turn. He's doing the gamer turn.
This is bad for Vor.
Whoa!
What?
How does he get away with that? Oh,
William
my
has
God.
not shot. I don't think William has shot yet, has he? Or he has. I might have missed it.
Oh man, that is some blessed RNG. Uruha should absolutely have been a deleted Edinburgh at that stage. There's the lane in AP coming in. 1 overpen. Wow. Whatever RNG gods Uruha prays to, I'm a believer. I am absolutely a believer. Meanwhile, the Orkan and Le Terrible flank is about to catch pieces of pizza, and I don't think he's aware of it. He's not aware of how much firepower is coming his way, and he's going to be caught in this radar.
RPF, right? There's no way he's not going to be paying attention to that.
He sees the Terrible.
Oh, what's he doing? Was he turning in? No.
Oh, there's the oh, he's spotted. He radars, but oh man, that's a lot of firepower. Are they actually gonna pick up pieces of pizza here? He drops torps, he turns away.
Way. There's no way they get him here, right? Surely not.
I mean, that's a lot of firepower coming in. That's a lot of focus. There's even the sap coming in from the Amalfi who's there supporting, and he's caught deep. I think he's gonna get away with it, his life, but I mean, the question is how much health is gonna cost
really good
him.
on Hongmeng, actually, if he doesn't accelerate here.
Oh, they actually... he's gonna dodge them. He's turning in. He does get away, but that was down to 10.5k. Meanwhile,
He's still gonna
Yuki...
take more damage to Orkan, right? From the Kutuzov?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it actually ended up being very even on the Orkan damage.
Yeah. I think the problem is the Kutuzov can't really hold this Super JF. The torp ran out right, like, meters away from his ship. 07 is smartly reading their play and actually rotating Pulleycat over now to stop this push. Actually, Pulleycat, I think, has been instrumental in winning a lot of these games with his Edinburgh rotations. As soon as he sees where to go, he just rotates over, and there's a radar on the cap that they need to defend.
Overall, the Edinburgh players have they've gotten so much value out of those ships. Uruha pops a radar. Was that really a radar down here? Was that a misclick, or what was the plan?
I believe he was actually trying to... He's radaring for information, because I think they want to see if Pulleycat is still on the rock. Or it's a misclick, and in which case that's really unfortunate.
It might... No, I think you have a point, because they're pushing into Loyang, Black Rooster. So the idea was to get vision if the Edinburgh is here. Edinburgh is gone, so Black Rooster will be pushing potentially aggressive for this cap. But these torpedoes, is he running Hydro? He might not be running Hydro. Oh,
I think he has the turn, and
yeah, okay, they run out. The range helping him.
I think the thing is, they do realize they have to acknowledge that the fact there are in fact two radars here. So I don't think
Huang Lei just got chunked hard. He got caught, but you just spoke of Pulleycat, and Pulleycat caught him in a radar, and that is a lot of damage coming in on him.
Yuki!
No! What was that pieces of pizza with the torpedoes? That was actually 2. That was 2 out of 4. I think he caught him.
He was turning to reverse into the cap, and pieces of pizza caught him with perfectly aimed torps.
Oh wow, that is a huge problem for War now. They were already down a cap, they were already trying to claw back an objective, and now that happens, they lose their radar spotter on this flank. Oh man, what are they gonna do against the Orkan now? They have no more radar.
No. What they need to do is they need to shove the Lenin and the Eden up so they can use their own radar to keep try to keep their DDs away and take A, maybe. But they don't have a capper, so, like, I don't know. They need kills. I think they have to play for kills here.
Their capper is alone at sea, and I mean, what is he supposed to do here? John the Ruthless, he's just waiting for anyone to contest that cap, and then they're gonna unload.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is gonna be so hard for Vor to actually break, and it's gonna have to take some really creative gameplay and maybe some luck and some great shots.
But I feel they already used the luck with Uruha surviving that Vladivostok broadside.
Yeah, true. That was lucky. Do you think that Abermale can push in and maybe 1v1 the Eden here? It is a heavy cruiser versus a light cruiser with HE versus one without.
Yeah, but he's got so much support. That's a problem. The Cossack is just going to smoke up and start farming.
Yeah. I mean, but they don't have any. They don't have that many choices. That's the problem. Like they need to. It's better to die and lose the game than to win or to lose and not do anything.
Right.
Like so. I want to see them go in, but I don't know where they can do it.
I think they will be going in. It looks like the Albemarle will be pushing in. Loyang does get spotted. I guess that was a radar, but he's very well angled away.
Yeah, John the Ruthless. The radar is with the radar down. Maybe I think they're gonna try to use the heavy cruiser here to push down away.
Uruha pops up right next to Waffle House. He wasn't expecting that, and he gets chunked very hard. Down to 11.7. That Uruha ambush working out really well, and basically they do more damage to the Cossack than what the Loyang took.
Yeah, I think what they're gonna have to do here is maybe use Black Rooster is gonna have to get on the cap. Oh, collision! But Black Rooster is gonna have to get onto the cap, smoke Hydro so that they can't push him off, and then they have to go for maybe torpedoes on William the Dank.
These torpedoes from the Cossack though. Uruha is right in front of them, and he has no idea. There's no Hydro. Oh, these are brutal. Is it gonna be 2? No, it's gonna be 1. Luckily, it's only Cossack torpedoes, but man, that still hurts because they don't have the health to spare.
Yeah, Uruha pops his radar. Actually, they spot Cossack again, but that's. I mean, what that does is that gets Black Rooster onto the cap.
Yeah,
it's worth it.
Albemarle pushes away John the Ruthless. He can't push any further. William the Dank is holding the crossfire, so he just has to stop here and do whatever he can. But that means the Loyang will be able to step on the cap, and they have stepped on A. They baited out the radar. They won't get the cap. Terrible will be forced out, but I don't really see what they can do to stop this cap flipping.
The problem is, like, actually 07 has been nailed. Orkin takes a big hit, but 07 actually got 2 torps on Dark Temple.
Oh no, is Uruha going into another set of torps? This time Terrible torps through the center. This guy
range?
He used
he's gonna dodge.
Yeah, he used all his RNG on the volley from the Vladivostok. Now it's turning against him. Some AP volleys into the Orkan. Pieces of Pizza down to 7,000. They still have that Amalfi to potentially give them some surprise volleys. And the Amagi is holding this crossfire, forcing them to play quite safe.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the Lenin's just going to charge in and bully these DDs out. They don't have the HP to just tank his HE or AP volleys. So, like, since all the torps just passed, it's go time for the Lenin. Like, what can they do to stop him if the torps are down?
Right. Oh, Loyang is open with the gun burning at this range. Yeah, that went about as expected. I'm not sure what the plan was there.
I mean, the plan is to play Scrappy right now. What can they do?
No, the plan is to distract. The plan is to make him turn his guns. That was the plan. That was the plan. That was the plan. They turned the guns of the Lenin and forced his shot.
The Lenin has that rotation.
Yeah, but they forced the first volley. But can Terrible survive a second? I don't think this. No, he's gonna die. He needs to torp now. Lenin has a long reload, but he needs to torp now. Oh, it might have worked. It might have worked. I think it worked. He needs to land all the torpedoes there, but they look really good. That's 3 on the first. 3 on the second. The ambush works! That was such a big brain play. The Loyang baited out the shot, giving that Le Terrible an advantage, giving him the opportunity to rush in and pick up the kill. Vor, they have a cap advantage now. They're still a losing game, but they get rid of the big threat.
But look at Reformed Gamer. This is such a risky position for him. If he goes forward here, he's gonna die for sure. But then he's perma-spotted, I think, by Russia's radar, so the Albemarle is going to start farming him. Or Albemarle. I will figure out how to say that eventually.
Albemarle?
Yeah, Yeah.
Okay. Terrible is going in. He's going for the YOLO? I think he's going for the YOLO.
Or I don't think this is going to work.
No, he's just going to park in the gap here. All he needs is time. 1 minute 15, and it's a win. All he needs is time.
Yeah, that is true. No, but look at this. The Lenin is going to be on the cap, and they have a Terrible, an Orkan, and an Eden. What do they need to land torpedoes, which they have been doing extremely well.
Oh, those Orkan torps, actually. There's a cross torp. A slight cross torp coming in, but if he stops right now, he's actually going to be safe. Super JF, though. Oh, Maltese opens up. Super JF is going to hit the torps. He is getting out. Lenin dodges all the torpedoes.
But one. Super JF is going to get out. And it's Vor has to hold this for so long. I think what they're hoping is maybe Polycat opens up and they can get a dev strike on him with the BB, but Polycat's not going to do that. He's a good player.
Indeed. He's just waiting.
Yeah, exactly. And at the worst, is Reformed Gamer going to do it? He's angled so well. He really wants to go for this, it looks like. If they need it, he's going to run out and try to start Citadel and Russia.
Oh, they both see each other. That's the thing. They're within proxy spotting. They both see each other. They know exactly what's going on. Oh, man.
Yeah.
The Albemarle, though, he can start pushing in now. Because with no lane in threat, he bullied the Edinburgh away earlier, and now he can start pushing more aggressively here. The Loyang can also push more aggressively. It is still an 0-7 win. Or sorry, it's right now it's a Vor win, but if they force them out of the cap, this lane is gonna go down.
Actually, if the battleship goes down, doesn't it end the game immediately?
947. It's plus 40 points. Not quite enough, but close. Oh, the torps. The torps.
They're dodged.
They will be dodged.
Oh, wait, no, if they flip the cap, they get the kill, but they need to get something on the cap.
Yeah, no, it's not enough. It's 40 points, but it's still not enough. They need to get the cap. That's the thing. They need to convert the cap. Oh, Reformed Gamer. What is he going for? He's going for the Albemarle? Are they going to try to ambush him?
Interesting move, yeah.
Or he might be
I think
overextended.
Vor is just going to guarantee... The Vor doesn't... They don't anticipate the Cossack being in position to get to contest this cap. And no, Super JF can't turn in. If he turns in, he dies. Okay, good.
He turns out. Oh, they don't know about each other.
Oh, Reformed Gamer. Uh-oh. He's taking a lot of damage here, actually. But
he does have torps. They're trying to kill the Albemarle. They're trying to win the game by killing the Albemarle. They're all opening up. If they land even one torpedo, it's lights out for the Albemarle. He's reversing away. He does have the super heal, though. The super heal is keeping him alive. The torpedo cannot connect. He's barely dodging the torpedo. The second set is coming in. Is he fast enough to reverse? He's just barely fast enough. He's staying alive. It's a 30-second game. If he can stay alive, this is a Vor win. If they cannot kill him...
He's gonna die. He's gonna die.
If they kill Reformed Gamer... No, he goes down!
No!
07 clean shit! 07 clean shit with no caps, but getting enough kills. 07 actually clean shit in favor of the American team. And they will be taking it 3-2. The grand final and the $15,000. Damn, very well played. And let's send it right back to the studio.
Wow, what a final match. This was absolutely mental, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. I think Mr. Conway, he's completely out of breath.
I'm nervous.
That was just fantastic to see what both of these teams just pulled off here. And I also have to do a big shout out to Flamu and Kirinichiban for being absolutely amazing casters and also getting this feeling across of how tense this was and how much stuff was happening left and right and catching all of it. So great job to both of those. So if you don't know them, make sure to check out their channels, and if you like them, push that follow or subscribe button. And Mr. Comey, you wanna jump in? You were so happy to watch this match, or are we not gonna have you in? Maybe.
I'll join. Why not? Honestly, just I this doesn't happen often, but I'm at a loss for words. That was fantastically played from both teams. But can I just give an absolute shout out to that over 9,000 level play where they baited out the volley to rush that French DD in and top that just nice. That's my comment. Go.
So Mr. Conway is now I'm broken. He's now speechless. He's broken.
Look,
good job. Both
been a long
War
day.
and 207. Like, I don't get to break Mr. Conway that he shuts up. So you're definitely better than me at this. So we'll have to do this more often.
It was just so close throughout, and I love that.
Yeah.
Sea Raptor.
Well played. First of all, well played to both teams. It was a privilege to watch this match, to be able to talk about it in between games. So thanks to them for investing the time. Congrats to 07. And in fact, congrats to both teams. Nobody's going away empty-handed, are they, boys? Right? So, I mean, congrats to both teams. That game was a ton of fun to watch, right? Sats and I talked back and forth a couple of times. We were surprised that 07 didn't, a little surprised at least, they didn't attempt to push the Destroyer very aggressively into the sea cap like we saw them attempt with Ban CV. Maybe they were still smarting a little bit from how badly that almost backfired on them. Again, it's their match against their EU opponent earlier. And then I kept looking at the deployment thinking, all right, sooner or later, they're going to figure out what's coming for them on the 2-3 line, and they're going to redeploy. And then it took a little while, and that finally occurred, and then the redeployment began, and that's when the fireworks started, because it was a matter of trying to juggle ships and who was going to what cap, and man, what a fabulous match. It was so much fun to watch, all the little individual moments. For me, I absolutely loved seeing, was it William? Was William pushed his Lenin into that cap? Like, destroyers, puny destroyers. I'm a battleship. I'm going in here. Yes, in the end, it backfired on him, right? But I mean, I just love seeing aggressive plays like that. And it didn't work out. They traded ships, but oh well.
I think at the end there, I'm probably going to get hate mail for saying this, but I think the Albemarle from Vor slightly through, because I mean, it was okay, hindsight's an amazing thing, but all Vor had to do at the end,
flip it.
They managed to get the cap.
Get it home.
They managed to do that amazing play, and the Albemarle just for some reason, moved out of its hiding spot in that gap. And 07 had to get a kill. We were saying, right, okay, well, they need a kill now. Who are we going to... Oh, you'll do. And I couldn't really see a reason. I mean, everything happened really quickly, so it's possible that they had another play in progress just in case the other side didn't work out or something. But that Albemarle, in hindsight, didn't need to be there. I'm sure that's not quite how it played out in the voice chat, but
like Boris a bit of in a position where they just had to get things done, right? Because they were really, really on the brink of losing. So they had to deploy their assets. And I felt that the Albemarle wasn't really doing much throughout the match, right? So I think they just thought, okay, we need to kind of put him into a position where he can do something. And then they wanted to just pressure that Terrible that was in that constant standoff with the Edinburgh on the usual B cap, right? Where in regular battles it would be. And yeah, I think he probably overextended. But then again, this was such a crazy match. And, you have to make a call. And then in a cruiser in that position, there's no way back from that. I mean, you can try to back up, and that's what he did. And, he even dodged the torpedoes, but with that amount of firepower, with a ship that doesn't really have a lot of armor, you're not going to survive very long, even with that crazy heal.
You talk about potential throws. That almost went both ways, right? You're calling out the Albemarle for being where he was, right? But then Reformed Gamers Laterib turned around and got in a gunfight with him, and it came within a few thousand HP of dying and flipping the score at the last possible second with the enemy in control of every cap on the board. So, I mean, talk about razor thin margins. If he takes even another 1,500 damage, we're talking about a VOR win and not an 07 win.
Exactly, and if you basically
I'm just enjoying watching chat, just catching up with the win there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes. If you basically put casters, in a position where they have to quickly check, okay, how many points is this going to actually mean? Because it's so close to being to like a 1,000 points. Conway and me were also talking about, like, is this enough? Is this enough? It's like 60-40. Oh, okay. It was close. But what a series and a set of matches here. And just congratulations to Devastating Strike for taking $15,000. They're basically now the Verizon Warriors champion. I don't know how. Let's stick with that. So congratulations for winning the prize pool. Thanks to courtesy of Verizon. Thank you very much for helping us out with providing these teams with the prize pool. We also have now. Thank you, Mr. Conway, for bringing up. So VOR managed to secure the second place, which nets them $10,000. And then Total Garbage Alliance managed to get the third place against Smile Gaming, so they will go home with $5,000. So congratulations, this was fantastic. Chat, I hope you really enjoyed this as much as we did. If you think so, then let us know in chat. Just give us an X so we know that you liked it and that you want to see more of this in the future. But wow, crazy. So I think we're slowly but steadily going to wrap it up here. So I'll first of all say big thanks to both Statsbloke and C-Raptor for being here for both of these days. Stats coming from EU, having it a little bit easier when it comes to time zones than C-Raptor joining here from North America. What time is it actually by now at your place?
2:00 in the afternoon, but my day started right before dawn, around 6 or 6:15 this morning. So yeah, it's been a long day.
Ouch. Yes. So why don't you just say goodbye from your side and let players know where to find you, because both of you are CCs in our CC program and very active streamers. So just let's start off with C-Raptor and then head over to Stats.
Sure thing. So I've been at a North American CC for a little over 2 years now, contributing to the community, doing what I do. I got a start casting competitive warships a little over 3 years ago. That was what got me into doing this. That was why I created a Twitch account at all, but doing the old Warship Supremacy League here on North America. Today I stream twice a week. I have a regular job. This is a hobby, so I only do this twice a week on Tuesday nights and Thursday nights, usually here on NA. Come check me out sometimes over on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/C-Raptor with a couple of zeros on the end. Somebody stole my name over on Twitch before I could get it. And then over on Twitter and YouTube, it's just regular old C-Raptor. You can find me there. And come throw me a follow, hang out sometime. I just like everybody else, I give away all the various little CC goodies that we get to hand out to people just for coming and hanging out with me while I stream and we have fun playing the game.
And for me, I guess, thank you very much to Wargaming for having us. It's been an honor and a pleasure. to be able to bring this to the viewers. And thank you very much for the teams for giving us those amazing matches. I mean, today has been some of the best Warships I think I've ever seen, including King of the Sea. And so thank you very much to the players. And of course, thank you to the adjudicators and the organizers as well, who've been working very hard in the background, running the matches and making sure that everything is going nice and smooth. So thank you to you. I've been StatsBloke. You can catch me at twitch.tv/StatsBloke. That's my main platform, but occasionally I post videos on YouTube as well, and basically everywhere /StatsBloke you can find me. So thank you very much for having me. It's been great fun.
Yeah, thanks to both of you, chat. I can just highly recommend you to go check them out and see them also outside of this setup that we have here.
And I'm sure Zehales is going to be dropping the link. Zehales is surely going to be dropping the link to both twitch.tv/craptor00 and twitch.tv/statsbloke for your subscriptions and follows. Thank you.
Exactly. And the good thing is that he has 5 minutes to prepare for this, because we're living in the future. That's sometimes the advantage. So thanks to both of you. I hope you have a very, very nice remaining Sunday evening, or even afternoon for C-Raptor. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Yes, wow. So this was what a series of games. Man, this is some, like, I don't know. Like, I'm slightly speechless because I haven't seen such a great series of matches in a while, and I hope you just enjoyed it as much as we did. So I also want to say big thank you to Verizon as our partner, because they have been. Mr. Conway is okay. Give me a second, Conway. So first of all, big thanks to Verizon. They have been a great partner, and their support for this competitive, gaming community, for this tournament, but also for the charity drives that they're doing to help those in need, especially during these very challenging times. I think this is something very, very nice to do. And a big shout out from my side. Verizon themselves, they also want to say thanks to everyone who joined and watched the tournament this weekend. And don't forget, if you are in the United States, you can still claim the offer that Verizon has for you. You can get 2 premium ships, including, for example, the Arizona that you saw earlier in the Branches Challenge, which I hope you also watched, and another premium ship, plus several months of Warships premium time. So go claim that offer. It's worth over $75, so it's a really nice one. So I hope this is something that is interesting to you. And last but not least, we've been working here also with, trying to highlight Wounded Warrior Project as a really great organization to help veterans in need. So we still have that donation drive going on. So if you think this is something you want to support, you can just follow the link in chat and do your part to help them. Yeah. Whew. The good thing is we're almost done, but we also have a special guest now who's going to join us after doing 2 fantastic days of casting the Verizon Warriors Championship and bringing us. Oh yeah, I need to click that first. Yes, Mr. Conway, you are correct. And then we also have the visual, and not just the beautiful voice from Flamu, but also his beautiful face in. And let's just get him in, Mr. Conway.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Oh, hello, everyone.
That's a very bright Flamu.
I know. Well, my original background was denied, so I had to do an improvise. I thought this one was beautiful.
It is. So everybody knows your name. Perfect.
Yep. Yeah, no doubts. In case you forget the UI below, this is just to make sure.
So you now get to see the face to the voice that you've been listening to for the past 2 days. So Flamu, those 5 matches, what do you say?
I mean, I think we got really lucky today because we had really, really good games. Like, you could tell these were people who were trying their utmost. They were trying their best, and basically any game could have decided one single torpedo whiffing or a guy surviving. Like, we saw Orkan survive with 600 health, come back and radar, and basically win them the entire match. So the smallest margins matter today, and that's really what we really want to see in this competitiveness. People tryharding, and the best.
Absolutely. Oof. So, for those of you who don't know Flamu, one of our CCs, he has a very big YouTube and Twitch channel. So, Flamu, if you want to quickly tell players what they can expect from your channels and where to find you. This is your chance.
Well, on YouTube, you can find actual guides and analytical games and how to improve. On my Twitch, you can find a lot of salt. So you can kind of balance it depending on your diet. Like, oh, I need a bit of sodium, you go to one, need a bit of information, you go to the other. So it's always been like that. And it's entirely up to the viewer which one they prefer.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you have anything you want to share with the audience, or are you saying this?
I do want to give out a shout out to Kiri Nichiman, my co-caster who joined me. He's from NA and he's been casting really weird times for him as well, especially yesterday. So thanks, big shout out to him for joining me as well. He deserves props. And of course, the organizers for making this happen. Once again, I feel these tournaments are just getting better by the day. And finally, to the Russian video team, I felt like they really tried and they did improve, but ultimately maybe a bit too early to try with the whole cinematic camera angles and stuff. It was a bit tricky to follow the actual games with that kind of setup.
Exactly, and we're all used to your camera work by now, so change always comes at a price. Okay,
Indeed.
then thank you very much, Flamu, for doing an amazing job, and we will see you soon. Have a very nice evening, and guys, make sure to follow this guy.
Yeah,
You can
thanks
learn
for
a lot.
having me. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll talk to you guys later.
I also hear that he has merch.
Oh, yeah, yes, he does. He does a lot of merch. Well, actually, with the current state, I think Corona has closed down half of it. So we don't know. Some merch, not as much as before, sadly.
Yeah, good luck with shipping. I think we all have that problem.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for having me as always, and see you next time.
Take care. Yeah, so as Flamu highlighted, he was not the only caster. We also have Kiri Nichiban, and make sure to also send him a follow. It's a bit of a smaller channel, so I'm sure he would also appreciate you at least giving him a chance and checking him out, because you could hear how knowledgeable he is about the game and all of its competitive aspects.
Yes.
Mr. Conway.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know. Something's wrong with the audio. It's maybe I think the problem was you were really excited before, so you're speaking nice and loudly, and now it's time to calm down. So you're calming down. So I'm struggling with my levers, but that's fine. Look, big shout out to all the teams. There was a tremendous amount of pressure on throughout the whole weekend, and I saw some truly fantastic World of Warships. I think it really showed me as well how much I missed seeing Tier 8 competitive. There's just such a wide variety of ships and play styles and options. It really made it, I think, quite interesting. And
you should play Tier 8 more as well. We'll remember this for streams when Mr. Conway is going to select the Tier 10 ship. We'll just tell him, you know what, you should maybe try Tier 8.
Yes, we can do that. But no, honestly, I think I can see in my future organizing more Tier 8 tournaments. So hopefully you guys enjoy this as well, because you don't have any choice. And we're gonna do it, but no, it's been really good. Thank you very much to my team of adjudicators for running the show in the background. You did a great job yesterday, great job today, and
making this such a smooth experience.
Yes.
Look, I cannot highlight enough how much these volunteers are helping us. Be it with organizing the tournament itself, making sure that the teams are ready in time, that we can hand over, that we had some issues, as you could saw, for example, with training rooms, right, and they would solve it. So big shout out for investing the time and making this such a fun experience for everybody involved. Also big shout out to all of the volunteers that helped us with moderating chat, so that yes, we all sometimes love to spam, right? But to keep it at least an experience where you can interact with each other and have a nice conversation, especially with so many people. I mean, we had over 50,000 people watching at some point, so I think this was something really cool. So big shout out to you guys. You are the true heroes here. And if you see the players in match, this is my piece of advice. If you see those guys and you recognize them, let them know that you do. Look, they are under such a tremendous amount of pressure, right? We're all judging, sitting here, like the armchair admirals that we are like, slight mistake here. He's reversing too much, and oh no, look, now he's showing broadside and he gets caught out by a radar. These things, it's so easy for us, and all of you play World of Warships, right? You know how it is. When you get caught with your pants down, you want nobody to see, and they have so many people watching. So if you see them, let them know that they did a really good job in this tournament and provided you with the entertainment. I'm sure they will appreciate it.
Absolutely. And from my side, for last final shout out to our team in St. Petersburg for setting up the things in the background. For the video team there, who look, they tried their absolute best. I actually really liked what they did. I know chat, you and us, we have some creative differences here, but I think maybe it's a case of them just getting more practice and figuring out how to follow what Flammu does better. But we'll work on this in the future. We'll do some more experiments. But thank you very much to the team for trying and putting in the time and caring so much to like sacrifice their weekend for this.
And then I have to do a shout out for our
Another
North
one.
American team. Yes,
Yes,
because our North
that's
American
true.
team has been putting so much work into this tournament. You know, Happafotter, Calvote, and many, many more in the background who have been, making this possible. Because this is like building a tournament like this, and this is the first time we were able, to get a partner like Verizon to work with us, have this like full package of a tournament. You also get a really cool offer from them. You get to also see the donation part of it, right, with a charity drive about something that I'm sure a lot of you are very passionate about. So big shout out to them as well. This has been a very big task, and I'm happy to see that it all worked out. So good job, guys. Just have to say this. Because I truly feel that way.
I think at this point, I think we're done.
Is there? Wait, look. Let me think about this. So maybe three things to wrap this up. No. You just let me finish.
Go.
So first of all, if you participated in our prediction campaign, we now need to filter you out who actually had the correct predictions, and then I would say within usually towards the end of the week, but give us 2 weeks max to send you your prize if you won one of the FTW camouflages. For number 2, Twitch drops. I hope you get your Twitch drops. Please check in game. If you weren't in game and didn't get a notification, there's sometimes a bit of a delay on Twitch. If you are sure that you linked your account and you watched for 75 minutes at least on the official channel, you can contact our customer support and we'll try to help you if there was an issue. And otherwise, Mr. Combe is fixing something.
I have one last shout out, right, to the teams that played and won today. We owe you some money. I'm not going to work tomorrow because
Why?
I need a break.
From what?
I don't know. But next week, I'll be reaching out to all of the participants, all of the teams individually, right? And if you were still watching, and I hope you are, please remember, I'm going to be reaching out to you via the email address that's connected to your account. So please make sure that it's not some random spam email address. You can change it and make sure that my email reaches you. Yeah. But we'll be in touch anyway, and we'll coordinate with your team captains.
Okay, so then one last thing from my side. First of all, Sihales, do you want to join us?
Yes,
because
Sihales.
He's been working in the background, taking care of chat, and now he's pretending not to hear us. Sihales. Come here. He's here physically, and he has been, doing all of the chat work in the background with also our colleagues from North America. So there he is, also with a nice shirt.
Yeah.
Ta-da! Yes. So, Sihales, any final words from your side?
You
have to get closer.
It was like I wasn't really able to follow most of the battles, but the last one I was just like sitting like, what the hell is going on? It was just crazy. It was a crazy weekend. Thanks for watching.
Perfect. Thank you, Sihales. So, and then chat, don't forget, we have an advent calendar. You can find it on your portal. Just make sure to, open the doors, just like with any other advent calendar. And you can find some cool stats about your journey as a player. And also, if you do the special test, you get some additional prizes. So I hope this is something that you like. Let us know. This is the first time we're doing this. So I hope you get to enjoy it. Whew, that's it. I'm done. Thanks, everybody. Especially also you viewers. It's been a fantastic weekend. And we'll see us again next week. Usual time for, at least if you want to see me and Mr. Conway derp on the high seas, we're going to be live on Thursday from 6 to 8 Central European time, having some fun with you on the high seas. And with that, we'll find somebody to raid with a crazy amount of viewers and break their chatbot. So Mr. Conway is going to prepare a little hashtag. And then we will say goodbye for tonight. Mr. Conway, you want to say goodbye as well?
Yes. Where am I? I'm here.
Nobody knows.
Thank you very much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for playing, and thank you for being here. And have a great rest of your Sunday, or maybe it's already Monday. So have a good week. Bye-bye.